Like this video guys for more parts. Chapter 84. By the pond, two figures were chasing each other, fighting and retreating. The difference is that one is wearing clothes and the other is not. The person who had been running away was Li Xiaoao. It wasn't that he couldn't beat the girl, but this kid didn't know what was wrong with him. His cheeks were as red as a monkey's butt, and he didn't dare to look at the girl at all. Mo Nan stared at the girl. He simply wanted to check the golden finger. Name, Gu Wangqing. Gold finger, innate water spirit holy body, Tao level top grade. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi gathering realm. The Taoist level top grade golden finger is very good, but unfortunately, Mo Nan has no way to copy it. The physical fitness category already has the 9 absolute sword body, and its level is the best of the Dao level. It seems that there can only be one physical constitution related golden finger at a time. I don't know if it is because the 9 absolute sword body is incompatible with the several physical constitutions I have encountered, or if there can only be one. The 9 absolute sword body is very powerful. Mo Nan doesn't want to replace it for the time being. He will wait until he encounters a higher level golden finger in the future. However, this woman looked very unfamiliar, and her cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm. She should be from the Juxiao world, which had joined the Juxiao Holy Land at the same time as him and the others. There is actually someone in the Juxiao world who possesses a Dao level top grade golden finger. It seems that this place is not as simple as I thought. The geniuses in the Juxiao world are also quite capable. Looking at Li Xiaoao who suddenly ran to him and then quickly hid behind him, Mo Nan felt helpless. Get out of the way. A long sword pointed at the tip of Mo Nan's nose. Gu Wangqing looked at Mo Nan with a cold voice, as if Mo Nan didn't move away, her long sword would fall without hesitation. Mo Nan coughed lightly and said, "Miss, can you put on your clothes first?" As Mo Nan's voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Then, a loud scream resounded all around and reached the sky. Ah! Gu Wangqing screamed and her sword fell to the ground. Her face suddenly turned pale, tears flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she looked misty. Then she jumped into the pool. Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao looked at each other, speechless. But after a while, Gu Wangqing still did not come out of the pool. This woman wouldn't commit suicide, would she? This was ancient times, when women valued their reputation extremely highly. It was indeed possible. Just as Mo Nan was about to go down to check the situation, Gu Wangqing, dressed in her clothes, walked out of the pool. At this moment, her face was full of indifference, and her eyes were flashing with coldness as she looked at Mo Nan and the others. She waved her hand, and the long sword fell back into her hand. She stared at Mo Nan and the others coldly. Today, either you die or I die. As he said that, he attacked Mo Nan and the other two. Mo Nan frowned. This was just a misunderstanding. Was it necessary for this woman to do this? Although they did see each other naked, it was an accident and could not be changed by human power. Li Xiaoao said coldly, "Woman, don't go too far." Just as Mo Nan and the other two were confronting each other, several people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the canyon. One of the young men, wearing a dragon robe, said to Gu Wangqing. "Wangqing, what happened?" Gu Wangqing's scream just now was extremely penetrating. Therefore, Long Aotian, who had always had a crush on Gu Wangqing and was practicing not far away, was attracted over. When Long Aotian saw the situation in the field, his eyes turned and he thought that Mo Nan and the others were here to steal Gu Wangqing's training place. Long Aotian immediately became furious and approached Mo Nan and the other one aggressively. "Boy, are you looking for death? If you dare to steal Wangqing's training place, I will kill all 9 of your clans." Gu Wangqing glanced at Long Aotian and the others who were walking over, pursed her lips, and in the end, did not say anything. These two people must die today for daring to blaspheme her like this. What can the Juxiao Holy Land do to her? I don't think they will do anything to a genius like me who only appears once in 1,000 years just because of 2 dead people. Although she didn't have a good impression of Long Aotian, with the help of several of his men, she was more confident in killing the 2 people in front of her. She and Long Aotian are both among the top 10 geniuses on the Juxiao Qianlong list, and Long Aotian is also the prince of the Tianlong kingdom in the Northern Territory. What's the harm in killing these 2 people in front of me? Mo Nan was speechless. Looking at the 5 people who surrounded them, he sighed. It seems that there is no way without fighting. This woman is so cruel. The 2 of them just accidentally saw her body, but it was really just an accident. I originally wanted to explain it in detail, and if that didn't work, I would just apologize or something. Now it seems that it is useless. This woman really wants to kill them both. Mo Nan looked at the young man in the dragon robe. Name, Long Aotian. Gold finger, arrogant system, Tao level top grade. Cultivation, Qi gathering realm 9th level. Note, the more arrogant you are, the stronger your combat power will be. Arrogance can increase your combat power. Your current combat power will be increased by 3 times. Copy. Mo Nan was surprised. This guy's name was very domineering. He silently said in his heart, copy. As long as it can be copied, Mo Nan will choose to copy it. There is nothing much to say about this. Whether to use it or not is one thing, and whether to have it or not is another. Afterwards, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the other 3 people, but unfortunately they all had low-grade Dao level golden fingers that could not be copied. After seeing the cultivation levels of several people, Mo Nan pursed his lips at Li Xiaoao and said, I'll leave it to you. Is that okay? No problem, do you want to kill me? Li Xiaoao spoke coldly. He also felt the strong murderous aura from several people. It depends on the situation. If they kill you, you won't have to stay. Mo Nan is not a pushover. Others want to kill him, so why should he be polite? As for the consequences? Who cares? The worst that can happen is I can just walk away. All I want is for my thoughts to flow. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoao nodded and drew his sword. At this time, Gu Wangqing, Long Aotian, and others had also approached. In an instant, murderous intent was everywhere. Mo Nan stepped aside, not ready to take action for the time being. It's a good opportunity to see Li Xiaoao's understanding of sword dance. If Li Xiaoao can't beat him, it won't be too late for me to take over. Speaking of which, Long Aotian and Gu Wangqing's golden finger level is the same as Li Xiaoao's golden finger level. But Li Xiaoao has already broken through to the Qi condensation realm, and he is fighting 1 against 5, so it is unclear whether he is a match for them. Li Xiaoao made a sword flower with his long sword, shook his bangs in front of his eyes, and stared coldly at the 5 approaching people. Today, I will show you what a true genius is. How dare a firefly compare to the bright moon? You are, after all, just frogs in a well. Chapter 85. Arrogant. Long Aotian almost laughed out of anger. It was the first time he realized that someone was even more arrogant than him. It is ridiculous that a country boy who came out of nowhere dared to say that the prince of Tianlong kingdom was a frog in the well. Get started. Gu Wangqing snorted coldly and thrust out with her sword. The others also attacked. For a moment, the flashes of swords and the shadows of knives kept appearing by the pond, and several people were instantly engaged in a battle. I have to say that Li Xiaoao is indeed a genius. He has already mastered the basics of the sword dance steps and can be said to have entered the door. There was already a sense of elegance and grace in the way he moved his steps. Li Xiaoao also relied on his cultivation in the Qi condensation realm and his sword intent, which had achieved a small degree of success, and fought hard with the 5 people. As time went by, Li Xiaoao had already gained the upper hand, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would win. At this moment, Long Aotian and Gu Wangqing's hearts were filled with turbulent waves. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? When they joined Juxiao Holy Land 4 days ago, they had already met all the senior brothers and sisters. This guy was obviously the new member of Juxiao Holy Land. There is no such person on the hidden dragon list. Wait, they suddenly remembered the wind and cloud list that has been making a lot of noise recently. Could this person be a prodigy on the list? Probably. Thinking of this, a trace of regret suddenly appeared in the hearts of the two. It is said that everyone on the Fenjiun list is an unparalleled genius, and some even say that the Qianlong list is not worthy of being promoted by the Fenjiun list. It is also said that everyone on the list is a disciple of a hidden powerful force and has a very strong background. Thinking of this, the 5 people had already decided to retreat and didn't want to fight anymore. Gu Wangqing felt even more regretful. After being forced back by Li Xiaoao's sword, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and felt bitter in her heart. She glanced at Li Xiaoao, who was fighting 1 against 5, and a strange color flashed in the depths of her eyes. So strong, this kind of person is the ideal husband for Gu Wangqing. Moreover, the two of them had such an encounter underwater. If I hadn't had the urge to kill. Thinking of this, Gu Wangqing immediately spoke to the people who were still fighting. Wait, stop fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Aotian and his companions immediately stopped fighting and stepped back to the side. They hadn't wanted to fight anymore, but they didn't stop just to save face. They didn't even know what was happening, but they were inexplicably fighting against such a peerless monster. Long Aotian was so angry. I actually offended such a monster for a woman. In particular, he had indirectly offended the forces behind him, which was what made Long Aotian most uncomfortable. Although he was the crown prince of the Tianlong kingdom, he also faced competition for the throne. He originally thought that since he had entered the Juxiao Holy Land, it was a foregone conclusion that he would inherit the throne. But if you offend such a genius, you might be in trouble. Li Xiaoao, who was enjoying the fight, saw several people suddenly stop and said coldly, "Waste." Although the expressions on their faces were very uncomfortable, they didn't say anything else. "Friend, this is just a misunderstanding. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to make such a fuss." Long Aotian bowed to Li Xiaoao and said with a smile. Gu Wangqing also dispelled the coldness on her face and said with a smile, "I know what happened before was a misunderstanding, and you didn't mean it. How about we make peace?" As for Mo Nan, he was automatically ignored by everyone. He was probably just a follower of the genius in front of them. Didn't you see that he didn't even dare to make a move? Mo Nan Bei was stunned by the scene in front of him. He wanted to laugh, a sneer. After listening to Gu Wangqing's words, Mo Nan really had a deep understanding of this woman's double standards. Did UFG know that it was all a misunderstanding? Even though you knew that, you still wanted to kill people? As expected, women have the most vicious hearts. The ancients were right. If the two of us gods weren't strong enough, we would probably be buried in this small pool of water, right? Mo Nan sighed in his heart. It is said that the ancients were simple and honest, but now it seems that this is not always the case. Hearing this, Li Xiaoao turned to look at Mo Nan and asked what Mo Nan meant. Mo Nan walked forward, looked at them, and said calmly, "All 5 of you come together and take my move." Arrogant. Long Aotian was very unhappy in his heart. He was the founder of the arrogant school, but today he was repeatedly defeated by others. This was really intolerable. However, after learning from the previous lesson, he did not dare to be careless and said to the others, "Come together." The 5 of them joined forces again and rushed towards Mo Nan. Mo Nan clenched his fist and threw an ordinary punch at the 5 people. It was the fist of heaven that Mo Nan had just learned. Mo Nan just attacked casually and didn't use his full strength. The result depended on the luck of the few people. They probably won't die, but how badly injured they will be depends on their abilities. The moment Mo Nan's fist touched the attacks of several people, the 5 people vomited blood and flew backwards. Then, one by one they fell into the pool. Let's go, let's take a good look around the Juxiao Holy Land and get to know the situation. After throwing Gu Wangqing and others into the pool, Mo Nan said something to Li Xiaoao. It's time for me to get to know the situation of Juxiao Academy better. If I don't, things like what happened today might happen again in the future. Mo Nan suddenly remembered that Zhong Lingyun had given everyone an introduction to Juxiao Academy before. It's all my fault that I was too busy and didn't have time to check. Thinking of this, Mo Nan took out the introduction booklet and began to look through it. After a moment, Mo Nan put away the introduction booklet, identified the direction, and said, "Let's go over there and get some money." That's right, it's about making money. It's not spirit coins, but points of Juxiao Academy. According to the introduction, in Juxiao Holy Land, points are the general equivalent here. With points, you can exchange for anything you want in Juxiao Holy Land. All cultivation resources such as skills, martial arts, elixirs, etc. can be obtained with points. The Juxiao Academy is a prestigious one, and it possesses abundant resources and a very profound foundation. Moreover, with points, one can enter some special training locations in Juxiao Holy Land, and Mo Nan is still very interested in those special locations. Moreover, the ranking in these special locations is also one of the conditions for entering the Starry Sky battlefield in the future. If freshmen want to enter the Starry Sky battlefield in advance, certain conditions must be met, and among them are the requirements for entering these special locations. With their physical skills unleashed, Mo Nan and the other rushed towards an extremely huge mountain in the distance. Chapter 86. Wuying Peak, in front of the Mirror Hall. After Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao arrived here, they found that there were quite a lot of people here. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. They were probably past candidates from Juxiao Holy Land or new students from Juxiao continent. Mo Nan looked at the crowd. Name, Feng Huia. Gold Finger, Law of Wind, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm Level 1. Note, wherever there is wind, I am the master. After choosing to copy without hesitation, Mo Nan looked at the young man in white. If I remember correctly, when I was in Tianling City, I heard that a genius from the Juxiao continent wanted to challenge Shen Dao. That person seemed to be called Feng Huia. It is said that Shen Dao's response at that time was, "You don't deserve it." Although he is a bit arrogant, it seems now that although Feng Huia is very good, he is indeed far inferior to Shen Dao. His eyes turned, and Mo Nan continued to look over. Name, Ye Fan. Gold Finger, Devouring Martial Soul, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm 4th Level. Note, it can devour all valuable objects and transform them into pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own refining and absorption. Damn, who is this guy? He's quite awesome. This is another martial soul Golden Finger, but it must not be the same as the physique, there can only be one. Just as Mo Nan was praying in his heart, the familiar font finally appeared. Copy. Yes, copy it quickly. At the same time, Mo Nan stared at the Qingluan phantom in his mind nervously. But please don't be like maximum level of understanding and get eaten by the talented guy. Fortunately, what Mo Nan worried about did not happen. After a golden light reappeared in his mind, the original Qingluan shadow did not disappear. Mo Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that one can only have one constitution at a time, or that they are incompatible, but this does not seem to be the case with martial souls. That's right, Mo Nan has heard of the example of twin martial souls before. After all, Mo Nan was also an anime fan in his previous life. There is an anime whose protagonist seems to be a twin martial soul. Shaking his head, Mo Nan continued to look at those people. There are a lot of people here, but those few people are gathered together and seem to have a good relationship. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I think the golden fingers of those people should be very good. Name, Li Qi. Gold finger, reincarnation of the martial saint, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm 4th level. Note, a saint from the ancient heaven and earth realm reincarnated and cultivated again. Beneath his youthful appearance lies a heart full of vicissitudes. This. Mo Nan was a little confused. What was going on? This kind of golden finger was the first time Mo Nan had seen or even heard of it. Even in high school textbooks, there is no record or introduction to this type of golden finger. Can this thing be copied? People are their own golden fingers, how can they be copied? Just as Mo Nan expected, there was indeed no way to copy this cheat code, and the copy option was not triggered. This was the first time Mo Nan encountered such a situation, and he frowned deeply. This was the first time that the golden finger met the requirements, but I was unable to copy it. What if I encounter those top-level cheat codes in the future, but they have their own defense system and I can't copy them myself? This is the foundation of my livelihood, and no accidents can happen. Brother Tianfu, what's going on? Is it really impossible to replicate? After a while, some fonts appeared in my mind. You can copy all of their inherited memories, but they will die. Ah, this. Mo Nan stared at the young man in black, and finally, shook his head. Forget it. Although I am not a good person, I am not a bad person either. There is no grudge between us. There is no need to break my bottom line for a golden finger of half-step immortal level. I hope this guy won't mess with me in the future, or maybe he's not someone who deserves to die, otherwise. Etc. Mo Nan suddenly realized something. Don't I have a natural restraint against those who possess this kind of reincarnation cheat code that has not been recorded? As long as I have a thought, no matter how high their cultivation level is, they will die? Thinking of this, Mo Nan's heart began to beat rapidly. It would be wonderful if the enemies I meet in the future are reincarnated people. You don't even have to do anything yourself. Just a thought and the emperor falls. The scene is so beautiful. Just as Mo Nan was staring at Li Qi in black, Li Qi suddenly seemed to sense something, turned his head and looked towards Mo Nan. The moment their eyes met, Mo Nan nodded at the other party and then looked away. He's quite an old monster, and he seems quite perceptive. Before a warrior reaches the Grand Master level of martial arts, he has no spiritual consciousness. In this case, the warrior's senses are only related to instinct, in addition to his cultivation. Of course, it's another story for those who have relevant golden fingers. This is also the reason why Mo Nan did not discover Gu Wangqing, who was hiding under the pool, to practice. This Li Qi is indeed worthy of being the former martial saint. On the other side, the people who were originally talking saw Li Qi's sudden action and all looked at him in confusion. Brother Qi, what happened? Feng Huia asked. Li Qi, dressed in black and with a mature temperament, slowly withdrew his gaze. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it well. He calmly shook his head at the people beside him and said, "Nothing happened. I just found a very strong opponent." Oh. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows. Is it the guy on the list? During these few days, they had met most of their senior brothers and sisters in the Juxiao Holy Land. Even if they didn't know them, at least they had seen them. Following Li Qi's gaze, there was also a young man in black. Ye Fan had never seen this person before, so there were only two possibilities: either he was a genius on the Fenjian ranking who had mysteriously disappeared for a few days, or he was one of those senior brothers who had been in seclusion for many years. But Ye Fan felt that it was most likely the former, because the latter rarely came here, and when he came, he didn't look around. Instead, he went directly into the mirror hall. Li Qi shook his head. I don't know. In fact, he was more inclined to the latter, because the opponent was too strong, and at that moment, he felt the threat of death. It was a threat that he couldn't resist even if he used all his trump cards. He had a feeling that the other party could take his life in an instant. Even when facing his senior brothers and sisters before, he didn't have this feeling. If the other party was really a new disciple like him and others, it would be too terrifying. The young emperor is no more than this. Chapter 87. Mo Nan didn't know what Li Qi and the others were thinking. After looking around for a while, he looked at the people over there again. There is still one person Mo Nan has not copied. Mo Nan does not want to miss such a good opportunity. She was a woman, a gorgeous woman in golden clothes. She looked like she was from the Juxiao continent and was very elegant and graceful, like an empress. Name, Nai Huang. Gold Finger, Imperial Law, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm Level 1. Note, the Emperor obeys the will of heaven, holds the people's hearts, and suppresses all forces. It was another very good cheat code, and Mo Nan chose to copy it without hesitation. Mo Nan looked at Nai Huang. This person is the future queen. Of course, if she left the Juxiao world and saw the truly vast world and the brilliant universe, she would still be willing to stay in this small Juxiao world and be a queen. As for arriving on Blue Star, it is impossible to become the queen. It all depends on whether the security team catches you or not. Retracting his gaze, Mo Nan once again looked at the people entering the mirror hall. If nothing unexpected happens, these should be the candidates from previous periods. Mo Nan looked around and saw that the highest level of cultivation was only at the Danhua realm. It seems that these are probably some of the poor students from previous years. Mo Nan searched for a long time and finally found a golden finger that could be copied. Name, Lin Lang. Golden Finger, Formation Inheritance, Tao Level Top Grade. Cultivation, Danhua Realm. Note, use the power of heaven and earth to suppress everything. Very good, Mo Nan chose to copy again. As for the inherited cheat codes, I can only wait until Mo Nan has time to study them slowly. After looking for a long time again and confirming that there was no copyable golden finger, Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao walked into the mirror hall. After entering the hall, Mo Nan looked around. There are many small rooms here, and Mo Nan and his friend have already learned about the mysteries of this place through the introductory booklet. The two of them each found an empty small room and walked in. Originally, if one wanted to practice in the mirror hall, one would need Juxiao points, but since Mo Nan and the others were freshmen, the first time was free and no points were required. After entering the small room, Mo Nan appeared in a void space. Just as Mo Nan was looking around, a figure appeared in front of him. And this figure looks exactly like Mo Nan. Mo Nan deliberately suppressed his own cultivation, starting from the body tempering stage and slowly improving. The magical thing is that no matter how strong Mo Nan is, the figure in front of him will show the same level of cultivation accordingly. It was as if the person standing in front of him was another Mo Nan. The Qing Feng sword appeared in his hand, and similarly, a sword appeared in the hand of the mirror figure. The shadow sword technique unfolded and stabbed towards the mirror figure. The mirrored figure also performed the shadow sword technique and also reached the highest level. Afterwards, Mo Nan engaged in a fierce battle with the mirror figure. The mirror figure, as the name suggests, is a mirror image of Mo Nan himself. Its strength is exactly the same as Mo Nan's, and even its various trump cards and methods are the same as Mo Nan's. However, the replication of the mirror figure has a time limit. In this case, one's own trump card becomes the key to defeating the enemy. In this situation, there are only 3 ways to defeat the opponent. Or, use the key trump card at the critical moment. Either they have abilities or trump cards that cannot be replicated by the mirror space, or they make a breakthrough at the critical moment and surpass their own limits. Mo Nan's goal in coming here was simple. The first was to see if he could break through his own limits. The second reason is that I want to see which of my dozens of golden fingers can be replicated and which cannot be replicated. Finally, it's about earning points. Here, every time you kill your own mirror image, you will get corresponding points, and the reward points are quite a lot. A moment later, Mo Nan used the sword drawing technique to behead the mirror figure with one sword. At the same time, a number of 100 appeared on Mo Nan's Juxiao token, which meant that Mo Nan had obtained 100 points. The next moment, the mirror figure took shape again, and as soon as it appeared, it attacked Mo Nan with a sword drawing technique. The fleeting shadows unfolded, Mo Nan dodged the attack, and with unparalleled speed, he killed the mirror figure again. After obtaining another 100 points, the figure appeared again. This time, the mirror figure's speed was just astonishingly fast, and the movements he performed were just as fleeting. In this way, Mo Nan used his trump cards and abilities again and again, killing the mirror figure again and again, but every time the opponent recondensed, he would replicate all of Mo Nan's abilities. In the end, Mo Nan really became a fighter against himself, and all his abilities were learned by the other party. Mo Nan's battle became more and more difficult, and in the end, the mirror figure's combat effectiveness was almost equal to Mo Nan's. After 10 minutes of fighting, Mo Nan gained 1500 points. Mo Nan finally tested it out and found that almost all of his combat abilities could be replicated. Even the sword intent of the Great Perfection Realm can be replicated, but there is one thing that cannot be replicated in the mirror space, and that is the secret technique Fist of Heaven. After testing this result, Mo Nan was very excited. One of the two opponents who were originally evenly matched suddenly comprehended a top-level secret technique. This will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Doesn't that mean that I can exploit the bug to gain points? So, Mo Nan quickly attacked the mirror figure. Fist of God. Just after Mo Nan killed the mirror figure 3 times again, a voice suddenly came to his mind. Each person can only practice in the mirror space for a quarter of an hour per day. Then, Mo Nan was teleported out. The body appeared in the original mirror hall, and Mo Nan was speechless. I originally thought I could earn points, but it turns out there are still restrictions. Come to think of it, Juxiao Academy probably thought of the existence of this ability that cannot be replicated, so they added such a restriction. Otherwise, many people would be able to earn points infinitely. The mirror images left by each person in the mirror space will not disappear, which means that when Mo Nan comes next time, he will face himself in almost peak state. It took me about a minute to use the Heaven's Fist to kill the mirror figure. In other words, I can come here and pick up 1,500 points for free every day. That's pretty good. After thinking for a while, Mo Nan walked out of the mirror hall. When he arrived outside the hall, Mo Nan saw Li Xiaoao waiting outside. It seemed that he didn't last a quarter of an hour. Let's go to the battle hall and brush up our rankings. Chapter 88. Originally, Mo Nan's goal was the Battle Power Hall. He needed the ranking there to add some points for his place in the Starry Sky battlefield. However, points are required to enter the battle hall, and freshmen do not have free privileges. So, Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao went to the mirror hall first, as only there could freshmen have the privilege of free entry for the first time. This is also the reason why so many freshmen gathered in front of the mirror hall. Of course, they are all freshmen from Juxiao continent. As for the freshmen from Blue Star, they probably haven't had time to check the book introduction yet. It is also possible that they are busy preparing for the freshman ranked tournament 6 days later and have no time to earn points and participate in other activities. Elsewhere in Wuying Peak, in the center of a huge white jade square, a towering palace stands. In front of the main hall, there are more than a dozen stone tablets that are hundreds of feet high. On the stone tablet, large characters appeared, majestic and domineering. At this time, Li Qi and his companions were standing in Baihu Square, looking up at the stone tablet that was 100 feet tall. Ye Fan slowly opened his mouth and read the words on the stone tablet. The ranking of the ultimate combat power in the body tempering realm: first place, Lang Han, Kailan; second place, Jing Tian, Yin Yang; third place, Xiao Wu Di, Zhi Ji. Ye Fan read out the 10 names on the stone tablet one by one, then looked at the people traveling with him with some curiosity and asked doubtfully. It's said that the maximum combat power of each realm is updated every 300 years. This means that these 10 people are the strongest people in the body tempering realm in the Juxiao Academy in the past 300 years. But why has the Juxiao continent never heard of them? Moreover, what do the Kailan, Yin Yang, and Zhi Ji behind them mean? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads silently. Li Qi said calmly, "The path of martial arts is about persistence. Perhaps this is just a temporary talent." As an ancient martial saint, he actually only heard of the Juxiao Holy Land after his reincarnation. In his time, he remembered that the place where he lived was called the Origin Continent. Outside the Origin Continent lies endless time and space and the vast universe. As a martial saint, he once left the Origin Continent and entered the starry sky. But the moment he entered the vast starry sky, he was shattered by a slap from a huge hand that emerged from nothingness. But in his last look at the Origin Continent, he clearly saw that the Origin Continent was actually a huge sphere. After his soul revived and he was reincarnated and cultivated again, he appeared on the Juxiao continent in this so-called Juxiao world. Although the Juxiao continent is also very large, it is very different from the Origin continent in his memory. He felt that it was because those mysterious powerful beings hidden in the starry sky broke into the Origin continent and smashed it into pieces. And this Juxiao Holy Land is probably the last hope and legacy of the human race. I don't know how the human race survived in the face of those powerful people who even the martial saints were powerless to resist. Is the mysterious and powerful man in the starry sky still there? Li Qi felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart. He had to recover his previous life's cultivation as quickly as possible, and it would be best if he could make further progress. Only in this way can we have the ability to protect the human race. He had only 2 purposes for joining the Juxiao Holy Land. The first thing is to see whether the Juxiao Holy Land is as powerful as the rumors say, and whether there are still strong people at the level of martial saint among the human race today. The other is to see how good the geniuses of the human race are today and whether they can support the future of the human race. However, since entering the Juxiao Holy Land, everything he saw did make him feel a little more at ease. Although he has not seen the strongest person in Juxiao Holy Land, his various magical methods prove that Juxiao Holy Land is extraordinary. And those fellow brothers and sisters he had met before were all top geniuses. In ancient times, they were geniuses that only appeared once in 1,000 years. He had seen countless geniuses who were dazzling when they first embarked on the path of martial arts, but they could not maintain their brilliance for long and eventually became mediocre in the crowd. I guess the people on the stone tablet are like this. At this moment, Feng Huiya said, "No, look, there are several people appearing in the Qi gathering realm, Qi condensing realm, Danhua realm, Zifu realm, Wuyi realm, and even in the later realms. This shows that these people are not geniuses who died halfway." They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Ni Huang said, "It's possible that these seniors are all devoted to martial arts, who understand profound things in simple terms and don't care about fame or gain." Several people nodded and agreed. "Okay, let's go in and give it a try. The strongest fighting force in a single realm must have a place for me, Ye Fan." Several people looked at each other, and there was an eager look on their faces. Then, they entered the battle hall one after another. Just before entering the battle hall, Li Qi suddenly turned around and looked towards the nearby area. He chuckled, "Oh? Is he here too? It's a good opportunity to see his strength." After finishing speaking, Li Qi turned and entered the battle hall. The other side. Mo Nan looked at Li Qi who walked into the battle power hall and retracted his gaze. It seems that these geniuses from the Juxiao continent have similar ideas to mine. Then, Mo Nan looked at the stone tablet on the square. Damn! The Juxiao Academy, one of the 4 great academies, doesn't even have a single person in the top 10. Mo Nan was speechless. He knew what Kailan, Yin Yang, and Zhige after those names meant. Those were the names of the other 3 major palaces. Aren't the 4 major palaces said to be equally competitive? Why is Juxiao Academy so unassuming? Of course, it's not that there are no people from Juxiao Academy at all, but the 1 or 2 names that are there are all ranked at the back. Mo Nan didn't expect that the battle power ranking of this battle power hall was actually the common ranking of the 4 major palaces. I think these huge stone tablets must be a shame to the students of Juxiao Academy, right? Who can stand a teacher being outdone by others? I guess even the top management of Juxiao Academy feels unhappy about this, right? No wonder there are so many people here, it seems like they all have a lot of energy in their hearts. I guess these people all want to leave their names on the stone tablet, so that their names can spread throughout the 4 major palaces and the entire Blue Star. Anyone who has the confidence to come here must be a genius who is extremely confident in their own abilities, right? For a genius like this, the golden finger level should not be low, right? With such a good cheat code, it wouldn't be unreasonable to copy it yourself, right? Thinking of this, Mo Nan turned his gaze and looked at the few people who had just come out of the hall. Before Mo Nan had time to look, the stone tablet representing the body tempering realm suddenly glowed, and huge characters began to rotate. Several new large characters appeared on the stone tablet. Chapter 89. Has anyone made it into the top 10 in the past 300 years among those at the extreme combat power level of the body tempering realm? Mo Nan was also attracted by the steel of the body tempering realm. He decided to read it first and then copy it. Anyway, those people were also attracted by the steel and looked at it as well. After a moment, the light on the stone tablet dissipated, and the flowing characters returned to calm. Yang Kai, who was originally ranked 10th, disappeared, while Xiao Wudi, who was ranked 3rd, dropped 1 place. New fonts appeared on the 3rd line of the steel. 3rd place, Lang Wushuan, Kailan. When these words appeared, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Then, everyone's face showed an uncomfortable expression as if they had eaten a fly. Damn it, I got so excited, they're not from our Juxiao Academy. Oh shit, it's the Kailan Academy again. Damn, this is abominable. This battle power hall is simply a disgrace to our Juxiao Academy. Didn't they say that there were many geniuses coming to the Juxiao Academy this term? Where are they? Come out and avenge our Juxiao Holy Land. Because they were too excited, some people even forgot the rule that they could not easily reveal the situation of Blue Star in front of the local disciples of Juxiao continent. After hearing the inexplicable words from a group of senior brothers and sisters, some disciples from Juxiao continent looked at the stone tablet in surprise. Mo Nan frowned. Lang Wushuan, this name seems familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Mo Nan thought about it for a long time before finally remembering it. Isn't this the candidate from the same batch as me? I remember that he ranked 3rd among the candidates in the 3rd batch. Mo Nan frowned and thought of another thing. Speaking of which, Junyang is the strongest candidate among the 3rd batch of candidates except himself. Although the ranking does not represent pure combat power and cheat level, it is almost the same. Even so, Junyang only has a lower grade immortal level golden finger, and Lang Wushuan is probably about the same. Moreover, Lang Wushuan, who most likely possessed a lower grade immortal level golden finger, unexpectedly ranked 3rd in the past 300 years. It seems that this fairy level golden finger is very rare. Although this is only the 3rd batch of candidates, the candidates in previous batches are probably not much different. If that's the case, wouldn't the golden fingers of mid-grade or above the immortal level be even rarer? Where should I go to find those monsters to copy? Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the few people who had walked out of the battle power hall before. Name, Su Ziang. Gold Finger, Golden Dao Law, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, Dan Hua Realm. Note, gold is sharp and can break anything. As expected, those who have the confidence to challenge the combat power rankings are indeed talented. Moreover, this Golden Dao Law is of great use to sword cultivators like Mo Nan. Attack power is the means that sword cultivators are famous for. Among all warriors, sword cultivators have the reputation of being the best in attack power. The Golden Dao Law can greatly increase the attack power of warriors. It is conceivable how important the Golden Dao Law is to sword practitioners. The two can be said to complement each other. Most people with gold-related abilities will choose to follow the path of sword cultivation, and all sword cultivators will also try to comprehend the gold-related artistic conception. The law is an advanced version of the artistic conception. Only when one reaches the realm of a saint can one begin to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and the artistic conception can be comprehended at the realm of a grand master of martial arts. Of course, this is the case when there are no relevant cheat codes. If there are relevant cheat codes, then you don't have to follow this rule. After choosing to copy, Mo Nan looked at the other two again. However, the result left Mo Nan speechless. Both of them have lower grade Dao level golden fingers. No, with a low grade Dao level golden finger, how could you have the courage to challenge the combat power rankings? I searched the crowd again, and found that most of them were just there to fill in the numbers. This puzzled Mo Nan. You guys have nothing to do, why don't you go back and practice? What are you doing wandering around here? However, Mo Nan still found a few cheat codes that could be copied. Weapon Refining Inheritance, Top Grade Dao Level, Wood Dao Law, Top Grade Dao Level, Fire Dao Law, Top Grade Dao Level. Fortunately, not all of them are just unqualified. There are also real geniuses who want to come and leave their names on the stone tablet. Mo Nan chose to copy without hesitation. Mo Nan has now mastered 4 of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He only needs to master the last earth element, and then he can complete the 5 elements of the law. I wonder if there will be any special changes after the 5 elements are gathered? Mo Nan began to look forward to it. After copying everything that could be copied by the people present, Mo Nan walked towards the battle power hall. His real purpose in coming here was to challenge the combat power ranking, and copying the golden finger was just an unexpected surprise. After entering the battle power hall, Mo Nan came to the room with the words Body Tempering Realm written on it. After taking a look, Mo Nan pushed open the door and walked in. The light and shadow changed, and Mo Nan's figure appeared among the mountains. Looking up, I saw silence all around. Mo Nan was speechless. Why did Juxiao Academy always like to do this kind of thing, teleporting people to some inexplicable place at any time? Mo Nan discovered that his cultivation had been suppressed to the peak of the body tempering realm at some point. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the silent forest, and then a cry resounded through the sky. Then, a divine bird with flames burning all over its body appeared in the sky. Is this Suzaku? Mo Nan was a little surprised. Records of Strange Beasts was a required course in high school, so Mo Nan was familiar with most of the mythical and exotic beasts. Looking at Suzaku rushing towards him, Mo Nan felt the aura of the other party. Being at the peak of the body tempering realm as well, it seemed that his first opponent would be this vermilion bird. The vermilion bird can be called a divine beast, so one can imagine its combat power at the same level. The first one to appear is Suzaku. I guess most people can't even get past the first level. With the Qing Feng sword unsheathed, Mo Nan rushed towards the Suzaku swooping down from the sky. At the same time, outside the battle hall, a young man in plain clothes slowly walked up to the stone tablet. The young man was Jun Yang. He looked up at the dozen or so huge stone tablets, and his gaze lingered on the 3 words Lang Wushuan for a moment. Then, Jun Yang chuckled and walked towards the battle power hall. When entering the door, Jun Yang passed by 3 men and 1 woman who were coming out. He did not stop at all and continued to walk inside. Li Qi, who passed by him, turned around and looked at the plainly dressed young man, frowning. Chapter 90. Brother Qi, what's wrong? Ye Fan spoke, but there was a hint of impatience on his face. He now can't wait to go out and see his results. Since he was a child, his family praised him as a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Even his father once said that his talent would rank among the top 3 in the entire Juxiao continent within 1,000 years. I think, even if I'm not first, I should have no problem getting into the top 3, right? Seeing his good friend and rival Li Qi suddenly stop, Ye Fan asked in some confusion. Li Qi shook his head and said slowly, "It's okay, I just found a very strong opponent." It has to be said that as a former martial saint, Li Qi is still very sensitive. He could clearly feel the huge threat coming from the other party, and this person was also unfamiliar. He was probably a new disciple like himself and the others. It's probably those guys on the list again. At this moment, Nai Huang, who had a beautiful face and the temperament of a queen, spoke calmly. His name is Jun Yang, he ranks 2nd on the Fenjiun ranking, he has passed the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower, and he is a young sage. Upon hearing this, several people looked at Nai Huang curiously. Do you know him? Nai Huang nodded slowly, then shook her head. He was the one who broke into the Fenjiun Tower in Tianhuang City. I met him once. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan also looked at Jun Yang's departing back and murmured, young sage. He himself had only passed the 7th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. Judging from this point of view alone, Jun Yang was actually stronger than him. However, Ye Fan was not inferior to others throughout his life. Let's have a head-on confrontation based on the combat power ranking. Li Qi raised his eyebrows. He had also tried the Fenjiun Tower, but he also only made it to the 7th floor. He was the reincarnation of a martial saint and had cultivated twice, but he was unable to defeat the martial saint's shadow on the 8th level. This made him very uncomfortable. He was also confused about one thing, that is there really a phantom on the 9th floor? That is the great emperor. Even in his ancient times, he was an almighty powerful being who could cover the sky with one hand and fight against heaven and earth. Such a powerful person only appears once in several eras or even dozens of eras, and even exists only in legends. After the chaos of ancient times, the traces of emperors and nobles remain. This was the consensus of everyone at the time. Li Qi himself had never seen a true emperor. But now, this world of Juxiao, which has been shattered into pieces, actually claims that there is an emperor. It is simply ridiculous. If the great emperor really existed, then the origin continent would not have been shattered. Could it be that after his death, a great emperor really appeared? Maybe. After practicing for some time and improving my combat power at the same level, I will have a great chance of passing the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. Then, I can find out what's going on. Thinking of this, Li Qi began to become more curious about the geniuses on the Fenjiun ranking who had passed the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. He looked at Nai Huang and asked, do you know the origins of those geniuses on the Fenjiun ranking? Are they really hidden martial arts forces? Is there really so many hidden forces in the Juxiao continent? Nai Huang shook her head. I don't know. I once asked my father, and he said that if I was good enough, I would know in the future, so there was no need for me to ask. Okay, never mind. We'll find out later. Let's go out and check the rankings first. Ye Fan said, and took the lead to walk towards the stone tablet outside the hall. The other 3 looked at each other and walked out one after another. They were also looking forward to their rankings. I wonder if I and others can rank among the top 10 geniuses in the 9 skies in the past 300 years? They just tested their combat power in the body tempering realm and couldn't wait to come out to check their rankings. After looking at the ranking of the body tempering realm, the 4 of them will challenge the combat power rankings of other realms again. So, the 4 of them came to the huge stone tablet. Then, the 4 people were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. I am one of the top 10 geniuses on the hidden dragon list of the Juxiao continent, but not a single one of me can enter this combat power ranking list. It's okay for Naihuang and Feng Huia, it's understandable that they can't make it into the top 10. But Ye Fan and Li Qi are the first and second ranked geniuses on the hidden dragon list. These two are also the most extraordinary geniuses in the entire Juxiao continent in hundreds of years, and are praised by the martial artists of Juxiao continent as the 2 most outstanding geniuses. However, these 2 people failed to make it into the top 10? This made them very unbelievable. Not to mention them, some disciples from Juxiao continent who knew them were also in disbelief. They originally wanted to see what rank Ye Fan and Li Qi, the 2 peerless geniuses, would get, so many people placed bets. And now, a group of people from Juxiao continent are so upset that they want to cry, because the dealer is making a fortune. No, look, the rankings have changed. Feng Huia suddenly spoke and pointed at the stone tablet in front of him. A few people looked up and saw that the 3rd place was suddenly occupied by a man named Lang Wushuan. Naihuang frowned. Who is this Lang Wushuan? His name is not on the list of the most popular people. Feng Huia added, besides, this person's name is not mentioned among the senior brothers and sisters. The Juxiao Holy Land only recruits disciples once every 30 years, but there are many senior brothers and sisters in the Holy Land. Several people originally thought that they were all recruited from those hidden forces and did not pay too much attention to it. And where did this Lang Wushuan come from? This made the 4 of them feel very uncomfortable. Being surpassed by unknown people one after another must be a big blow, right? Let's go. Li Qi said lightly. This Juxiao continent is becoming more and more interesting. He wants to recover his strength as soon as possible and see what it is like. Wait. Ye Fan said slowly, let's see how capable Jun Yang is. Li Qi also stopped walking. He suddenly remembered that the young man who had threatened his life and death before should also be challenging the rankings. It would be a good opportunity to see his strength. So, the 4 people put away the bitterness in their hearts and began to wait, their eyes silently staring at the stone tablet in front of them. Just after they waited for a few minutes, the stone tablet suddenly changed. Rays of light emerged, the original fonts began to rotate continuously, and new fonts also emerged. After a moment, the second-ranked name was pushed down and a new line of fonts appeared. 2nd place, Jun Yang, Juxiao. This. Ye Fan withdrew his gaze with some disappointment, we. But before he could finish his words, the light on the stone tablet lit up again. The magnificent fonts began to flow again. Everyone's eyes turned to the stone tablet again. Chapter 91. After a moment, the light on the stone tablet dissipated. A new line of characters appeared at the top of the body tempering realm steel, occupying the position that originally belonged to the 1st place. First, Mo Nan, Juxiao. The moment this line of text appeared, the crowd, who were originally excited and thrilled, immediately became excited. Here he comes, he's finally here. 3 years. I've been waiting for 3 whole years. Juxiao Academy has finally made progress. Ha ha ha, feel proud, feel proud. Next time I go back on vacation, I'll see how that kid Laozhong can still act in front of me. That's right. Just because I joined the Juxiao Holy Land, I was ridiculed by those guys for several years. Mo Nan, Jun Yang, well done, you really made our Juxiao Holy Land proud. The battle power rankings are a disgrace to our Juxiao Academy? No, from today on, the battle power rankings are the glory of our Juxiao Academy. That's right, that's right. Go challenge the extreme combat power rankings of other realms and crush the other 3 major palace fighters under my feet. The crowd watching suddenly fell into excitement and madness. Li Qi and the other three stared at the stone tablet in front of them with a dazed look. At this moment, the ranking on the stone tablet has undergone tremendous changes, and is completely different from before the four people entered the battle power hall. Feng Huia opened his mouth blankly and read out the ranking above. First, Mo Nan, Juxiao. Second, Lang Han, Kailan. Third, Jun Yang, Juxiao. Fourth, Jing Tian, Yin Yang. Fifth, Lang Wushuan, Kailan. Sixth, Xiao Wudi, Ji Ji. He read out the names one by one, and then he looked at the other three people blankly. After a while, they finally recovered from their shock and astonishment. After looking at each other, the four of them showed bitter smiles on their faces. Even Li Qi, who had always been gloomy, looked like he had been shocked. Is this the level of the geniuses on the Fenjian ranking? They are indeed very strong. Nai Huang said slowly. Ye Fan clenched his fists tightly and pursed his lips deeply. Throughout his life, Ye Fan was not inferior to anyone. Even if the opponent is very strong, I will catch up with them. Moreover, this is just the combat power of the body tempering realm. The real strength is still unknown. He, Ye Fan, has not lost yet. Let's go. Let's go test the combat power of the Qi condensation realm. Ye Fan spoke to the three of them. He wanted to compete with these geniuses on the list again. Li Qi also had the same idea, but he did not move. Instead, he looked at the stone tablet and frowned deeply. Li Qi looked at the three people around him and asked, "Are there any other holy places on the Juxiao continent?" Nai Huang shook her head, "No, it's impossible." "Why do you ask this, brother Li?" Li Qi pursed his lips at the three of them and said, "Juxiao, Kailan, Yunyang, Zhij. Don't the two characters after these names sound like they represent four holy places?" Li Qi originally didn't think much about the font at the end, thinking it was some kind of evaluation of Kailan talent, but the two words Juxiao after Mo Nan and Jun Yang made him think more. After careful consideration, the only reasonable explanation for all this is that there are four holy places in the Juxiao continent, namely the Juxiao Holy Land, the Kailan Holy Land, the Yunyang Holy Land, and the Zhij Holy Land. Combined with the few words from his senior brothers and sisters around him, Li Qi became more certain of his guess. But the answer we get now is that there is only one Holy Land on the Juxiao continent, the Juxiao Holy Land. This made Li Qi very puzzled. Could it be that there were also hidden places in the Holy Land? Ye Fan and the other two were also a little confused, but they didn't care too much. Ye Fan said, "Never mind him, it has nothing to do with us now. If there is any secret, we will know it in the future. Let's challenge the battle power ranking of the Qi condensation realm first." Everyone agreed with what he said, and then walked towards the battle hall again. At the same time, two figures also arrived in front of the battle hall. There was a man and a woman, but the woman walked in front with an indifferent look on her face, while the man followed behind with a courteous look. "Yelan, how am I, Yang Feng, unworthy of you? Now that you and I have both joined the Juxiao Holy Land, and our families have always been close friends, wouldn't it be a beautiful story that will be passed down through the ages if we become Taoist companions?" Yang Feng gently waved his folding fan, followed behind Zhao Yelan, and talked incessantly. Zhao Yelan walked in front with an indifferent look on her face, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Yang Feng frowned and continued, "Yelan, you're not interested in that kid named Mo Nan, are you? Don't look at how impressive he is in Tianling City and how talented he is. This is the Juxiao Holy Land, where there are countless geniuses. That kid is nothing here. Mo Nan, he's nothing." But just as Yang Feng finished speaking, he felt many eyes gathered on him. When he turned around, he felt that everyone around him was staring at him as if he was a fool. Yang Feng, who was about to curse, stopped cursing when he thought that this was the Juxiao Holy Land and most of the people around were his fellow apprentices. He said, "My fellow brothers and sisters, why are you looking at me?" At this time, a young man passing by patted Yang Feng on the shoulder and said lightly, "Boy, try not to go out when you don't use your brain in the future. It's easy to get beaten to death." After saying that, the young man left, leaving Yang Feng a little puzzled. However, the moment his eyes accidentally caught sight of the ranking list on the stone tablet, he froze in place. On the other side, inside the body tempering space of the Battle Power Hall. After Mo Nan killed a 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the body tempering realm, he exhaled deeply. Is the way to test combat power to fight against the phantoms of these ancient mythical beasts? If so, it seems a little insufficient. Mo Nan looked up at the sky, feeling a little puzzled. If we only rely on young divine beasts to measure combat power, it is indeed not enough, as there are so many geniuses on Blue Star. It is not uncommon to find geniuses who can crush all the divine beasts at the same level. In this case, how can we test their ultimate combat power? Sure enough, at this moment, a blade of light suddenly slashed down from the sky. Mo Nan curled the corners of his mouth, unsheathed his Qing Feng sword, and rushed towards the blade light in the sky. Swords move in all directions. Mo Nan felt inexplicably excited, and he also wanted to know where he ranked in terms of combat power in the body tempering realm. The body tempering stage is the starting stage of the martial arts path. Just as a tall building rises from the ground, Mo Nan also really wants to know whether his foundation is solid enough. As Mo Nan jumped up, the knife light and the sword light collided fiercely. Chapter 92. The moment the blade light touched the sword light, Mo Nan was knocked to the ground fiercely, leaving a huge deep pit in the place. And that blade light also dissipated in the sky. Mo Nan jumped out of the deep pit and looked up at the sky in surprise. Is this the power of the body tempering realm? Mo Nan was speechless. The power of that attack just now was completely beyond the power of a warrior in the body tempering realm. With that attack just now, it is estimated that any warrior in the middle stage of the Qi gathering realm would be killed on the spot. At this moment, a spear light came from the sky, and a long spear pierced the clouds and came towards Mo Nan rapidly. The Qing Feng sword was unsheathed again, and Mo Nan rushed towards the spear light. 9 suns shining in the sky. So, Mo Nan fought against the attacks that kept falling from the sky. After Mo Nan collided with the attack in the sky for the 9th time, Mo Nan fell to the ground. He looked at the fist formed by clouds in the sky and raised his eyebrows. This method of attack seems familiar. This seems to be Fist of God. The corner of Mo Nan's mouth moved. It seemed that Jun Yang had also come to the Battle Power Hall. Moreover, this kid was really fast. He completed the test one step faster than me. 9th, that is to say, Jun Yang ranks 2nd? Looking at the fist falling from the sky again, Mo Nan drew his sword to meet it. A moment later, after Mo Nan smashed an ice spike, the ground suddenly began to shake. Then, a stone tablet emerged from the ground. Congratulations, you've become the new number 1. Please leave your strongest attack on the stone tablet. Seeing this, Mo Nan drew out his Qing Feng sword. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Mo Nan used all his trump cards and abilities. This attack was also his most powerful attack at this moment. Thunder Trial. The Qing Feng sword, with the force of thunder, pierced the stone tablet in front of him. Then, the stone tablet shook and slowly sank into the ground. After taking a deep look at the sky, Mo Nan's figure disappeared among the mountains. At the same time, on a mountain somewhere in the Juxiao Holy Land, there was a place shrouded in clouds and mist. 2 figures, one black and one white, are playing chess. The figure in white smiled and said, "This little guy is really a surprise." After the man in black landed a move, he said calmly, "This is to be expected. However, it is surprising that this boy has a hint of earthbound nature." I wonder why he didn't choose to challenge the 9th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower at that time. Who knows, but I guess he will go there in the future. Mo Nan, interesting. He should be the most talented and strongest disciple of this batch. The man in black smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Isn't there another person who is favored by luck? Let's wait and see. The man in white shook his head, I still don't quite believe it. Luck is more important than talent. The man in black continued to laugh and said, how do you explain the one from 800 years ago? Then, the top of the mountain fell into silence. Battle Hall. Mo Nan did not choose to go out, but continued to walk towards the room representing the Qi condensation realm. Just as Mo Nan was about to push the door open, a voice came. Mo Nan. Mo Nan turned around and saw Jun Yang was about to push the door open at the door of the room next to him. Jun Yang saw Mo Nan looking over and said lightly, I didn't see you in the tempering body realm space. Mo Nan understood Jun Yang's meaning. Anyone who could make it into the top 10 would leave behind an attack of their own. Jun Yang meant that he did not see the attack left by Mo Nan. Jun Yang looked over. He didn't believe that Mo Nan couldn't make it into the top 10. Mo Nan chuckled, I saw you. Jun Yang's eyes narrowed, he also understood what Mo Nan meant. Jun Yang defeated 9 attacks by himself. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be ranked second. Mo Nan actually saw his own attack. There is no doubt that he is at least third. But Jun Yang felt that Mo Nan would not only be the third. Jun Yang didn't say anything else, pushed the door open and walked in. Mo Nan chuckled and also opened the door and walked in. In the distance, 4 figures stood there quietly, listening clearly to the conversation between Mo Nan and Jun Yang. Those 4 people were Li Qi, Ye Fan, Naihuang and Feng Huia. They looked at Mo Nan and the other person who had walked into the Qi condensation realm room, with different expressions in their eyes. There is fighting spirit, bitterness, and curiosity. It seems that these 2 people are Jun Yang and Mo Nan, who are ranked first and second on the Fenjian ranking. Naihuang spoke softly, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Feng Huia asked, but what did their conversation just now mean? Can't the combat space only be entered alone? They said they saw something, but what did they see? Naihuang shook his head. He didn't understand the conversation between Mo Nan and him. Li Qi and Ye Fan looked at each other, with a thoughtful look in their eyes. After a difficult battle in the combat space, the 2 of them finally killed the divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Just when the 2 of them thought they had defeated all their opponents, a palm print suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly killing the 2 of them and forcing them out of the combat space. Because the 2 of them entered earlier, the 10th place at that time was still a master of palm techniques. The 2 seemed to have thought of something, but because they had too little information, they didn't dare to be sure. Li Qi took a deep look at Mo Nan's back and murmured, is he Mo Nan? Does he really have the ability to kill me effortlessly when I have revealed all my cards? Finally, Li Qi shook his head. He still didn't quite believe it. Maybe it was just his illusion. Let's go in and try it too. Afterwards, the 4 of them each found a room, opened the door and walked in. A moment later, Feng Huia and Naihuang came out one after another. After looking at each other, they each smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The 2 of them fell into the hands of the 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the Qi gathering realm again. It was estimated that this time, there was no hope of ranking. After another moment, Li Qi and Ye Fan also came out one after another. After the 2 looked at each other, they uttered a word in unison. Gun. This time, after the 2 killed the 5-clawed golden dragon, what appeared was no longer the palm print as before, but a long spear and a spear light. The same thing is that both of them were eliminated in seconds after they met. They were both a little shocked. Was that really the power that belonged to the body tempering realm? In the face of the spear light, the 2 men were completely powerless to resist. The arrogance in the hearts of the two was reduced again. After a long silence, looking at the still silent rooms of Mo Nan and Jun Yang, Li Qi said slowly. Let's go out and check the rankings. Chapter 93. Li Qi and his three companions walked out of the battle power hall and headed towards the ranking stone tablet. In fact, Li Qi and Ye Fan had already vaguely sensed something, and they had probably guessed that they might not be able to make the list. But they both still wanted to take a look at the battle power rankings, and there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, if that spear light could only be considered the threshold for making the list, then it would be too terrifying. Can the Qi gathering realm really be that powerful? Afterwards, the four of them came to the ranking stone tablet. Sure enough, there was no change on the Qi condensation realm ranking stone tablet, and the names of several people were not on the list as expected. Although the four of them felt bitter, they did not leave. Instead, they stood there tacitly and began to wait. They were waiting for the results of Mo Nan and Jun Yang, wanting to see whether the two geniuses ranked first and second on the list could still look down on the geniuses of the past 300 years in the Qi gathering realm. There are many people who have the same idea as these four people. They also stared at the ranking stele eagerly, waiting for Mo Nan and Jun Yang to dominate the list again and trample all those people from the other three major academies under their feet. The ranking of the Qi gathering realm on the battle power ranking stele is actually similar to that of the body tempering realm. At present, the leader is still the person from Kailan Academy named Lang Han, the second is still Jing Tian, and the third is still Xiao Wudi. The only difference is that two unfamiliar names appeared in the 8th and 9th positions, and the person ranked 8th in the body tempering realm was ranked 10th on the Qi gathering realm stele. The crowd didn't have to wait long. After about 5 minutes, a bright light appeared on the stone tablet. The familiar scene appeared again, and the big words began to flow again. Here it comes, it's here. These two freshmen are going to dominate the rankings again. Haha, I really want to take a picture of this scene and send it to that kid Lao Zhang to see how he can still show off. Unfortunately, I can't take a picture. Are you stupid? There are photo stones on the Juxiao continent. Take a picture of it quickly and post it on the Yangzia forum later. Yes, yes, yes. As everyone was talking, the unusual movements on the stone tablet stopped and the stone tablet returned to calm again. Everyone looked up quickly. Sure enough, Jun Yang once again pushed Jing Tian down to second place. Jun Yang's name appeared again in the second line. Second, Jun Yang, Juxiao. However, everyone's eyes still did not move away from the ranking stele, but were still waiting for something. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the light appeared again and the font began to flow again. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the font finally froze. First, Mo Nan, Juxiao. Jun Yang, who was ranked second just now, has been squeezed to third place. Ha ha ha, I knew it. These two people really didn't let us down. Hurry, hurry, continue challenging the Qi condensation realm rankings. Start to conquer the leaderboard. They shouldn't challenge me for the time being, right? After all, they've only been awakened for 2 months. It's hard for them to reach the peak of the Qi condensation realm, right? I think so. What's being tested here is the ultimate combat power of a single realm. Only those who have cultivated to the limit of that realm, or have broken through to the next realm, will choose to challenge the ultimate combat power ranking of that realm. That's such a shame. I wanted to see them dominate the rankings, but now it seems there's no hope. What are you thinking? Their combat power is as high as more than a dozen stone tablets. There are rankings for those below the Saint realm. Even if they can continue to challenge the Qi condensation realm, they are far from being able to dominate the list, right? That's right. Although they are both very evil, can they still defy the will of heaven in just 2 months? Everyone was talking about it, with a hint of disappointment on their faces. Li Qi and the other three standing in the crowd were looking at the stone tablet in front of them, each with a wry smile on their face. Even Ye Fan, who has always been arrogant, had a self-deprecating smile on his face. He originally had high aspirations, but now, he has no choice but to accept it. The achievement in the body-tempering realm can be said to be due to the opponent's solid foundation and the long time spent in the body-tempering realm, which is why he has such amazing combat power. And now, the other party is able to stand out from the crowd in the chi-gathering realm, so there is only one explanation. The talents and strengths of those two people are indeed stronger than his own. Ye Fan knew how powerful his own divine abilities were, but Mo Nan and Jun Yang's divine abilities were even stronger than his? So, to what extent did the divine abilities of those two people reach a terrifying level? In addition, on the Fenjiun ranking, there are more than just Mo Nan and Jun Yang who have passed the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. It is said that the top 10 geniuses on the Fenjiun ranking have all passed the 8th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. If that's the case, then I can't even make it into the top 10 among my peers? After realizing this, Ye Fan was devastated and felt bitter in his heart. Li Qi looked at the words Juxiao and Kailan after the names on the leaderboard, and frowned deeply. As a former martial saint, he needs to look further ahead. In his mind, he was thinking about the enemies from the starry sky that the human race faced, and about the survival of the human race. In this situation, he wanted to find out any useful information. During the past few days since entering the Juxiao continent, all aspects have revealed that the overall strength of the human race is far greater than in ancient times. But if that's the case, why didn't the human race even preserve the origin continent? Instead, it was smashed to pieces by the enemies in the starry sky, becoming the current Juxiao continent. Although the Juxiao continent is also very vast, it is far inferior to the origin continent in his memory. Li Qi decided to find some time to ask his senior brothers and sisters what was going on. Those seniors always say some incomprehensible things, I guess they must know something. Putting his thoughts aside, Li Qi looked at the stone tablet again. I am a martial saint, and I have come a long way on the road to becoming a martial saint. And each of these people on the stone tablet has a talent stronger than his own. Could it be that their future achievements will be higher than that of a martial saint? Emperor? Thinking of the grand spectacle of dozens of emperors appearing in the same era, Li Qi's heart suddenly sank. Even with his cunning and state of mind, his heart began to beat uncontrollably. On the other side, in the corner, Zhao Yelan also saw the changes on the ranking stele. Her rosy lips opened slightly, and she was shocked. It turned out that what he said was true. At the age of 20, he had mastered the spear skill to the fullest and killed the demon queen of Flower Fruit Mountain in the sky. Zhao Yelan didn't believe this sentence originally, but now, she believes it. Only a peerless figure like that could dominate the world for 300 years. Chapter 94. At the same time, the doors of the battle hall were divided into left and right. Two young figures, one black and one grey, walked out. It was Mo Nan and Jun Yang. As soon as the two walked out of the hall, a large group of people surrounded them. A beautiful girl in a moon-white gauze dress looked at Mo Nan and the others eagerly, and said with a sweet smile, "Two junior brothers, can you add me as your friends?" As he spoke, he took out the Juxiao token from the storage space. Ah, this! After a long while, Mo and Nan finally squeezed out from the crowd. There was nothing they could do. The seniors were too enthusiastic, especially the senior sisters, who were almost taking action, leaving Mo Nan and the others speechless. The two of them came to the ranking stele together and looked up. In fact, there is no need to look, as both of them already know their rankings. Mo Nan was just curious whether Li Qi and Ye Fan could make it into the top 10, while Jun Yang wanted to see Mo Nan's ranking. He also did not see the attack left by Mo Nan in the combat space of the Qi condensation realm. He thought that Mo Nan's progress should be slower than his. Moreover, he was also a little curious whether Mo Nan had defeated the ice spike. He himself has fallen in front of the ice spike twice in a row. That small ice spike is so strong that it is a bit scary. I wonder if Mo Nan can defeat it. When the two of them saw the ranking on the stone tablet clearly, a strange look appeared on their faces. Jun Yang looked at Mo Nan deeply, said nothing, nodded, and left. Mo Nan also nodded at Jun Yang, and then began to ponder. Li Qi and the other person were not on the list, which means that the golden finger of the half-step immortal level is not capable of making the list. The 10 people on the list are probably the owners of the immortal level golden fingers, and most likely they are of low quality. Because Jun Yang, who possesses the immortal level golden finger, ranks second, which is very telling. Except for the one named Lang Han who is still not sure, the other 8 people should all have the golden finger of the lower grade of the immortal level. As for Lang Han, Mo Nan also felt that he was most likely a lower grade immortal. Because he had fought against that attack before, and although it was stronger than Jun Yang's, it was not much stronger and had not reached the level of being a complete break. From this point of view, it is most likely a lower grade immortal level golden finger. This made Mo Nan frown deeply. It's been 300 years, and not even a single mid-grade immortal level golden finger has appeared? How is this possible? Although the rankings don't tell the whole story, they're pretty close. There are more than 1 trillion humans on Blue Star. In addition, the human race is now strong and the martial arts are flourishing. But under such circumstances, there has not been an owner of a mid-grade immortal level golden finger in 300 years? Although there is only a ranking of the 4 Supreme Academies here, the 4 Supreme Academies can, to a certain extent, reflect the situation of the human race on Blue Star. Although Mo Nan was a little bit unconvinced, the facts before him were indeed so. Mo Nan felt that there might be some secrets that he didn't know about, but there was no way to explore them now, so he could only wait and see later. Although I say that I can copy infinitely, I can't cook without rice. If I can't find a higher level golden finger, I will be embarrassed. I must find a way to figure this out. If the immortal level golden finger is truly rare to find in hundreds of years, then my options are even fewer. I can only seek help from those senior and powerful masters. Mo Nan was thinking in his heart that although he would not be without a way out, after all, there were many powerful predecessors on Blue Star, and their golden fingers must have reached the middle grade of the immortal level or above. But then again, that kind of existence is not something you can see just because you want to. It seems that I should hurry up and enter the starry sky battlefield. There should be quite a few peerless geniuses and powerful people there. Moreover, if all else fails, I can also copy the talents and abilities of those alien races in the universe. Since I can copy the talents of evil spirits, I should be able to copy the talents of other races in the universe as well. Thinking of this, Mo Nan felt a little relieved, but also became more anxious, wishing he could enter the starry sky battlefield immediately. I turned around and was just about to look for Li Xiaoao when the two of them were going to the next special place. A pleasant voice came over. Mo Nan. Looking over at the voice, Mo Nan saw an acquaintance and responded with a smile. Master Zhao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become more beautiful again. At this time, Zhao Yelan had changed her constable uniform into a blue locken one, and she had a little rouge on her perfect face, making her look even more charming. Zhao Yelan blushed and said softly, "Don't call me Master Zhao anymore. We are from the same sect now." "Okay, then I'll call you Junior Sister Zhao." Mo Nan thought for a long time and finally came up with a barely reasonable name. Zhao Yelan shook her head and said, "That's too distant. Just call me Yelan." After saying this, Zhao Yelan's pretty face turned even redder. "Okay, Yelan." Mo Nan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It was just a normal name. He didn't understand why the girl was blushing. At this moment, Mo Nan saw Li Xiaoao walking towards him with his hands behind his head and a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. Mo Nan was also speechless after seeing this guy's new look. It is impossible to put your hands in your pockets in ancient costumes, but I didn't expect this guy to design a new look for himself. It seems that showing off is this guy's life creed. Mo Nan suddenly had an idea and remembered the unusual movement from the pretentious system when the battle ended, so he quickly checked it out. Congratulations on your success in showing off and obtaining 10 drops of 10,000-year-old stalactite. 1,000-year-old stalactites? Very good. Hey, wait. When did I show off? I was fighting at the time, alone in the entire space. When did I show off? Li Xiaoao walked over, chewing on a dogtail grass, his voice still cold. First? Not bad. The tone is like that of an elder expressing appreciation to a younger generation. Mo Nan rolled his eyes and was too lazy to talk to this guy. This guy must have taken quite a few hits, right? This battle hall is a training ground for geniuses. They come with smiles and leave with tears, making the process even more torturous. Mo Nan introduced them to each other. Yelan, this is my friend Li Xiaoao. Then he introduced her to Li Xiaoao. This is Zhao Yelan, a friend I met in Tianling City. Mo Nan emphasized the 3 words Tianling City, and Li Xiaoao immediately understood. He stretched out his hand and said gentlemanly. Ms. Zhao, nice to meet you. Zhao Yelan naturally didn't know that Li Xiaoao wanted to shake hands. She just thought it was a small gesture from the other party. She said, nice to meet you. Mo Nan's friend must be a top genius, so Zhao Yelan did not dare to neglect him. Looking at Li Xiaoao who withdrew his hand awkwardly, Mo Nan felt a little funny. Okay, let's go to the next place. Chapter 95. Where are you going? Li Xiaoao put his hands behind his head and spoke lightly. He actually wanted to go back and practice immediately. He had just suffered a considerable blow in the combat space. He was tortured to death by a 5-clawed golden dragon, which almost left a psychological trauma on Li Xiaoao. He now really wants to go back and practice martial arts and improve his combat power, and then come back to get his revenge. Mo Nan also saw what Li Xiaoao was thinking and said with a smile, let's go. After I finish deducing the sword dance, your combat power will be improved by at least 1 level. Li Xiaoao's eyes lit up, really? Seeing Mo Nan nod, Li Xiaoao took the lead and walked towards another place on Wuying Peak. Li Xiaoao, who had already read Juxiao's introduction, naturally knew where the next place Mo Nan mentioned was and where the sword dance could be deduced. Seeing this, Mo Nan and Zhao Yelan followed. Li Qi and his 4 companions, who were not far away, originally wanted to come over to say hello to Mo Nan and Jun Yang, but Jun Yang left without saying a word, and Mo Nan also left with his friends. Feng Wei looked at the direction Mo Nan left and asked curiously, it seems they are going to the Hall of Enlightenment. It seems so. We haven't been there either. Why don't we go and take a look together? Nai Huang said. Li Qi and Ye Fan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The Hall of Enlightenment was originally one of their destinations, and now was a good time to go and take a look. In terms of combat power, they are no match for Mo Nan and Jun Yang, and they don't know if they can surpass them in comprehension. And can they make it into the comprehension rankings? Thinking of this, several people also walked towards the Hall of Enlightenment. The people who had gathered in front of the Battle Power Hall followed Mo Nan when they saw him walking towards the Enlightenment Hall. They were very curious. Could there be someone who could crush all the geniuses of the past 300 years in terms of both combat power and comprehension? Although combat power and comprehension are inextricably linked, they are actually 2 completely different levels, or in other words, 2 completely different golden finger abilities. There are very few people with golden fingers that can surpass countless geniuses in both aspects. It's not that they don't exist, but it's extremely rare. Take Jun Yang for example. As he possesses the supreme bone, his comprehension is definitely not bad, it can even be said to be very high. However, compared with Zhong Lingyun's unparalleled comprehension, it is not good enough. Every profession has its own expertise, and this also applies to the golden finger level. This is also the reason why Junyang did not choose to go to the Hall of Enlightenment, but Mo Nan chose to go to the Hall of Enlightenment. Could it be that his golden finger takes both into account and has reached an extremely incredible level? Out of curiosity, everyone followed. At the same time, a handsome young man with bright eyes and a cleverness about him entered the Hall of Enlightenment without anyone noticing. When Mo Nan and the other two arrived in front of the Wuxing Hall, they found that there were also quite a few people here. Mo Nan turned around and saw that most of the people present were experts in comprehension or had golden fingers that were inclined towards comprehension. There are also people who have obtained temporary enlightenment abilities such as epiphany cards and wander around here, wanting to challenge the rankings. After looking around for a long time, Mo Nan still couldn't find a golden finger that could be copied. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a young man holding a book in his hand. Name, Fang Yun. Gold finger, reading comprehension system, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Danhua realm. Note, after reading a book completely, there is a chance to comprehend the skills and items in the book. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. This golden finger is very interesting. Moreover, it is very powerful. If I could copy it and then write the classics in my mind into a book in this world, then... Mo Nan thought of the scene where he used a two-dimensional foil to directly reduce the entire universe to a two-dimensional plane, and he couldn't help shivering all over. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? After all, it's just a golden finger of the half-step immortal level. How can it be so powerful? However, the reason why this golden finger is only at the half-step immortal level is probably closely related to the word chance. This kind of luck-based thing can sometimes be very disappointing. Mo Nan chose to copy without hesitation and started searching again. Unfortunately, there was no gain afterwards. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the Hall of Enlightenment. The layout here is similar to that of the Battle Hall. The only difference is that there is only one ranking stone tablet here, and it is extremely huge, hundreds of feet high. There are also a full 100 names on it. First, Yunling, Kailan. Second, Zhongchen, Yin Yang. Third, Suyat, Kailan. Ninth, Fang Yun, Juxiao. 10th, Zhong Yun, Juxiao. Mo Nan was very surprised and a little puzzled. He was very clear about how incredible unparalleled comprehension was, but Zhong Yun was only ranked 10th. Just how terrifying is the understanding of those people in front? Fang Yun was also on the list, but he was only 9th, or the 8 people in front of him all had immortal level golden fingers. Or, Fang Yun's system, which sometimes worked and sometimes didn't work at the critical moment. In addition, Mo Nan actually saw a familiar name on the ranking stele, which was unexpected but reasonable. 68th, Song Feng, Kailan. This surprised Mo Nan a little. This Song Feng should be the deputy mayor of Linan City, Song Feng. His golden finger was the full level of comprehension that Mo Nan had been using before, which was a mid-level Taoist grade. After seeing this ranking, Mo Nan lost some confidence. I originally thought that with unparalleled understanding, even if I couldn't get first place, I would be almost there. Now it seems that it is a bit difficult. You should know that the higher your ranking, the more points you get. When Mo Nan took first place in the combat power ranking, he received a full 100,000 Juxiao points. The first place on both lists is 200,000. According to the introduction, 100,000 points are enough to exchange for a heavenly grade martial art at Juxiao Academy. Its high value can be seen from this. It seems that if you want to get a high ranking, you can only rely on the reading comprehension system. Although Fang Yun is only ranked 9th, it is very likely because Fang Yun is unlucky, or in other words, he is good at reading the Book of Magic. Thinking of this, Mo Nan asked Li Xiaoao and Zhao Yalan beside him, which of you brought a pen? Seeing the two of them shaking their heads, Mo Nan frowned. Wait for me here for a while. Afterwards, Mo Nan quickly disappeared here amid the puzzled gazes of the people who followed him. Mo Nan came to his own independent courtyard at the fastest speed. After entering the room, he quickly took out the Juxiao token. I'd like to request use of a computer and printer. On the Juxiao token, the following words appeared. 10000 points. Oh shit! Mo Nan cursed inwardly, robbing money, right? Chapter 96. Mo Nan felt like he was being slaughtered like a fat sheep. Something that can be done with a few spirit coins outside actually requires a full 10,000 points here. Worth a local level martial art. If this isn't money grabbing, what is? This is because I am a freshman on Blue Star. If I were from Juxiao continent, my points would probably be higher, and I would also have to meet other conditions. This is so dark. He doesn't want to be the scapegoat. Mo Nan had an idea and decided to go back to Blue Star first and come back after he was done. However, his figure did not disappear. The words "Please complete the leave application process first" appeared on the Juxiao token. Damn it! Mo Nan had the illusion that he had joined a pyramid scheme. Is this even reasonable? Mo Nan gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words from between his teeth, pay. Mo Nan was very unhappy about being ripped off by Juxiao Academy this time. He had to use up all the points he could. After Mo Nan's points dropped by a full 10,000, a computer and a printer appeared in front of him. Mo Nan immediately sat down in front of the computer and started typing quickly. The speed of the Qi Condensation Realm Warrior was displayed to the fullest, his fingers turned into afterimages, and he could write 100 words in 1 second. Deep in the cold and dark depths of the universe, 9 gigantic dragon corpses pull an ancient bronze coffin, lasting forever. Climb the road to heaven, singing and walking, snapping my fingers, covering the sky. As Mo Nan's fingers fell quickly, a grand world view began to take shape, powerful characters began to appear, and all kinds of heaven-defying methods and magical powers began to appear. At a speed of hundreds of words per second, Mo Nan finished typing 6 million words in less than 2 hours. This speed is simply horrifying. If he returns to Earth to write novels, even if Mo Nan has no talent, he can still beat those great writers. After quickly printing it into a book, Mo Nan quickly rushed to the Hall of Enlightenment. In front of the Hall of Enlightenment, Mo Nan had been gone for more than an hour, and the people who had followed him from the Battle Power Hall were already getting impatient. Many people chose to leave. After all, time is very precious to these geniuses, and no one wants to spend their time waiting here for people. Just as the few remaining people were about to leave, the ranking stele suddenly shone brightly. One by one, the characters began to flow, and the changes were exactly the same as when Mo Nan and Jun Yang were listed on the Battle Power stele. This cheered up the onlookers who were about to leave and those who came here to challenge the leaderboard. The people coming from the battle hall were wondering, could it be that among this batch of new disciples, besides Mo Nan and Jun Yang, there are other monsters of the same level? Or are they from other academies? Those who didn't know what was happening in the battle hall began to get nervous. They were praying in their hearts that this time, it must be someone from Juxiao Academy who could come. They had been feeling frustrated for too long. As everyone looked on expectantly, the words on the stone tablet finally froze. Everyone looked up quickly, from the last row upwards. Number 100, no. 90th, no. Number 60, no. 30th, no. The second form, the 10th form. Zhongling Yun, who was ranked 10th, is now ranked 11th. Everyone looked up row by row, looking very carefully. Until first, Han Fei, Juxiao. After seeing this line of text, everyone present was silent for a moment, and then began to boil. Especially those who come here to challenge the rankings, they don't know what's happening in the Battle Power Hall. In their hearts, Han Fei was the only disciple of Juxiao Academy who broke the monopoly of the other 3 academies and made it to the top 3 of the rankings, and he was number 1. This made them feel proud, and at the same time, they also felt a sense of honor in their hearts. Damn, Han Fei is awesome. Han Fei, you really bring honor to our Juxiao Holy Land. Well done. Brother Han Fei, are you in need of a partner? A Taoist partner? Senior sister knows everything. Could this Han Fei be the top student among this batch of freshmen? Listening to what the people around them said, those who followed from the battle hall were also shocked and looked a little strange on their faces. First, stop joking. Although Han Fei is very good, they are not that shocked by the examples of Mo Nan and Jun Yang. Although understanding is also very important and affects the upper limit of the martial arts path. However, the standard for measuring a warrior's strength is always combat power. Of course, Han Fei is also very awesome. Being able to become the person with the highest comprehension among the countless geniuses in the past 300 years, his level of monstrousness is no worse than Mo Nan and Jun Yang. Of course, this is the case when Mo Nan did not enter the comprehension ranking. If Mo Nan also entered the comprehension ranking and ranked well, then Han Fei would be far behind. Thinking of this, everyone began to look forward to it again. In the crowd, Li Qi and the other 3 looked at the ranking stele with complicated expressions, not knowing what to say. They had just come out of the Hall of Enlightenment, but the result made the 4 of them very upset. It doesn't matter if you can't make it into the combat power ranking, after all, there are only 10 rankings and the places are too few. But this comprehension ranking list has a total of 100 places, and in the end, they couldn't even make it into the top 100. How could one not feel helpless? Feng Huia was the first to recover and said, "Don't be discouraged. The abilities bestowed by God vary. Our strengths don't lie here." After hearing this, they finally put away their bitter smiles. Their strength was not their comprehension, but... Thinking of this, a few people started to emo again. Looking at the first line of words on the stone tablet, Li Qi sighed, "It seems that this is a golden age. Isn't it our good fortune to be born in such an era? Indeed, this is the best of times." Nai Huang also murmured, "Han Fei, ranked 6th on the Fenjian ranking. It seems that the Juxiao Qianlong ranking is no longer necessary." Ye Fan regained his spirits and said firmly, "Competing with such geniuses is the luckiest thing for us warriors. I look forward to the day when I surpass them." The 4 of them looked at each other, and the confidence that geniuses should have reappeared in their eyes. In the corner, Fang Yun raised his head, took a look at the ranking, shook his head, and continued to focus his eyes on the book in his hand. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. "Look, Mo Nan is back!" Everyone who knew Mo Nan looked into the distance. Sure enough, Mo Nan, who had disappeared for nearly 2 hours, finally returned and walked towards this side. In Mo Nan's hand, there was a book. Chapter 97. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Mo Nan finally arrived in front of the Enlightenment Hall. Mo Nan was also a little curious. Why were these people looking at him like that? Was there something wrong with his face? Mo Nan quickly found Li Xiaoao and Zhao Yelan in the crowd and walked up to them. "What happened here?" Mo Nan asked the 2 of them curiously. Li Xiaoao raised his chin towards the ranking stele and said coldly, "A brat who appeared out of nowhere has stolen my limelight." Mo Nan rolled his eyes and simply ignored Li Xiaoao's words. Then, he looked towards the ranking stele. When Mo Nan saw the changes on the stone tablet clearly, he was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there are so many peerless geniuses hidden among the freshmen of Juxiao Academy this year. Han Fei? Mo Nan frowned and thought for a moment, but he just felt a little familiar, but didn't have a deep impression. I must have seen this name in the overall ranking published by the Martial Arts Palace. If he had met Han Fei earlier, he wouldn't have had to spend those 10,000 Juxiao points. Han Fei hasn't come out yet. He is probably using another function of the Hall of Enlightenment to gain enlightenment. Mo Nan shook his head and stopped waiting, ready to go in and try first to see if he could get first place with the novel from his previous life in his hand. It would be best if I could get it. If not, I can only borrow Han Fei's golden finger. Of course, even if he could get first place, Han Fei's golden finger would not let him go. Thinking of this, Mo Nan said to Li Xiaoao and Zhao Yelan, "Let's go in together." Zhao Yelan shook her head bitterly, "I won't go in. You guys go in. I'll just wait here for you." There are two reasons why she didn't go in. One is that she knows herself well, and the other is that she has no points. It costs a full 200 Juxiao points to enter once, and after challenging the battle hall twice, she only has 100 points left from the 500 points she earned in the mirror hall, which is not enough at all. Mo Nan didn't know this. After hearing what Zhao Yelan said, he and Li Xiaoao walked towards the Hall of Enlightenment together. He's in, Mo Nan's in. Do you think he can surpass Han Fei? Surpass Han Fei? Are you still asleep? Do you think the person with the highest level of understanding in the past 300 years is just joking? Can you surpass him just like that? I also think that Mo Nan can't surpass Han Fei. However, Mo Nan actually dared to challenge the comprehension rankings. I think it should be no problem for him to make the list. He may even be in the top 10. I think it's fine for him to be on the list, but isn't the top 10 a bit exaggerated? Number 1 in combat power, and in the top 10 in comprehension. Does such a monster really exist? That's nothing. It's said that someone once occupied the top spot on all the ranking stone tablets. Mo Nan might be able to do it too. Some people who didn't know what was happening in the battle hall were a little confused. What Mo Nan? Who is this guy? He keeps talking about breaking into the top 10 and surpassing Han Fei. Is he really that awesome? Do you know what the top 10 and first place in the comprehension rankings mean? It took hundreds of years for Juxiao Academy to produce a Han Fei, and you say that Han Fei will be surpassed soon? What are you playing? There were also some curious people who asked the people coming over from the battle hall, "Brother, who is this Mo Nan? Is he very powerful?" Hey, let me tell you, this Mo Nan is really awesome. After Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao entered the Enlightenment Hall, they each found an empty room and walked in. After pushing the door open, Mo Nan was not teleported into a special space this time. There was only a futon in the empty room, nothing else. Mo Nan had seen the rules of the Enlightenment Hall in Juxiao's introduction. Comprehension is a mysterious thing and it is difficult to test it as intuitively as combat power. Therefore, it can only be roughly measured by understanding martial arts, artistic conception, and laws. Among them, the most common one is the comprehension of martial arts, and most people will choose to comprehend martial arts. Something like artistic conception, even for someone with extraordinary comprehension, it will take a lot of time to improve, and the results will not be seen in a short time. Not to mention the laws. Without the relevant golden fingers, it is something that can only be accessed by reaching the realm of the saints of heaven and earth. As for how to rank people of different types such as martial arts, artistic conception, and rules in a horizontal comparison, Mo Nan didn't know. It's a pity that this enlightenment room can only be entered alone, otherwise, Mo Nan would directly pull in a person with the golden finger of the law. After the timer starts, select copy directly. In this way, in an instant, to comprehend a law from nothing, and to comprehend the law in the Qi condensation realm, let alone 300 years, even if it is 3,000 years, Mo Nan would like to ask, who else? Unfortunately, there is no way to exploit this bug. Mo Nan can only put his hope on the book in his hand and the reading comprehension system. I hope I'm lucky enough. As for unparalleled insight, there is no problem in making it onto the list or even into the top 10, but there is no hope of getting first place. Afterwards, Mo Nan quickly came to the futon and sat down cross-legged. As Mo Nan sat cross-legged, an invisible taurime rippled out, and a piece of information appeared in Mo Nan's mind. Within 1 hour, comprehend a martial art. The higher the martial art level, the higher the points. Or it may improve the level of comprehension of the principles of artistic conception. How much improvement will be made? The Hall of Enlightenment will judge for itself. There was some introduction at the end, but it was not very important to Mo Nan. After a quick glance, Mo Nan put his mind at ease. Mo Nan opened the book in his hand and began to flip through it. Mo Nan read very quickly, reading dozens of lines at a glance. The plot of the book quickly passed by Mo Nan's eyes. All kinds of powerful magical skills began to appear. The annoying thing about this reading comprehension system is that you have to read a book in its entirety to have a chance of gaining the abilities and items in the book. I don't know if a book can be read repeatedly. If not, and if I don't gain any abilities the first time, then I would be at a big loss. Not only did I spend 10,000 points, but I could only watch the powerful magical skills in the book, which was too uncomfortable. As time went by, Mo Nan soon finished reading the entire book. Afterwards, Mo Nan began to stare nervously at the purple gold light spot in his mind that represented the reading comprehension system. You have to get something out of it, otherwise you will suffer a great loss. Under Mo Nan's nervous gaze, the purple gold light began to tremble, and then a piece of information came into his mind. Chapter 98. Congratulations on reading One Hand Covers the Sky in its entirety and obtaining one of the 9 secret arts, the usse secret art. The secret art of fighting? Mo Nan began to get excited. This was a supreme means of attack that could evolve into all kinds of attacking skills. Learn the enemy's strengths to defeat him, use his own methods against him, evolve all kinds of methods, and become extremely powerful. Although there are more powerful magical powers and items in the book, Mo Nan is already very satisfied to have obtained this Do character's secret technique. Mo Nan estimated that in the Blue Star martial arts, this usse secret technique might be ranked among the top. However, I don't know if there is any upper limit or limitation to the ability of the Do character's secret technique to evolve all kinds of things. After all, the Blue Star martial arts were extremely powerful. As far as Mo Nan knew, the combat power level here was even stronger than the world in the book. Moreover, things like the Golden Finger are a completely different system from the world in the book. I wonder if I can use the usse technique to evolve a magical skill similar to the Golden Finger, such as Jun Yang's Fist of Heaven, if I don't have a copy of the Supreme Bone? After thinking for a moment, Mo Nan shook his head. Never mind. I'll know when I try it next time. Anyway, I have definitely obtained an extraordinary secret technique this time. I don't know what level this Do character's secret technique I've mastered belongs to, and how many points I can get. Since there is no specific grade classification for secret magic skills, Mo Nan does not know which grade this Do character's secret skill is it. It shouldn't be worse than Fist of God, right? Mo Nan thought in his heart, then stood up and said to the empty room, Martial Arts and Techniques, start the appraisal. As Mo Nan's voice fell, a jade slip appeared in the room, and an indifferent voice sounded in the room. Please record the martial arts information you have learned in the jade slip. Mo Nan didn't think much about it and passed some basic information of the usse secret technique into the jade slip. It was just a detailed introduction, and Mo Nan naturally did not include the specific methods of cultivation. As the information was transmitted, the jade tablet turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the room. The light on the jade slip flowed at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the depths of the Juxiao Holy Land. However, just as the light from the jade slip was rapidly moving, it suddenly stopped, then changed direction and flew towards a mountain covered by clouds. The top of the mountain. There were still 2 figures, a chess game, and a pot of tea. The man in white laughed and said, "It seems that the decision we made this year has attracted quite a few top talents. This time, we've finally gotten some pride and glory. Let's see how those old guys can still boast during the next 4 palaces competition." The man in black shook his head and said, "It's still unclear whether entering the Starry Sky battlefield early will be beneficial or detrimental to them." The man in white said, "A true genius should have a clear understanding and position of themselves. If they are ignorant of their own limitations and rashly enter the interstellar battlefield without sufficient ability, the consequences should be borne by themselves. Even if they are buried in the interstellar sky, it is not anyone else's fault. We have protected Blue Star so well that these little guys have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood and lack the experience of blood and fire. I think this decision is 100 benefits and no harm." The man in black shook his head and did not respond. Instead, he said, "Let's take a look at the martial arts that Mo Nan created. This little guy is really surprising." When the man in white mentioned this, he immediately burst into laughter. "Haha, this kid has incredible combat power. Not only has he been number 1 for 300 years, but I didn't expect that his comprehension is also extraordinary. He actually comprehended a martial art in such a short time. Let's see how good this martial art is and whether it can surpass Han Fei's lower grade universe level." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and caught the stream of light flying from afar. The man in black said, "Every profession has its own specialties. Few people can excel in 2 areas." The man in white raised his eyebrows and said, "How about a bet?" "How do you bet?" "I bet Mo Nan can surpass Han Fei." "How about blocking, a star territory?" The man in black looked at the man in white in surprise and said, "How dare you, such a stingy person, play such a big game? Do you dare to answer it?" "Why not? I've been coveting your Red Heart Star region for a long time." After the bet was reached, the man in white began to examine the jade slip in his hand. However, as he looked around, his expression began to turn into surprise, and finally, it became solemn and serious. Seeing this, the man in black smiled and said, "You lost, Red Heart Star region, I will gladly accept it." The man in white did not reply. Instead, he handed the jade slip in his hand to the man in black with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Take a look first." The man in black took the jade slip with a smile and began to examine it. After a moment, the feedback expression also became serious and solemn. After the two looked at each other, the man in white slowly spoke. "Could this kid have handed over his golden finger?" The man in black shook his head. According to the feedback from the Hall of Enlightenment, this is indeed something he created on the spur of the moment. Juxiao Academy naturally has a way to determine whether the martial arts submitted are temporarily comprehended. Otherwise, if everyone submitted martial arts prepared in advance, the Hall of Enlightenment would not exist until now. But this... The man in white originally wanted to say, "Isn't this 2FG awesome?" But he hasn't said such a disgraceful thing for thousands of years. The man in black said, "There are 2 ways to verify this." Without waiting for the man in white to speak, he continued, "First, let's check together the fluctuations in the Dao during that period. Second, report to the Palace Master and rewind time. In fact, there is another way, which is to search the memory, but he naturally would not use this method. The first method is that the 2 of them can briefly reflect the long river of time and check whether there are any fluctuations in the laws of nature related to the Dao character's secret art during that period of time. After all, when such a heaven-defying secret art appears in the world, the relevant laws of nature will definitely react. The second method is that the Palace Master is extremely skilled in the art of time, and this is the 9 Skies world, not the Blue Star, so it is not difficult to go back a short time. By then, the 2 of them will be guarding Mo Nan in person, and it will be clear at a glance whether he has realized it temporarily." The man in white frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, the man in white shook his head and said, "No need, I trust him." The man in black raised his eyebrows and said, "But, if he really prepared this in advance and used some method we don't know to hide it from the Hall of Enlightenment, wouldn't that mean? The man in white interrupted, do you think that a mere 100,000 points is worth him using such a secret technique? Then he continued, besides, all the geniuses are arrogant, aren't they? A mere ranking isn't worth it. After saying this, the man in white turned his gaze towards the jade slip again. Chapter 99. The man in black pondered for a moment and did not refute. He also felt that what the man in white said made sense. Even if he ranked first in the comprehension ranking, he would only have 100,000 points. The two of them knew at a glance how powerful the secret technique Mo Nan taught them was. The power of this secret technique is no less than that of U-level martial arts, and even surpasses it. It is possible to reach the Hong and Huang levels that few people know about. It is worth mentioning that the original martial arts classification was indeed only divided into 6 levels, Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. However, as the number of the strongest humans increased and they became stronger, new areas and realms that had never been reached by their predecessors or were not even recorded were stepped into one by the strongest. The martial arts and techniques that were originally the ultimate in the universe rank were expanded to 2 levels, namely the Hong level and the Huang level. Therefore, the complete levels should be Hong, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, a total of 8 levels. However, the 2 levels of martial arts in the prehistoric times are too rare, even fewer than the number of emperors. Even ordinary martial arts masters cannot access them. In addition, the concept of the 6 levels of Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang has been deeply rooted in people's minds, so there is no deliberate change of the level division. Therefore, many students only learn 6 levels in school, Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. However, strong people of their level naturally know it. Although there is no fixed level division for secret arts, their abilities vary. Some secret arts have no effect at all in combat, but they have special and powerful effects in certain aspects. However, the strength of a secret technique, especially an attacking secret technique, can still be roughly judged by its corresponding level. And judging from the introduction of this Do character secret technique, it is very likely that it has surpassed the U level. The man in black frowned, not because he lost the bet, but because he was worried about how to deal with this secret technique. Such a powerful secret technique, Mo Nan can take it out openly, it is likely that it is not the opponent's core cheat. In this case, is there any possibility of including it in the human arsenal? If it can be included, then the human race's foundation will be a little deeper. However, this matter must be approved by Mo Nan. The jade slip only contains a detailed introduction, but no practice method. The man in white smiled and said, all right, let's temporarily classify it as a top-grade U-level product. Then, as if he understood the black-clothed man's thoughts, he continued with a smile, all right, whether it can be included in the human arsenal is a matter for the martial arts palace to consider. Let's test this Do character secret technique first. If it is really as described, let the martial arts palace negotiate with this little guy. The man in black put away his thoughts and said with a smile, okay, then let me do the test. After he finished speaking, his gaze penetrated the space and fell on the Hall of Enlightenment. In the Hall of Enlightenment, Mo Nan waited for a long time but didn't get a response, and couldn't help but become worried. Could it be that the Do character secret technique is inconsistent with the rules of this world, and it looks powerful but cannot be used? If that happens, it would be really a bummer. At this moment, a voice sounded slowly in Mo Nan's mind. Begin testing. As the words fell, Mo Nan suddenly felt the scene around him change, and then he found himself in a vast expanse of sky and earth. Then, a palm print appeared in the sky and slowly slapped down towards Mo Nan. The palm seemed to hold the entire world, with the sun, moon, and stars constantly moving in the palm. Mo Nan also knew what he needed to do. He closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them. The secret technique of the word Do began to be performed. Then, Mo Nan slowly stretched out his palm, and the same palm print appeared, heading towards the palm print in the sky. The moment the two palm prints touched, they dissipated. Afterwards, various attacks continued to emerge from the sky, including fists, swords, and knife techniques. Martial arts of various levels, including yellow level, black level, earth level, heaven level, universe level, and space level, were revealed one after another, along with some other secret techniques. As a result, they were all defeated one by Mo Nan using the same attack. After a while, the attack stopped, and the long voice sounded again. Test passed. Afterwards, Mo Nan found himself back in the room of the Hall of Enlightenment. After taking a deep breath, Mo Nan slowly walked out of the room. Although Mo Nan was also very curious about his ranking at this moment, he did not choose to go out immediately, but walked to the other direction of the hall. The Hall of Enlightenment can not only test one's understanding, but also help one attain enlightenment. As long as you have enough points, you can stay in the state of enlightenment in the enlightenment room. 1 second, 100 points. The fees are so high that it is outrageous. Thinking of this, Mo Nan took out the Juxiao token and checked his Juxiao points. 291,300 points. An increase of 100,000 points. Could it be that I am the first again? Mo Nan wasn't sure if only first place could get 100,000 points, so he wasn't sure if he had ranked first again. Putting away the token, Mo Nan shook his head and murmured, 290,000 points, I wonder how far I can deduce the sword dance. Sword dance is a martial art created entirely by Mo Nan. Mo Nan has a special feeling for sword dance and wants to deduce it step by step. Coming to the room with the word enlightenment written on it, Mo Nan pushed open the door and walked in. At the same time, in front of the Hall of Enlightenment, the crowd was already boiling with excitement. The ranking stele glowed again, and a familiar scene reappeared. Mo Nan, it's definitely Mo Nan. Do I need to tell you that? What I'm curious about now is, where does Mo Nan rank? It's open. It's open. The first 11 will get 2 to 10, and the first one will get 10 to 1. Brothers, look here. The excited crowd began all kinds of discussions and speculations. In the crowd, Ni Huang was equally curious and asked the three people around her, what do you think, where does Mo Nan rank? Feng Wei said, I think it can only be on the list, right? Li Qi shook his head and said solemnly, top 10. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Li Qi curiously. They didn't expect Li Qi to have such high expectations for Mo Nan. At this moment, the words on the stone tablet also froze, and everyone looked up at the first moment. Unlike before, this time, everyone chose to look down, casting their gazes towards the highest point of the stele. There is only one exception, and that is Fang Yun. In the corner, he didn't even raise his eyes, still staring at the book in his hands, reading with great interest. His unique behavior seemed out of tune with the world around him. However, a loud exclamation pulled Fang Yun back to reality from the world of the book. FK. Chapter 100. As the first voice fell, a series of exclamations spread throughout the venue. Fang Yun frowned, closed the book in his hand, and looked at the ranking stele. Fang Yun also noticed the changes on the stone tablet just now, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. These days are the enrollment period for new students, and there are always some geniuses who frequently appear on the list during this period. This is nothing big. Now, he has another opponent, Han Fei. Fang Yun now just wants to read a few more books. When he finds powerful abilities in the books, he will immediately enter the Hall of Comprehension to test his comprehension. He doesn't believe that with his system, he can't make it into the top 3. This is also the reason why he has been staying in front of the Hall of Enlightenment to read books, so that he can enter the Hall of Enlightenment as soon as possible. However, listening to the exclamations all around, it seems that this new guy on the list is ranked quite high. Fang Yun immediately looked at the top 10 positions. However, what he found hard to accept was that he had fallen out of the top 10 and ranked 11th. Fang Yun widened his eyes and looked up at each line. When he saw the first line, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Han Fei, who was ranked first just now, has now dropped to second place, and the first line now reads: First, Mo Nan, Juxiao. Fang Yun stared blankly at the ranking on the stone tablet and fell into self-doubt. In such a short period of time, the first place was refreshed twice in a row? Then what was the point of my persistence for so long? My persistence in wanting to be in the top 3 suddenly seemed worthless at this moment. Fang Yun clenched the book in his hand and pursed his lips tightly. At this moment, the crowd became even more excited. First. Mo Nan is first again. Isn't this incredible? Number 1 in both combat power and comprehension. It is said that the last time they dominated the top of both charts was the last time. Get lost. If you don't understand, don't talk. That was 800 years ago. So, this Mo Nan not only killed the first person in 300 years, but also the first person in 800 years. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of people gasping for breath at the same time. Everyone looked at the names in the first row on the ranking stele, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. No one expected that Juxiao Academy has always had very few top talents joining. Almost the top 3 or even top 5 candidates in every period will choose to join the other 3 academies, especially the Kylin Academy, which is the first choice for most top talents. Many people have heard rumors that the Juxiao Academy will attract a large number of top talents this time, and everyone is looking forward to them getting a good ranking on the ranking stone tablet to win face for the Juxiao Academy and avoid being laughed at by the other 3 academies. But what no one expected was that the people who had been waiting for 300 years would come in droves, and among them was a great god. Mo Nan. Number 1 on both charts. The first person in 800 years. At this moment, successive generations of Juxiao students, who had bowed their heads for 300 years, can finally raise their heads high. Feel proud and proud. In the crowd, Li Qi was stunned for a moment, then murmured. Did you still underestimate him? Then, he was suddenly shocked. Could it be that he really had the ability to take his life easily? It seems that I have to make friends with Mo Nan. It would be terrible if such a person became your enemy. Blue Star, Galaxy State, Martial Arts Palace Headquarters. A middle-aged man in a suit and a bow tie was drinking coffee while browsing the official website of the Martial Arts Palace, which contained news from all over Blue Star. After a moment, the middle-aged man clicked on the ranking section. There were many rankings here, covering several pages. The middle-aged man murmured, a new batch of freshmen is coming in. I wonder how those little guys are doing. After saying that, the middle-aged man clicked on the university rankings. There are also many rankings here, including combat power rankings, comprehension rankings, cultivation rankings, etc. In fact, what Mo Nan didn't know was that the combat power list and the comprehension list were not universal to the 4 absolute academies, but to all the martial arts universities on Blue Star. However, those who can make the list are basically students from the 4 most outstanding academies. The middle-aged man first clicked on the comprehension ranking list and began to check it out. Mo Nan, this is the top scorer of the 3rd round, right? Not bad. And Han Fei is also good. The middle-aged man was very familiar with the list, so he could tell at a glance who was new on the list. However, the ranking information on the official website of the Martial Arts Palace is more detailed. The middle-aged man murmured and read out the above content. Han Fei, Juxiao Academy, reason for being on the list, dragon subduing palm, lower cosmic level, not bad. Then he looked at the content behind Mo Nan. Mo Nan, Juxiao Academy, reason for being on the list, does a secret technique, tentatively rated as U-level top grade. Wait, a top grade U-level. The middle-aged man sat up straight at once and clicked on the introduction of the Do character secret technique. But as he looked at it, he became more and more shocked, and the expression on his face became more serious than ever. A moment later, when the middle-aged man finished reading all the introductions, he was stunned. He didn't even notice that the coffee next to him was knocked over. Is it sure that this isn't that kid's golden finger? But rather, something he suddenly figured out within 2 hours? What he had comprehended in these 2 hours was even more amazing than most people's golden fingers. After a while, the middle-aged man finally came back to his senses and remembered the sentence after the introduction of the Do character secret technique. Suggested inclusion of the human arsenal. Yes, include it, it must be included. The middle-aged man immediately rushed out of the room and ran towards the depths of the martial arts palace. If flying was not prohibited, he would have wanted to teleport there immediately. Deacon Li, what are you doing? Before the passing staff member could speak, the middle-aged man passed by her like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped halfway through his run and muttered, "No, I'm afraid the elders can't make a decision on this matter. I have to report it to the higher UPS." Thinking of this, a small jade pendant appeared in the middle-aged man's hand, and the next moment, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared from the spot. In the vast starry sky of the Milky Way, a stream of light was moving rapidly at an incredible speed. A moment later, the stream of light arrived on a planet with life. The light faded away, and the figure of a middle-aged man emerged. It was Deacon Li. Humans also live on this planet, but most of them are members of the martial arts palace and their families. They quickly arrived in front of a huge palace. The middle-aged man bowed and said, "Li Minghao, I would like to see the pavilion master." There are a total of 360 pavilion masters, second only to the 9 palace masters and 49 deputy palace masters in the martial arts palace. In the martial arts palace, only pavilion masters and above have the right to vote on major events. He came here to learn the secret art of fighting characters. Chapter 101. Although there are many pavilion masters, it is not easy to become one. In terms of cultivation alone, one must at least reach the quasi-emperor realm. The quasi-emperor, once upon a time, was the most powerful fighting force of the human race on Blue Star. The Martial Arts Palace is just one of the institutions of the Yangtze Federation, which shows how powerful the human race is today. Now, the situation in the Starry Sky battlefield is urgent. The Palace Master and the Deputy Palace Master are all stationed in the Starry Sky battlefield. Only a very few of them remain in the Blue Star, but it is difficult for Li Minghao to see them easily. Therefore, Li Minghao came to the planet Yinghuo to report to the Master of Yinghuo Pavilion. As Li Minghao finished speaking, the door of the hall opened to the left and right, and Li Minghao walked in quickly. After entering the hall, Li Minghao seemed to have come to another world, with mountains, green waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. An ordinary-looking figure in green clothes was fishing by the lake with his back to him. After a while, the man in green reeled in the fishing line, and on the fish hook hung a long sword. The Taoist rhyme flowed on the long sword, and the surrounding space seemed unable to bear the pressure of the long sword, and collapsed inch by inch. Li Minghao's pupils shrank. That was a desolate-level imperial weapon that surpassed the universe-level spiritual weapon? The man in green shook his head and threw the sword into a bamboo basket filled with various items. Until then, the man in white said calmly, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, he threw the fishing hook into the lake again. Li Minghao then spoke, "Master, a new student at the Juxiao Academy has mastered a secret technique. I would like to ask for your review." As he spoke, a jade slip appeared in Li Minghao's hand. "Oh!" The man in green let out a light exclamation, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. He knew that if this secret technique was ordinary, even if it was a U-level martial art, Li Minghao would not come here to find him. It seems that there should be something different about this secret technique. Afterwards, the jade slip in Li Minghao's hand disappeared and appeared in the hands of the man in green. After a moment, the man in green spoke calmly. Very good. I will give you pavilion master level authority. Within that authority, any conditions can be agreed to. Go and negotiate with that little guy. His tone was calm, but the ripples on the lake surface proved that he was not so calm. This level of secret arts and martial arts are generally the core golden fingers of warriors, and are rarely included in the human arsenal and transformed into the foundation shared by all humans. However, this Do secret art has a great chance of being included in the arsenal and enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the human race. Even he, a quasi-emperor, was somewhat tempted. The most important thing is that this secret technique is also useful to him. If he can learn this secret technique, his own combat power will also be improved, which is of vital importance to the current situation of the Starry Sky battlefield. Mo Nan? Interesting. Yes. After getting the response he wanted, Li Minghao slowly left the hall. The figure turned into a stream of light again, and Li Minghao rushed towards the blue star. Juxiao World, Juxiao Holy Land. In the Enlightenment Hall, Mo Nan stood in the Enlightenment Room. After slowly exhaling, the Qing Feng sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, Mo Nan's figure flashed, and he took graceful dance steps, and his long sword fluttered like a dancer's long sleeves. Quiet as a virgin, proud as a dragon. At the same time, Mo Nan's Juxiao points were also decreasing rapidly. Mo Nan performed the first 4 moves of sword dance one by one. In the past, there was a beautiful lady named Gong Sun, whose sword dance moved the whole world. The first move, the sword moves in all directions. Then, the second move, 9 suns shining in the sky, the third move, thunder judgment, and the fourth move, raging waves of rivers and seas, were performed one by Mo Nan. Then, it repeated over and over again. In his mind, the golden light representing unparalleled enlightenment kept trembling. Mo Nan said in a low voice, "Life and death crisis." As Mo Nan finished speaking, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and Mo Nan found himself in an ancient battlefield. He was surrounded by enemies and the shouting and screaming was deafening. The sword moved in all directions again, deflecting the weapons that were stabbing at him from all directions. At the same time, Mo Nan was also wounded, and blood slowly dripped from the wound. Mo Nan suddenly changed his sword moves and did not use the 9 suns shining in the sky, but instead recited a brand new sword song. The spectators are like the mountains, looking depressed, and the heaven and earth seem to be low and high for a long time. The 5th move, the sky and the earth change color. A ball of dazzling light erupted with Mo Nan as the center, as if taking away all the colors between heaven and earth. Light exploded, and countless enemies around were shattered in an instant, turned into nothingness by the sharp sword intent. The enemies continued to gather, and Mo Nan's sword song continued to sound. The crimson lips and pearl sleeves are both lonely, but later there are disciples who spread the fragrance. The sharp sword intent suddenly became bleak and lonely. Mo Nan's figure leaped like a lonely dancer in his old age, dancing his last dance on an empty stage. The 6th style is the fragrance of loneliness. The crowd that rushed forward was like dried petals, withered and dying, having lost all moisture and unable to get up. The beauty of Lining dances this song in Beatty, her spirit soaring. Mo Nan was like a peerless beauty, dancing gracefully among the army. The enemies around her stood there like a fascinated audience, motionless. Then, everyone slowly fell to the ground with obsession in their eyes. The 7th style, the beauty that captivates the soul. After the 7th move, Mo Nan's figure slowly stopped. At the same time, the surrounding scene began to disintegrate and return to its original simple room. Mo Nan frowned and took out the Juxiao token in confusion. Then, Mo Nan couldn't help but swear. "FK, this is so FG dark." Of the more than 290,000 Juxiao points, only 50 points are left now. 100 points per second, 6,000 points per minute, and 60,000 points per 10 minutes. Could it be that I have been here for nearly 50 minutes? That can't be right. It only felt like a moment had passed. These Juxiao points are really useless. It seems that I have to work hard to earn points and complete the sword dance as soon as possible. Mo Nan had a feeling that the upper limit of the sword dance was very high, especially the 7th style, which had already touched the realm of the soul and pushed the sword dance to another height. If it continued to be deduced, Mo Nan felt that the sword dance would reach an astonishing level. Only when a warrior reaches the King of Cloud Sea realm can he initially master the divine mind. Only a martial arts monarch who has reached the star realm will begin to cultivate his soul and lay the initial foundation for the realm of immortals and gods where he will exist forever even if the world decays. The sword dance can kill the soul, which means it can kill immortal gods. Sword dance is definitely an extraordinary martial art. Perhaps it will leave a significant mark among the thousands of top martial arts of the human race. Mo Nan put away his thoughts and checked the 3 latest sword techniques he had learned. Chapter 102. Mo Nan first checked the information coming from the major systems in his mind. Congratulations, you have mastered the ultimate cosmic sword technique, sword dance. Is it the best of the universe? Mo Nan remembered that when he first comprehended the sword dance, the system seemed to say that it was at the lower level of the heavenly rank. But now, with only 3 moves, the level was raised to the ultimate level of the cosmic rank. Among these, the 7th form should account for a great contribution. Then, Mo Nan checked the sword moves. The 5th move, the sky and the earth change color. This is a group attack skill. Its attack power is slightly lower than that of Thunder Judgment, but its power and destructive power are much stronger. Then comes the 6th style, Lonely Fragrance. This move touched the realm of artistic conception, and its power was increased by a level compared to the previous 5 moves. It was estimated that the sword dance could reach the cosmic level, which was also closely related to the Lonely Fragrance. Finally, there is the 7th move, the beauty that captures the soul. There is no doubt that this move is powerful, it can shatter souls and kill people without them even noticing. It can be said that this is Mo Nan's most powerful martial art now, and it can even be said to be his trump card. Of course, the 2 secret arts of Fist of Heaven and Secret Art of Fighting are not included. Finally, according to the order of the sword song, Mo Nan placed the 5th move, Changes in the Color of Heaven and Earth, in the position of the 2nd move. Thus, the complete 7-style sword dance becomes: the 1st move, the sword moves in all directions. The 2nd move, the sky and earth change color. The 3rd form, 9 suns shining in the sky. The 4th style, Thunder Judgment. The 5th style, Raging waves of rivers and seas. The 6th style, the fragrance of loneliness. The 7th style, beauty that captivates the soul. Originally, Mo Nan planned to teach Li Xiaoao everything after completing the deduction of the sword dance. But now, the upper limit of sword dance far exceeded Mo Nan's expectations, and Mo Nan hesitated. On the one hand, the 2 can only be said to be good friends, and they are not close friends. On the other hand, and also the fundamental reason for Mo Nan's hesitation, that is, sword dance is a self-created technique without any restrictions, and there is no rule that the golden finger product can only be used by the individual himself. It would be fine if the sword dance was of average level, Mo Nan didn't care. At worst, he would make it public and spread it to the world. But now, Jianwu has incredible potential. If any news gets out, someone might have improper thoughts, and killing people to steal treasures is not impossible. Don't be fooled by the fact that the human race on Blue Star is currently united and thriving. But Mo Nan, who has lived 2 lives, knows very well that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Since ancient times, human hearts are the most unpredictable. If the extraordinary power of Jianwu were to be leaked out, it would be very dangerous before he was fully grown. After pondering for a moment, Mo Nan decided to teach Li Xiaoao the first 6 moves of the sword dance first. If their relationship progresses further in the future, they will see how it goes. In this way, the transaction between the two people was completed. The glimpses of light technique is of the highest celestial grade, and the first 6 moves of the sword dance should be no lower than that. After a moment, Mo Nan put his thoughts aside and walked out of the room. In front of the Hall of Enlightenment, the originally excited crowd showed no signs of dispersing, but instead gathered more and more. It's like tourists waiting to see the giant panda do the splits. Finally, the door of the Hall of Enlightenment opened, and a young man in black slowly walked out. Look, Mo Nan is out. Is he Mo Nan? So handsome. He is the greatest genius in the past 800 years. Junior brother, are you in need of a girlfriend? I know many positions. Get lost. More than 2 years of living in ancient times haven't worn away your sluttiness. Look at me, junior brother. I can give birth to a child for you. Mo Nan, well done. The next 4 palaces competition will depend on you. Zhao Yelan looked at Mo Nan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and listened to the shameless words of those senior sisters, her face flushed with shame. So, the Juxiao Holy Land is so open? She secretly glanced at Mo Nan in the distance and thought to herself, actually, I can also give birth to a child. After a long while, Mo Nan finally squeezed out from the enthusiastic crowd, his clothes in disarray. Only after Mo Nan added them as friends one by one did those senior sisters give up. After tidying up her clothes, Mo Nan came to Li Xiaoao and Zhao Yelan. Li Xiaoao came out very early, and Mo Nan didn't know what he gained from his time inside. After hearing what a large group of people were saying, Mo Nan also knew his ranking. First. To be honest, Mo Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could be ranked first with the help of a half-step immortal level reading comprehension system. Either there is no immortal level golden finger on the ranking stele, or it is because of the book I read. Mo Nan felt that it was most likely the latter. After all, in the past 300 years, Mo Nan didn't believe that there had been no immortal level golden fingers in terms of comprehension. For example, Han Fei. Thinking of Han Fei, Mo Nan immediately asked the two of them, has anyone seen Han Fei? Has he come out? Li Xiaoao and Zhao Yelan both shook their heads. That's right, neither of them had seen Han Fei, so who knew whether he had come out? Mo Nan glanced around the scene and found nothing, then shook his head and thought, forget it, the two of them would only meet in the next 2 days anyway, so there was no need to rush. What Mo Nan is thinking about now is cultivation and getting points. If I can fully deduce the sword dance, maybe it will not be worse than some immortal level golden fingers of martial arts. But how to get points? Mo Nan started thinking. In the Juxiao Holy Land, there are many places where you can earn points, but there are not many places like the ranking stele where you can get a large number of points. Just as Mo Nan lowered his head to think about how to obtain points and was about to leave the Enlightenment Hall, the door of the Enlightenment Hall was opened again. Then, a young man with an imposing appearance walked out of the hall. He was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, with a jade pendant and a sword hanging from his waist. The jade pendant and sword are probably decorations. It can be seen that he is not a sword practitioner. In ancient times, there was a saying that gentlemen wore jade and hung swords. Although Mo Nan and the others were also dressed in ancient costumes, they were not as particular as the others. This young man is either a person who is particular about things, or he is also a fan of ancient culture. Mo Nan quickly stared at the other party. Name, Han Fei. Gold Finger 1, Photographic Memory, Ordinary Top Grade. Gold Finger 2, God Level Enlightenment System, Immortal Level Lower Grade. Note, Enlightenment points can be used to gain all kinds of martial arts insights. The strength of the insights depends on the amount of Enlightenment points consumed. After reading Han Fei's message, Mo Nan was stunned. What on earth is going on with this guy? 2 golden fingers? Mo Nan was a little surprised. Can there be 2 golden fingers? Chapter 103. This was the first time Mo Nan had seen 2 golden fingers. Of course, I am definitely not included. But he copied them one by his own ability, and this Han Fei was born with 2 golden fingers. Not to mention having seen it, even in the high school course Introduction to Gold Fingers, there is no record of people owning 2 gold fingers. In everyone's common sense, having a golden finger is a rare thing. Most people don't even have a golden finger and can only survive at the bottom of society. This guy actually has 2 golden fingers, and the level of one of the golden fingers has reached the lower level of the immortal level. What a lucky guy! Mo Nan silently chose to copy. Such a good cheat code, do you mind lending it to me? After copying a golden finger again, Mo Nan was very excited. Today's harvest is not small. The golden fingers copied today are not much different from what I gained in the past few months. Mo Nan planned to study the new gold finger carefully after returning tonight, and then sort out all his current gold fingers. Otherwise, there are so many golden fingers that Mo Nan is afraid that he can't remember them all. Not far away, Han Fei, who had originally walked out of the hall with an imposing manner and a gait of a dragon and a tiger, was also surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd. Although Han Fei is only ranked 2nd now, his value is still very high. It's just that he had bad luck and met the pervert Mo Nan. Otherwise, Han Fei would be the person with the most understanding in the past 300 years. A moment later, Han Fei also squeezed out of the crowd in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The originally elegant gentleman now had even his belt pulled off, which made Mo Nan laugh. After Han Fei tidied his clothes, he immediately went to the ranking stele. However, when he saw the ranking, the expression on his face instantly became interesting. Han Fei stared intently at the highest point on the ranking stele, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured. Mo Nan, it seems that this champion is really worth a lot of money. Unlike Mo Nan who was unfamiliar with him, he was very familiar with the name Mo Nan. The top student of the 3rd phase, suppressed countless geniuses of the 3rd phase of Blue Star with his own strength. Previously, the collision between Mo Nan and Jun Yang in the square proved Mo Nan's unparalleled combat power. Han Fei originally thought that Mo Nan's golden finger should be about combat power, and it is unlikely to be biased towards comprehension. But now it seems that Mo Nan's golden finger seems to be more inclined to understanding, but if that's the case, why is Mo Nan so powerful in terms of combat power? Even stronger than Jun Yang? Moreover, Han Fei was very clear about what kind of incredible martial arts he had comprehended in the Hall of Enlightenment. A low-grade martial art of the universe level, even if placed on Blue Star, is enough to become the core inherited martial art of a second-rate martial arts force. And this golden finger was figured out by myself within 2 hours. But even so, he still ranked 2nd. What kind of heaven-defying martial arts did Mo Nan comprehend? And how terrifying was his comprehension? Thinking of this, Han Fei scanned the crowd, looking for Mo Nan. Then, Han Fei's gaze collided with that of a young man in black in mid-air. Han Fei had seen Mo Nan before, and he recognized her at first sight. Mo Nan nodded at Han Fei, then looked away. Just as Mo Nan was about to leave the Enlightenment Hall, 4 figures walked towards Mo Nan. Mo Nan looked up. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The 4 people walking towards this side were Li Qi, Ye Fan, Nai Huang and Feng Huia. Mo Nan was a little curious, wondering what these 4 people wanted from him. After Li Qi and the other 3 came closer, they clasped their fists and bowed to Mo Nan. Brother Mo Nan, Long Yang Daimyo. Mo Nan also performed an ancient Jianghu salute and said with a smile, Brother Li, Brother Yet, Brother Feng, Miss Nai Huang, I have heard of you for a long time. When the 4 heard Mo Nan call out their names accurately, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across Nai Huang's beautiful eyes, and she smiled, I didn't expect that a figure like Mr. Mo would have heard of us. It's really a blessing for us. Mo Nan also smiled and said, Miss Naihuang, what are you talking about? Who in the entire Juxiao continent doesn't know your names? When it comes to business promotion, Mo Nan is very good at it. As for the names of these people, of course I knew them when I copied the golden finger. After hearing what Mo Nan said, the four of them felt happy. In this short period of time today, the four of them were hit from all sides without any blind spots, which made them a little lack of confidence. Now after hearing what Mo Nan said, they regained some confidence. Even a peerless monster like Mo Nan had heard of their names. It seemed that they were not that bad after all. After a few pleasantries, Li Qi said, Brother Mo, will you participate in the new disciple competition in 6 days? Oh! Mo Nan looked at Li Qi with some confusion. If he guessed correctly, he should be talking about the freshman ranking battle, right? Originally, Mo Nan thought that only Blue Star freshmen participated in the freshman ranking battle, but now it seems that this is not the case. Li Qi saw Mo Nan's puzzled look and asked, Don't you know about the bra? Mo Nan shook his head slowly. He knew about the freshman ranking battle, but he was not very clear about the ring battle for the new disciples. Mo Nan didn't know what Juxiao Academy said to the disciples of Juxiao continent. Jian Mo Nan shook his head. Li Qi said, 6 days from now, there will be a competition for new disciples. However, disciples can choose whether to participate. It is said that there will be a good reward of points. It turns out that freshmen from Juxiao continent can choose whether to participate, unlike freshmen from Blue Star who are forced to participate. In addition, Mo Nan also complained about the Juxiao Holy Land. How much did their first palace master love ancient culture? In order to ensure that modern elements do not affect the Juxiao world, they have put a lot of effort into it. Even for a small matter like the freshman ranking battle, they have to have 2 sets of rules. They are really bored. After complaining, Mo Nan focused his attention on the reward points. Now, when Mo Nan sees the word points, his eyes turn red. There is no way, because points play such a huge role. The role of points is fully demonstrated in the Hall of Enlightenment alone, not to mention that there are many other places in the Juxiao Holy Land where points are used. The role of points is beyond imagination. The only drawback of points is that they are not durable. After hearing that the freshman ranking battle would reward good points, Mo Nan's anticipation for the freshman ranking battle increased a bit. Chapter 104. Mo Nan was very excited, but his tone was very calm. I will participate. Hearing this, several people smiled bitterly. Originally, they wanted to compete for the first place in the arena battle, especially Ye Fan and Li Qi, who were originally strong contenders for the first place in the arena battle. But now, after seeing the strength of the geniuses on the list, the two of them no longer have the idea of competing for the first place. They just don't know if they can make it into the top 10? Or was it, as the rumors spread in the 9 Heavens martial arts world, that the top of the 9 Heavens hidden dragon ranking couldn't even make it into the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking? Or even the top 50? Afterwards, Mo Nan chatted with Li Qi and the other 3 for a few more words. After declining their invitation to have dinner together, Mo Nan, Li Xiaoao, and Zhao Yelan left the Hall of Enlightenment. Mo Nan is now anxious to earn points and has no time to eat and drink with a few people. Although I know that the freshman ranking battle will reward good points, I have to wait until 6 days later. I can't just practice in my room and do nothing for these 6 whole days, right? There are many special places in the Juxiao Holy Land, and we must walk around more in the next few days. I looked up at the sky and saw that it was almost evening. Mo Nan planned to go back first, practice, and sort out his gains today, and then think of a way to get points tomorrow. The 3 of them walked towards the accommodation building, no, towards the accommodation mountain. Dali Peak, this is the name of the mountain where Mo Nan and his friends live. In this regard, Mo Nan just wants to say, you guys are really good at naming. If you don't know, you might think it is the dormitory building of a key high school in the city. When passing Lingyun Peak next to Dali Peak, Zhao Yelan said goodbye to the two of them, then turned around and climbed up Lingyun Peak. On Lingyun Peak, all the people living there are disciples from Juxiao continent. Look at this name, how classy it is. After saying goodbye to Zhao Yelan, Mo Nan and Li Xiaoao walked towards Dali Peak. What Mo Nan didn't know was that at this moment, Lingyun Peak was in an uproar. Many disciples who saw Zhao Yelan and Mo Nan walking together opened their mouths wide. Isn't that Zhao Yelan, who ranks second on the list of most beautiful new disciples? Who are the two people coming with her? Could it be that Zhao Yelan already has a lover? These two guys are probably in big trouble. Senior brother Wang has already said that anyone who dares to get close to Zhao Yelan will be punished. That's right, that guy named Yang Feng entered senior brother Wang's yard and hasn't come out yet. That's right, senior brother Wang is the 13th ranked genius on the hidden dragon ranking. Anyone who dares to touch the woman he likes is courting death. Some disciples who thought they were smart quickly ran towards a courtyard on the mountainside. At this time, in a courtyard of Lingyun Peak, a young man was lying lazily on a chair, with a few men who looked like younger brothers gathered around him. At the boy's feet, a young man was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His gorgeous clothes were already stained with mud, and he looked as miserable as could be. The figure on the ground struggled to get up and raised his face covered in mud. This person was Yang Feng. Before, when Yang Feng saw Mo Nan ranked first in front of the battle power hall, he was shocked. He was also too embarrassed to continue following Zhao Yelan, so he left the battle power hall alone without waiting for Mo Nan to come out and return to Lingyun Peak. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to Lingyun Peak, he was forcibly brought here by several people. Afterwards, he was beaten and abused by the people in front of him. Yang Feng looked at Wang Dong in front of him, his eyes full of humiliation and anger. He knew that Wang Dong had said that no one was allowed to approach Zhao Yelan, but he didn't take it too seriously. Originally, I just thought it was just another love rival. Since I already have Mo Nan, a beautiful jade, I don't need Wang Dong, a brick. But what Yang Feng didn't expect was that Wang Dong was so cruel. He brought him here directly and beat him up without saying a word. Yang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Wang Dong, you son of a bch, if you have the guts, go find." Bang! Before Yang Feng could finish his words, another footprint appeared on his muddy face, and Yang Feng was kicked several meters away in an instant. Yang Feng fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to utter a word. The young man called Wang Dong slowly retracted his foot and said calmly, "Dare to touch what I, Wang Dong, set my eyes on, and this is what will happen to you." Then he continued, "I, Wang Dong, have never failed to get what I set my eyes on, and Zhao Yelan is no exception." After saying that, Wang Dong continued to lean back in his chair and closed his eyes to meditate. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside the courtyard. "Brother Wang, open the door quickly. I have the latest news about Zhao Yelan." Wang Dong, who had his eyes closed, opened them and signaled his younger brother to go and open the door. The far door opened, and a young man walked in with a flattering look on his face, bowed and said, "Brother Wang, Zhao Yelan just returned to Lingyun Peak." However, he was brought back by two strange men. Zhao Yelan and one of the young men in black were standing shoulder to shoulder, looking very close. Wang Dong's face instantly turned ugly when he heard this. He hates it most when others touch his things, but anything he likes belongs to him. Whoever touches it will die. "Do you have any information about those two people?" Wang Dong asked the person who came. "No, but they went in the direction of Dali Peak." "Dali Peak?" Wang Dong frowned. When they first entered the sect, a senior brother had specifically told them not to set foot on Dali Peak easily. If those two people were from Dali Peak, it would be a bit tricky. Wang Dong is actually a new disciple, but because of his strong strength, he is called senior brother by everyone. Wang Dong threw a jade bottle to the messenger and said, "Go." The visitor said excitedly, "Thank you, brother Wang." Then, he quickly left the yard. Wang Dong looked at Yang Feng who was lying on the ground. This guy seemed to be from the same place as Zhao Yalan. Let's ask him first. Wang Dong quickly came to Yang Feng who was lying on the ground and pulled him up. 2 slaps fell, waking up the unconscious Yang Feng. "Boy, let me ask you, does Zhao Yalan have any other acquaintances besides you?" Yang Feng, who was a little confused after being beaten, took a long time to come back to his senses and said vaguely. "What, some acquaintance?" Wang Dong frowned and repeated to Yang Feng what the visitor had just said. Yang Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Wang Dong looked at Yang Feng who was laughing loudly, and frowned deeply. Could it be that this guy was beaten stupid by me? Then, several more big-nosed bags were thrown down. After a while, Yang Feng looked at Wang Dong with hatred and sneered. "Want to know who that person is? I'll tell you." Chapter 105. There was a hint of joy in Yang Feng's smile, amidst the indifference and hatred. Originally, Yang Feng regarded Mo Nan as his biggest competitor, but now, after hearing Mo Nan from Wang Dong's mouth, he suddenly felt like crying. He felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. He looked at Wang Dong who was holding his collar, and the hatred in his eyes became even stronger. "Aren't you, Wang Dong, awesome? Aren't you ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon ranking? Don't you think you're invincible among your peers? After you have witnessed the horror of that man, you must not kneel on the ground and beg for mercy like a stray dog." "Oh!" Wang Dong raised his eyebrows, loosened his grip on Yang Feng's collar, and returned to his chair. He leaned back lazily and said calmly, "Tell me, who is that guy?" Yang Feng stood reluctantly, but the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. "His name is Mo Nan, a nobody. He and Zhao Yalan are childhood sweethearts, and it seems they've already secretly decided to spend their lives together." I sneered in my heart, "If you have the guts, go find Mo Nan. Aren't you very capable? What is it?" Wang Dong frowned. He felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Wang Dong turned to look at the brothers behind him and asked, "Does anyone know Mo Nan?" Yang Feng suddenly became a little nervous. He was afraid that after Wang Dong knew Mo Nan's name, he would not dare to go to Mo Nan. By then, he would be the one to suffer and would definitely be beaten. However, what made Yang Feng feel relieved was that Wang Dong's younger brothers all shook their heads in confusion. What a bunch of people who have never seen the world! Yang Feng cursed in his heart and quickly said, "He is just an unknown person in Tianling City." "Brother Wang, you are not afraid, are you?" "Afraid?" Wang Dong stared at Yang Feng with a malicious look, then said, "Ever since I was born, I, Wang Dong, have never known what fear is. I don't even take Li Qi, number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, seriously." Then he said to the brothers behind him, "Let's go to Dali Peak and meet that Mo Nan. He dared to touch my woman. I will make him live a life worse than death." After saying that, Wang Dong led a group of younger brothers out of the courtyard in a hurry. Yang Feng cursed him in his heart as an idiot, then he followed him out with his seriously injured body. He wanted to see with his own eyes the scene of Wang Dong being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Dali Peak, Mo Nan has returned to his own independent courtyard. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the last ray of sunset glow was swallowed up by the distant mountains. The stretching mountains also dissipated the last bit of warmth. Mo Nan didn't know what happened on Lingyun Peak. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his mind immersed in his thoughts. Mo Nan planned to check the golden fingers he got today first, and then organize them carefully. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he might not be able to remember what golden fingers he had. The first is the golden fingers from Yafan and others, namely devouring martial soul, imperial law and wind law. The functions of these three golden fingers were very clear. Mo Nan casually checked them and then looked away. The wonderful use of the law needs to be gradually developed as the realm is improved, and Mo Nan has nothing to study. Then came the array heritage and gold element law. Mo Nan also took a quick look at them without looking into them too deeply. Things like formations, like alchemy, can be found when they are needed in the future. Law of the Golden Path has a great bonus effect on sword cultivators like Mo Nan. Mo Nan plans to study it carefully when he has time later. Then, there is also a arrogant system. Mo Nan just wanted to say that this thing, like the pretentious system, was seriously inconsistent with his own temperament. Then, there is the weapon refining inheritance, law of fire and law of wood. Mo Nan spent some time on weapon refining inheritance and learned the art of weapon refining well. Because, in the next few days of collecting points, it is possible that the techniques of refining equipment and alchemy will be used. There is also the reading comprehension system. There is nothing much to say about this. Mo Nan was able to get the first place in comprehension thanks to this reading comprehension system. However, this system has a small bug, that is, it looks at the face. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to understand anything even after reading 10 books. Mo Nan suddenly thought of something, took out the book he had printed before, and quickly flipped through it again. Mo Nan wanted to test whether he could watch it repeatedly, or to be more precise, whether he could repeat his comprehension ability. However, the result disappointed Mo Nan. After watching it twice again, I didn't have any reaction. Either my luck was too bad, or I couldn't obtain the ability repeatedly. Mo Nan felt that the latter was more likely the case. It seems that I should write more, copy more books, because I have many popular works in my mind. After throwing the book aside, Mo Nan focused his attention on the God-level enlightenment system. This is Mo Nan's only 2 lower-grade immortal-level golden fingers at present, and he must know it very well. After studying for a while, Mo Nan also knew the function and usage of the God-level enlightenment system. Simply put, it is to obtain enlightenment points by sacrificing spiritual stones and other items containing spiritual power. Through enlightenment points, people can enter the state of enlightenment. During this period, the bonus of enlightenment is related to the enlightenment points consumed. It seems that Han Fei must have accumulated enlightenment points for a long time before he entered the Hall of Enlightenment and became the most enlightened person in the past 300 years. The strength of this system lies in the fact that it has no upper limit. In other words, as long as one has enough enlightenment points, doesn't it mean that one's understanding will be infinitely high? And such a system is actually only at the lower level of the immortal grade. How powerful would the higher level golden fingers be? It is worth mentioning that Mo Nan has a single cashback system, and spirit coins are the general equivalent of spirit stones. In other words, spiritual weapons can be exchanged for spiritual stones. One spiritual coin can be exchanged for one low-grade spiritual stone. Among them, one top-grade spirit stone equals 100 high-grade spirit stones equals 100 medium-grade spirit stones equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. In this case, I can exchange spirit stones infinitely. With the entire Milky Way as its territory, there are unimaginable numbers of spirit stones on the blue planet. In addition, many system cheats will also reward spirit stones, creating spirit stones out of thin air. Thinking of this, Mo Nan couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, the mortal level top grade golden finger single cashback system that I begged Brother Tianfu to copy in order to solve the family crisis. Now, it has an unexpected effect, which is really an unexpected result. After looking at the new cheat codes, it is time to sort out all your cheat codes. Mo Nan sank his mind into his thoughts again. Chapter 106. Mo Nan looked at the spots of light in his mind. According to the level of gold fingers, your own gold fingers can be divided into the best cheat code of the mortal level, single cashback system. Spiritual grade ultimate golden finger, 10 times the cultivation speed. Deo level low grade cheat code, professional role playing system. Deo level mid grade cheat code, embrace the plundering system, 9 yang burning heaven art. There was originally a maximum level of comprehension, but after it was replaced by unparalleled comprehension, it was eaten by Brother Tianfu. Deo level top grade cheat codes, alchemist inheritance, array inheritance, weapon refining inheritance, pretentious system, arrogant system. Blue Luan martial soul. Taoist level ultimate golden finger, 9 absolute sword body, illusionary shuttle, water law, gold law, fire law, wood law, imperial law, wind law, 9 star body tempering art, unparalleled comprehension. Half-step immortal level golden finger, black tortoise bloodline, devouring martial soul, reading comprehension system. Immortal level lower grade golden finger, supreme bone, god level enlightenment system. After looking at his golden fingers one by one, Mo Nan regained his composure. It is worth mentioning that the cheat code, unparalleled enlightenment, which is also related to enlightenment, has not been replaced by God-level enlightenment system. Mo Nan does not know what specific details and rules are involved. Of course, Mo Nan would not dwell on this. He collected his thoughts and prepared to begin practicing. His qi refining skill was only at the 3rd level of qi condensation, which was still a bit low and he was not among the first echelon. Jun Yang's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the qi condensation realm, and it is estimated that the other people in the first echelon are about the same. This can only be blamed on the fact that his previous golden finger was only of the Deo level, which was still insufficient compared to those who were at the immortal level or half-step immortal level. And now, he possesses 2 lower grade immortal level golden fingers and 3 half-step immortal level golden fingers. If nothing unexpected happens, he has surpassed all freshmen. In terms of cultivation, I must also keep up. In addition, the pretend system previously rewarded 10 drops of 10,000 years of stalactites, which also need to be converted into one's own physical cultivation as soon as possible. However, just as Mo Nan was about to start practicing, a loud shout containing rich true energy spread throughout Dali Peak. Where is Mo Nan? Come out and die! The rich true energy spread out, and at this moment, all the new students on the Blue Star of Dali Peak who had no soundproofing restrictions could hear it clearly. Originally, everyone was angry because their practice was interrupted. However, when everyone heard that someone was looking for trouble with Mo Nan, they all gathered towards the sound with great interest. Everyone is very interested in the gossip, especially the gossip about Mo Nan, the top freshman. Mo Nan also heard the sound coming from afar, and he frowned tightly. Who is this guy? I don't recognize his voice. Mo Nan thought for a long time, but couldn't think of when he had offended anyone. Could it be Long Aotian, Gu Wangqing, and the others? Did you lose during the day and come here to fight? However, after seeing the power of my move, they should have given up. How could they still have the courage to come to me? Shouldn't they be recuperating in seclusion? Mo Nan, who couldn't figure it out, finally chose to stand up. If I had known earlier, I would have set up a simple soundproofing ban. Now, it will delay my cultivation time a little. Then, Mo Nan walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the direction where the sound came from. Dali Peak, an open area on the mountainside. Wang Dong, along with his 5 younger brothers, looked disdainfully at the crowd that continued to gather here. Wang Dong put his hands behind his back, looked at everyone with an arrogant look, and said, "Let me ask you, who is Mo Nan?" The crowd gathered around and saw the guy in front of them with his nose in the air and his hands behind his back. He looked like a very powerful master, so no one spoke. Wang Dong frowned and looked at the crowd. Then, he pointed at a short, strong young man in the crowd and said calmly, "Answer me, who is Mo Nan?" The strong young man pointed at himself in surprise. After seeing Wang Dong nod, he walked out reluctantly. The guy in front of him looked aggressive, and he wanted to find Mo Nan, the top freshman, right away. He was probably a former student of Juxiao Academy. The sturdy young man hesitated for a moment and did not answer Wang Dong's question immediately. Instead, he asked, "Senior, who are you?" The young man did not want to make enemies with Mo Nan, so he asked this question. Wang Dong frowned and snorted coldly, "What senior? I'm asking you, who is Mo Nan? Answer my question." A younger brother behind Wang Dong immediately jumped out and added, "You're so blind you don't even recognize senior brother Wang. Remember, senior brother Wang is the 13th ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon rankings, and a strong contender for the new disciple arena. Boy, if you want to survive in the Juxiao Holy Land, be careful. If you offend senior brother Wang, you'll be in trouble." When the people around heard this, the expressions on their faces instantly became interesting. After looking at each other, they all looked at Wang Dong as if he was a fool. It turns out that this kid is a new student in Juxiao continent. He acted like a big shot and thought he was so great, but in the end, he is just like this? The sturdy young man confirmed, "Are you a new disciple?" Wang Dong frowned and snorted coldly, "What are you talking about? Answer my question." When the sturdy young man heard this, his expression looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly, but he still continued patiently, "What do you want from Mo Nan?" Wang Dong snorted coldly, "Humph, Mo Nan from Dali Peak, you dare to touch the woman I like? I must destroy him today. If you keep talking nonsense, I will destroy you too." Upon hearing this, the people around looked at each other, and a strong sense of gossip appeared on their faces. Touched the woman he liked? No one expected that a genius like Mo Nan would actually be a playboy. He had only been at Juxiao Academy for one day and he had already hooked up with someone else's lover? He is truly a role model for our generation. As expected, if there is no woman in your heart, even the gods who draw their swords are fake. As long as there is a woman in your heart, even a mentally ill person can kill a god. This is the truth. Unlike the others who were eating melons, the strong young man at this time had an extremely ugly face, so dark that water seemed to be dripping out of his face. "I just came here to eat some melons. Who did I offend?" He looked at Wang Dong with a gloomy face, who had his hands behind his back and his nose looking up, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Then, "FKU! Bang!" A huge fist hit Wang Dong's handsome face hard, knocking him more than 10 meters away. Chapter 107. Wang Dong was extremely arrogant with his nose in the air the previous second, but the next second he was punched and flew out, hitting the ground more than 10 meters away. This scene happened so suddenly that not only Wang Dong himself didn't react, but even the few younger brothers following him didn't react. At this time, the 5 younger brothers brought by Wang Dong were all stunned to see Wang Dong being knocked away, feeling a little dry in the mouth. What is going on? Senior brother Wang Dong, who ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon list, was actually knocked away by a single punch from such an unprepossessing nobody? No, impossible. It must be that senior brother Wang was caught off guard and was ambushed by the boy in front of him, which caused him to be accidentally knocked away. Yes. That must be it. Thinking of this, several people hurried over and helped Wang Dong, who was lying on the ground, up with their hands and feet. Wang Dong stood up with a grim expression on his face, supported by his younger brother. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the punch he just received was quite fierce. In the distance, Yang Feng, who was hiding behind a big tree watching the show, felt a sense of relief after seeing Wang Dong's miserable appearance. At the same time, Yang Feng looked at the people at Dali Peak with a look of shock and disbelief. It seems that the rumors from outside are true. Compared with the Fenjian list, the Qianlong list is not even worthy of carrying shoes. However, Mo Nan, whom he had always regarded as a competitor, was able to stand out among such a group of terrifying geniuses and surpass all the others. Thinking of this, Yang Feng felt even more bitter. He secretly made up his mind that he would never dare to have any improper thoughts about Zhao Yalan again. Then, Yang Feng looked at the crowd not far away again. In the field, Wang Dong looked at the sturdy young man who had knocked him away with a blazing gaze, and said angrily, "Are you Mo Nan?" The sturdy young man said calmly, "I also want to be Mo Nan, but unfortunately, I am not." To be honest, Wang Dong was just unlucky. With so many people around him, he chose someone he couldn't beat. The sturdy young man is named Luo Yu. He ranks 29th on the list and 100th overall among the third batch of Blue Star candidates. Previously, Feng Huia, who ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon list, wanted to challenge Shen Dao, who ranked 49th on the Wind and Cloud list, but the answer he got was "You don't deserve it." Not to mention Wang Dong, who is ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon list, meeting Luo Yu, who is ranked 29th on the Wind and Cloud list. However, Wang Dong didn't know this. He looked at Luo Yu and sneered, "Boy, you dare to attack me? Before I destroy Mo Nan, I will destroy you first." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dong started to use his physical skills, showing off his powerful strength of the first level of Qi condensation realm. A spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Luo Yu. The result is predictable. 10 minutes later, Wang Dong was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with wounds all over his body. At this moment, all the younger brothers brought by Wang Dong were dumbfounded. When they saw Luo Yu's gaze sweeping over, they were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This senior brother, we were forced to do this. It's none of our business." Luo Yu looked at the people kneeling on the ground with disdain, then slowly walked to Wang Dong who was lying on the ground and pulled him up. "Wang Dong, right? You're such a jerk, and you still dare to cause trouble for Mo Nan? Aren't you very arrogant? Keep shouting." Wang Dong was trembling, not knowing how to start. He felt that he was so unlucky that he had offended such a terrifying person as soon as he arrived at Dali Peak. If I had known this earlier, I should have just asked Mo Nan in a nice way instead of pretending. Now, before he even saw the real Mo Nan, he had already become this horrible state. It was all Mo Nan's fault. After he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely teach him a lesson. As for the trouble with this person in front of him, he would never dare to cause trouble. He originally disdained the disciples of the so-called hidden forces, but now, he finally realized that there were top geniuses in the hidden forces, and he was unlucky enough to meet such a top genius. Luo Yu continued, "How could someone like you have the courage to come and challenge Mo Nan? Do you know who Mo Nan is?" Hearing this, Wang Dong was stunned for a moment, then asked in a trembling voice, "Mo Nan, is he very strong?" Luo Yu sneered, "Very strong? No, he's not, but someone like you isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes." Wang Dong's voice faltered, What do you mean? What do you mean?" Luo Yu raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "Have you heard of the Fenjianbang?" Wang Dong nodded weakly. He had heard of the Fenjian ranking, but he simply didn't care about the damn Fenjian ranking, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He was even more dismissive of the rumors about the Fenjian ranking on the Juxiao continent. He had originally planned to prove himself to everyone in the martial arts world after entering the Juxiao Holy Land. The Hidden Dragon list is where the true geniuses of the Juxiao continent gather. It was like this before and it will be like this in the future. However, Wang Dong's thoughts are now somewhat shaken, and reality has slapped him hard in the face. Not far away, among the 5 people who came with Wang Dong, a young man seemed to remember something after hearing the Fenjian ranking. He said to the 4 people around him in a trembling voice, "I remember now, Fenjianbang, Mo Nan, it's him, it's actually him." The other 4 looked at the person who spoke with some confusion and asked, "Who is Mo Nan?" Those who could still worship Wang Dong as a god after entering the Juxiao Holy Land were not very knowledgeable, so they were very unfamiliar with the name Mo Nan. But the person who spoke had a look of fear in his eyes and his mouth was open, unable to utter a word. He is. On the other side, Luo Yu looked at the bewildered Wang Dong and said slowly, you know the rankings, so it seems you're not really stupid. Then he continued, the Mo Nan you mentioned is the one who tops the Fenjian ranking, the true number one among all the disciples of Juxiao Holy Land, while I am only ranked 29th. When Wang Dong heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. After a long while, Wang Dong finally spoke in a daze, are you telling the truth? Luo Yu threw Wang Dong to the ground and said coldly, I don't even bother to deceive a piece of trash like you. If it's true, you can find out by yourself when you go back and ask around. After saying that, Luo Yu returned to the crowd. Wang Dong's younger brothers were also shocked when they heard Luo Yu's words. The person who beat their senior brother Wang so miserably was only ranked 29th on the list. And Mo Nan, who they want to trouble, is ranked first? Thinking of this, all five of them shuddered and buried their faces in their chests, fearing that their appearance would be remembered and Mo Nan would settle accounts with them one by one in the future. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Look, Mo Nan is here. Chapter 108. The crowd, which had originally lost interest, became spirited again after hearing that Mo Nan had arrived. Although the expectations are not as high as before, they still want to see how Mo Nan will deal with this situation. This is the celebrity effect. Some extremely famous people will attract other people's attention even when they are eating or sleeping, and Mo Nan is the first celebrity among the freshmen. Just when everyone focused their attention on Mo Nan who was walking from a distance, Wang Dong, who was lying on the ground with a miserable look, suddenly jumped up in an instant as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Then, he burst out at the fastest speed in his life and ran quickly down the mountain. Someone reacted and immediately shouted. Oh no, that kid wants to escape. Stop him. Don't let him get away. Damn it. You're running away after wasting our time? What the hell are you thinking? The crowd reacted and chased after the fleeing Wang Dong. After Wang Dong saw the movement behind him, he gritted his teeth and a blood-red pill appeared in his hand. After swallowing it in one gulp, a strong blood-red light burst out from Wang Dong's body, and his speed suddenly increased significantly. After shaking off the crowd behind him, Wang Dong rolled and crawled quickly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn! Burning blood? This kid is so cruel. Damn, he's lucky. When the crowd saw that they could not catch up with Wang Dong, they returned to their original place helplessly. Now that the protagonists are gone, it's completely boring to watch. Then, the crowd turned their attention to Wang Dong's 5 younger brothers who were moving their feet and preparing to sneak away. The 5 people who had originally lowered their heads and were about to sneak away couldn't help but tremble after feeling countless gazes. Behind a big tree in the distance, a figure quietly slipped out and chased in the direction of Wang Dong's escape. Mo Nan saw a lot of people gathered in an open space not far away and was speechless. You people, why are you coming here to eat melons instead of practicing well? Finally getting closer, Mo Nan looked around, but didn't see anyone present who looked like they were looking for trouble. Mo Nan said to the crowd, did you see the guy looking for me? Upon hearing this, the crowd made way for the 5 shivering people who were surrounded in the field. Then, Mo Nan saw 5 people whose calves were trembling. Are they the ones? That doesn't seem like it. But Mo Nan still walked towards the crowd in the field, and the expression on his face became a little colder. They disturbed my cultivation and made me come out to die. If I don't teach these guys a lesson today, do they really think I'm easy to bully? However, just as Mo Nan approached, before he even got to the front, the 5 people knelt on the ground in unison, kowtowed to him continuously, and begged for mercy with words like forgive me and it's my business. This scene stunned Mo Nan. What's going on? Didn't you come here to cause trouble? It was not the arrogance and domineering that he had expected, but the fawning and begging behavior in front of him caught Mo Nan off guard. Mo Nan frowned and said silently, "Get up and tell me what's going on." The 5 people raised their heads as if they had been pardoned, and began to tell their story one after another. After a while, Mo Nan finally understood the whole story after listening to the stories of several people. Then, there was deep silence. Beauty is a disaster. Every word said by the ancients is a wise saying accumulated over countless years. Wang Dong? A dangerous light appeared in Mo Nan's eyes. I don't even know him, and even if I really have that kind of relationship with Zhao Yelan, there shouldn't be such a great hatred between us, right? Are you going to ruin yourself by talking all the time? Mo Nan will not show mercy to such people. Although Juxiao Holy Land has a rule that fellow disciples cannot be killed, Mo Nan still wants to teach the other party a lesson. The reason why Long Aotian, Gu Wangqing, and others were not killed before was because of the sex rules. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. As for whether or not to kill them in the future, it depends on their performance. For example, Gu Wangqing and Long Aotian, if they had any thoughts of revenge, Mo Nan would not mind giving them a ride. When we have time, let's go to Lingyun Peak. After making up his mind, Mo Nan looked at the 5 people who were still kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "Slap yourself 100 times and then get out." They were just a few lackeys of the highest spiritual caliber, and Mo Nan was too lazy to attack them. The 5 men started slapping each other immediately as if they had been pardoned. At this moment, Luo Yu walked up to Mo Nan with a smile and said, "Mo Nan, I solved a problem for you. How should you thank me?" Seeing Mo Nan looking over, Luo Yu smiled and said, "My name is Luo Yu." Mo Nan looked towards Luo Yu. Name, Luo Yu. Gold Finger, Quasi-Emperor Remnant Soul, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, 5th level of Qi Condensation Realm. Note, in his ring resides the remnant soul of an ancient Quasi-Emperor. Is this the old man with the ring? Mo Nan was a little surprised. He knew that this kind of golden finger existed, and it was said that there were quite a few of them. But it was not until now that Mo Nan finally saw this kind of golden finger. But, can this thing be copied? How can it be copied? Mo Nan did not see the copy option, but a brand new option appeared. Mark. Mo Nan was a little confused. Mark? What does it mean? Brother Tianfu then gave an explanation. You can mark the residual soul. After marking, you can get the same amount of skills, martial arts, weapons, pills, etc. that the residual soul gave to the original host. Mo Nan understood. It was roughly equivalent to the situation where the same reward was obtained in the system. However, the grandfather did not need to copy this kind of ring, but only mark it. After Mo Nan chose the mark without hesitation, he asked in his heart. Can a reincarnated person like Li Qi be marked? No, this function is only effective for cheat codes and not for living things. Mo Nan was speechless. You said this, but people are their own golden fingers. Is that also a golden finger? Furthermore, souls are not considered living beings? Or does it mean that souls that become someone else's golden finger are not considered living beings? Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, I'll treat you to dinner another day." Haha, then I'll be waiting. After chatting with Luo Yu for a few words and adding each other's contact information, Mo Nan left. Improving his cultivation is the most important thing for Mo Nan now. Seeing that there were no more melons to eat, the crowd dispersed and went back to practice. As Luo Yu was walking back, an old voice came to his mind, with a serious tone. Luo boy, that Mo Nan is scary. Chapter 109. Luo Yu paused in his tracks, and spoke in his mind with some surprise. Teacher, do you feel anything? Luo Yu remembered that when Mo Nan and Jun Yang exchanged a move in the square on the top of Dali Peak, his teacher's evaluation of the two was not bad. However, the teacher suddenly changed his tone and said that Mo Nan was very scary, and this was even though Mo Nan had not made any move just now. The old voice continued to sound, but did not answer Luo Yu's question. Instead, he said, "You should try your best to befriend Mo Nan. Even if you can't become friends, try not to become enemies." The old voice had a calm tone, but his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Because, in the few seconds that Mo Nan watched just now, he felt the threat of death. He had a feeling that if the other party was willing, he could easily kill him in that instant. He is a quasi-emperor. Even if only a remnant of his soul is left, he is no match for a mere Qi condensation realm warrior. And he actually felt the threat of death from a Qi condensation realm warrior. How could he not be shocked? Luo Yu nodded solemnly, "Teacher, I understand." The old voice smiled with satisfaction, then said, "Boy Luo, you have almost mastered the breaking waves ruler technique. I will teach you a martial art. If you can master it, you might be able to make a splash in the freshman ranking tournament." When Luo Yu heard this, excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely practice diligently." Then, a piece of information entered Luo Yu's mind. Luo Yu has obtained the martial arts inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the low-grade cosmic martial arts, Wind God Leg. Mo Nan, who had just returned to her residence, received such a message and was delighted. Unexpectedly, the old man with the ring who had just marked Luo Yu got the reward so quickly, especially, it was an extremely rare leg technique, and it was at the cosmic level. Now, he had another powerful martial art. Moreover, his own attack methods have become more comprehensive. Retracting his thoughts, Mo Nan sat cross-legged and began to practice. At the foot of Lingyun Peak, in a dense bush, a figure covered in wounds lay unconscious on the ground. There was no trace of blood on his face, and he had lost a lot of weight. Not far away, a figure who was also injured walked over and followed the blood trail into the bushes. After seeing the unconscious figure, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Yang Feng quickly walked up to Wang Dong who was lying unconscious on the ground, and started punching and kicking the unconscious Wang Dong. After a while, Yang Feng finally stopped. He looked at Wang Dong, who was injured but still handsome, and laughed cruelly. "Although I like women, if I don't destroy you, it will not be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart." Then, Yang Feng slowly untied his belt. The dark night sky, the quiet grass, and the occasional chirping of insects and birds can be heard. That night, the chrysanthemums were withered and the ground was covered with wounds. Yang Feng's smile turned yellow. The next morning, Mo Nan slowly opened his eyes. Since he now has to practice qi and body refining, Mo Nan's training tasks have become much heavier. But the effect was equally obvious. After a night of practice, his qi refining skill directly broke through the 3rd level and reached the 6th level of qi condensation. The results in body refining were also encouraging. With the help of 10 drops of 10,000 years stalactite, he also reached the 6th level of qi condensation from the 4th level. The cultivation of qi refining and body refining finally reached the same level. The reason why I was able to improve so much in one night is thanks to the gains I made yesterday. Such a big improvement is only possible with the combined effect of many new cheat codes. Normal practice is definitely not this fast. Mo Nan estimated that if he could improve one level every 10 days by staying in his room to practice, it would be great. Sure enough, copying is the right path for me. After a quick wash, Mo Nan went out. Mo Nan first came to Li Xiaoao's residence and handed him the first 6 moves of sword dance written last night, and then rushed to another special place in Juxiao Holy Land. Let Li Xiaoao figure out his training from now on. I have less and less time and cannot provide personal guidance. Mo Nan soon arrived at the Chi Peak in the Juxiao Holy Land. This is the destination where Mo Nan is going to earn points today. Refining equipment and refining pills are two major skills used to exchange for resources no matter where you go. Juxiao Academy is of course no exception, and elixirs and weapons can also be exchanged for points here. Of course, this place cannot be considered a special place, because such places are standard in almost every sect. Kifeng is very tall and big, but there are not many people there. This is also the reason why Mo Nan chose the Device Peak instead of the Dan Peak, because the competition here is relatively small. You can certainly get points by handing in the weapons and pills you have refined, but that way you won't be able to maximize your profits. The way to maximize profits is to take orders. The weapon peak of the Juxiao Holy Land is the Holy Land in the eyes of all weapon refiners in the entire Juxiao continent. Juxiao Academy did not hide anything and opened up its order service to the entire Juxiao continent. As long as you pay the corresponding price, you can customize weapons here. Of course, those who take orders are generally new students who have just joined the company within 3 or 4 years. There are very few real weapon-making masters who come out to take orders. Occupations such as weapon refining, alchemy, formation, and rune refining are generally divided into 12 grades from low to high. The first grade is the lowest and the 12th grade is the highest. As long as the corresponding profession can reach the 9th grade, it can be called a master. The 10th grade is the Grand Master, the 11th grade is the Saint, and the 12th grade is the God. For example, the 11th level alchemist is called the Alchemy Saint, and the 12th level alchemist is called the Alchemy God. Among them, the Holy Spirits who have reached the 11th and 12th grades are extremely rare on Blue Star. Not to mention the Juxiao continent, even a 9th grade Grand Master is probably extremely rare. Mo Nan obtained the Dao level top grade weapon refining inheritance, and with the blessing of unparalleled comprehension, he spent some time and mastered the weapon refining method in the inheritance to a very high level. I don't know. What level of weapon refining am I at now? Of course, a craft like this requires more than just grasping the essence. Instead, it requires repeated practice to continuously improve and reach perfection. There are very few people on Kifeng, which means that there will be less competition for orders. I hope there aren't too few orders, otherwise Mo Nan will have no choice but to go to Danfen to have a look. Compared with refining equipment, alchemy is more popular. Even if many people do not have the corresponding golden fingers, as long as the practice method is of fire attribute, they will learn some alchemy techniques. There are even some people who have made remarkable achievements without the golden fingers in alchemy. Retracting his thoughts, Mo Nan walked up to the peak. Chapter 110. Refining weapons is more difficult than refining pills. In addition to the refining technique itself, the weapon refiner also needs to master some knowledge of formations and inscriptions. In addition, various spiritual irons are extremely difficult to temper. Not only do you need to have fire attribute skills, but at the very least, you must comprehend the artistic conception of fire. Therefore, few people choose to be a weapon refiner without a golden finger in weapon refining. Even with the guidance of a famous teacher, the achievement will not be too high. Even if some people with extraordinary talents may achieve something, refining weapons takes more time than refining pills. A warrior still needs to focus on his own cultivation, as he doesn't have much free time. Therefore, Mo Nan walked all the way to the middle of the mountain without seeing a single person. Finally, when Mo Nan was about to reach the top of the mountain, he met a girl. The girl has a pretty face and gives people a quirky feeling at first glance. When the girl saw someone coming up, she ran over excitedly. "Excuse me, do you want to become my disciple?" "Become a disciple? What kind of disciple?" Mo Nan shook his head at the girl. The girl continued, "Are you here to buy weapons?" Mo Nan continued to shake his head. "Looking for someone?" Mo Nan still shook his head. The girl tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Then what are you doing here?" I came here to accept the weapon refining mission from Kifeng. Hearing this, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly. You are a weapon refiner? That's great, we will have another weapon refiner in Kifeng. Looking at the girl's excitement, Mo Nan was speechless. Was she really that excited? The girl looked at Mo Nan again and asked curiously, what rank of weapon refiner are you? Hearing this, Mo Nan touched his nose awkwardly, well, I haven't taken the weapon refiner certification yet. There is a weapon refiner guild on Blue Star that can certify weapon refiners, but Mo Nan at that time did not obtain the weapon refiner inheritance and could not be certified. Wouldn't accepting a weapon refining mission require a weapon refiner certification? If that were the case, I'd probably just return empty-handed. Hearing this, the girl looked at Mo Nan with suspicion and said, you are not here to steal materials, are you? Mo Nan almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Do I look like that kind of person? However, the girl in front of him didn't recognize him. She was probably either from Juxiao continent or a past life. To accept the weapon refining mission, do I have to be a certified weapon refiner? The girl shook her head. That's not the case. However, if you don't have the corresponding level certification, you'll need to spend your points to purchase the refining materials. If the refining is successful, the Holy Land will reimburse you. If the refining fails, the material points will not be reimbursed. In addition, some quest givers offer special quests that require refining materials, which you cannot accept. Is that so? It's fine, as long as I can get points. As for the rule that points are at my own expense after refining fails, Mo Nan didn't care too much. With his current mastery of weapon refining, Mo Nan is confident that he will not fail as long as the weapon is not of too high a level. It is worth mentioning that although the level classification of weapons is the same as that of martial arts, which are divided into 6 levels, Yu, Zhou, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, weapons have an additional ordinary level. In addition, there is another rough version of the weapons based on the refiner's grade classification method. That is, grades 1 to 12. The former is divided in more detail, and each level has 4 sub-levels, low, medium, high, and extreme. If the ordinary level is included, there are a total of 28 levels. But if divided by grade, there are only 12 grades. However, this classification method is more popular in the weapon refiner circle than the general classification method on Blue Star. The corresponding levels of the two are roughly, 1st grade ordinary level, 2nd and 3rd grade yellow level, 4th and 5th grade mysterious level, 6th and 7th grade earth level, 8th grade sky level, 9th grade universe level, 10th grade cosmic level, and 11th and 12th grades should be beyond the level of the universe. Mo Nan didn't know what level was above Yuja, but what was certain was that there must be more levels. Take Mo Nan's Qing Feng sword for example, it is a mid-grade earth-level sword, which is equivalent to a 6th grade weapon. Mo Nan only knew these after he obtained the weapon refining inheritance. In addition to weapons, other items such as elixirs, formations, inscriptions, etc. are divided into 12 grades. Mo Nan also couldn't understand why there were 2 ways to divide weapons. Seeing Mo Nan frowning and not saying anything, the girl continued, it's okay, you can do the level certification in Juxiao Holy Land, or you can complete the certification first and then start taking tasks. No, where can I take the mission? The girl pointed to the top of the mountain and said, there's a mission hall on the top of the mountain. You'll see it when you get up there. Mo Nan nodded and thanked the girl, thank you very much. The girl was very enthusiastic and said with a smile, it's okay, do you want me to take you upstairs? No, just go ahead and do your thing. Mo Nan smiled and refused, saying that other people's time was precious, so he would not bother them. Afterwards, at the girl's request, the two added their communication methods, and Mo Nan went to the top of the mountain. The terrain here is very open and there are many buildings. There are 12 mission halls alone, corresponding to the 12 levels of weapons. Mo Nan looked at his pitiful 50 points and walked towards the first grade mission hall. I hope 50 points are enough. Unexpectedly, these people came to Juxiao Holy Land to issue tasks for some first-grade ordinary weapons. It's really a waste of talent. It seems that people in Juxiao continent also believe that anything produced by Juxiao must be of high quality. The walls of the mission hall were densely covered with missions, and Mo Nan glanced at them casually as he walked. Suddenly, Mo Nan saw an interesting order. Northern Territory Tianchen Nation wants to create a standard weapon for the Divine Constable Division. Requirements: distinct features and exquisite appearance. Note: the other party has very high requirements and has rejected 13 types of standard weapons. Reward: 2,000 Juxiao points, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. This task was quite interesting. Instead of requiring power, you actually require uniqueness and exquisiteness? Mo Nan frowned and thought for a moment, then a weapon from his past life memory appeared in his mind. Mo Nan laughed, the Divine Constable? Flying fish clothes, embroidered spring sword, it's you. In addition to weapons, I will give you a set of uniforms. After Mo Nan accepted the task, he went to the window to exchange materials. Fortunately, it is just a first-grade item and does not require any precious materials. Refined iron that has been refined 100 times is enough. After exchanging 30 points for a piece of fine iron, Mo Nan used another 10 points to rent a forging room near the mission hall. Then, Mo Nan started his first weapon refining. Today's mission of earning points starts with this embroidered spring knife. Chapter 111. The weapon refining inheritance that Mo Nan obtained was of the Dao level top grade, and the weapon refining techniques recorded therein were extremely superior. It was no difficulty for Mo Nan to refine a first-grade ordinary weapon. Molding, adjusting, quenching, forging, decorating, and sharpening. The operation was smooth and flowing. In just a quarter of an hour, Mo Nan completed all the steps of refining ordinary weapons. However, there is one last step required to refine spiritual weapons. This step is also the most critical step that reflects the level and skills of the weapon refiner. Endowed with spirit. Give the weapon a touch of spirituality, making it transcend ordinary weapons and enter the ranks of spiritual weapons. Although the spirituality here is not like the spirit of high-level weapons, there is a fundamental difference between the two. Although a first-grade common weapon is between ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons and generally does not need to be endowed with spirits, Mo Nan still intends to complete this process. Firstly, it allows him to hone himself better. Secondly, this is the first weapon Mo Nan has made himself, so he wants to make it as perfect as possible. As the soul-infusing method in the inherited memory was performed, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the Zaihu Chun knife, which originally looked ordinary, and the blade began to tremble. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Although the blade looked no different from before, its grade and power had increased by more than one level. It was probably an upgrade from the lower mortal grade to the upper mortal grade. Unfortunately, I don't understand the sword intent. Otherwise, if I could engrave my own sword intent into it, I might be able to reach the yellow rank. Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away the knife, found paper and pen, and drew the flying fish suit pattern in his memory. Afterwards, Mo Nan left the forging room and came to the mission hall. After arriving at the window, Mo Nan handed over the embroidered spring knife and the blueprint that he had made. Wait a moment. After the staff said something, they put the two items into a special box. Then, the box disappeared from Mo Nan's sight. In less than 10 minutes, the staff member smiled and said to Mo Nan, "Congratulations, the mission is completed, give me the Juxiao token." Mo Nan took out his Juxiao token and handed it over. After the staff operated it for a while, they handed it back to Mo Nan again. After taking it and looking at it, Mo Nan found that his points had become 2040. It seemed that the materials had been reimbursed, but the points for renting the forging room had not been reimbursed. A large number of spirit stones also appeared in the space of the Juxiao token. Mo Nan had known for a long time that the Juxiao token had a storage function, but he usually kept things in the system space. Mo Nan glanced at it and asked in confusion, "Why are there 200,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Mo Nan remembered that the reward seemed to be 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The other party was very satisfied with the weapons you made, so they gave you an extra 100,000. Is that so? With the initial accumulation, Mo Nan walked out of the first-level mission hall and headed towards a higher-level hall. In the second-level mission hall, Mo Nan accepted the mission of a long sword. For creating the Yishan sword, Mo Nan obtained 5,000 points and 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. The third-grade task is to refine the Gentian silver spear, which requires 10,000 points and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A fourth-grade mission, a peerless sword, 20,000 points and 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Fifth-grade mission, double-edged sword, 50,000 points, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Sixth-grade mission, Yuchang sword, 100,000 points and 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. The sixth grade is already a ground-level weapon on the same level as Mo Nan's Qing Feng sword. Mo Nan also spent several hours to successfully forge it. Since the material costs were reimbursed after each successful refining, Mo Nan's points reached 186,090. At this time, it was almost afternoon, and Mo Nan didn't expect that his points today were not worse than yesterday. In addition, more than 1 million medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones were also obtained. Now, there are two main places where Mo Nan can use spirit stones. One is to let the God-level enlightenment system absorb it and turn it into enlightenment points, and the other is to let the devouring martial soul devour it and feed back to oneself. After thinking for a moment, Mo Nan gave all the mid-grade spirit stones to the God-level enlightenment system, and planned to give the low-grade spirit stones to the devouring martial soul to devour after returning tonight. Afterwards, Mo Nan walked towards the 7th grade mission hall. There were relatively few tasks in the main hall. Mo Nan was also here and saw several familiar figures. One of them was the former student who copied the weapon refining inheritance by himself, whose name seemed to be Zhou Tong. The other one was the enthusiastic girl that Mo Nan met when he went up the mountain. In addition, there were many people in the hall, and they seemed to be arguing about something. Mo Nan walked over curiously, wanting to hear what they were talking about. As soon as Mo Nan approached, the enthusiastic girl saw him and waved at Mo Nan, "This way." The other people who were arguing also looked towards Mo Nan after hearing the voice. Mo Nan touched his nose and walked towards the enthusiastic girl. Zhou Tong, who was arguing with a group of people with his face red, suddenly had his pupils shrink when he saw Mo Nan. He had been to the Battle Power Hall, so naturally he knew Mo Nan. It was said that Mo Nan later took the first place in the comprehension ranking. Therefore, when Zhou Tong saw Mo Nan, there was a deep surprise in his eyes. Could it be that Mo Nan could also refine weapons? Mo Nan said to the enthusiastic girl, "What's going on? What are you arguing about?" The enthusiastic girl glanced at the crowd around her, seeming to hesitate whether to speak or not. Zhou Tong came up to the two of them and said, "Let me tell you." Then he said, "The weapon peak of the Juxiao Holy Land has a rule. That is, weapon refiners from the entire Juxiao continent are allowed to come and challenge. For every weapon refiner defeated, they can take a weapon from the Weapon Peak's Weapon Promotion Pavilion. The level is optional. Just now, people from the Juxiao Bingshen sect came to challenge us and have defeated everyone here in succession. We are discussing whether we should ask our brothers who are in seclusion to take action. Is that all? Is it necessary for you to quarrel like this?" Mo Nan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Tong, curiously asking, "You lost too?" His own weapon refining inheritance was copied from Zhou Tong. If Zhou Tong was defeated at night, he probably wouldn't be his opponent. Zhou Tong smiled awkwardly. I am obsessed with martial arts and have not put much effort into refining weapons. Zhou Tong has never been interested in refining weapons since he was a child. He just wanted to practice, but the golden finger he awakened was the refining inheritance, which made him very depressed. Therefore, he spent most of his time practicing martial arts using the skills that came with the inheritance, and did not spend much time on refining equipment. Until now, he was only a 6th grade equipment refiner. Mo Nan rolled his eyes. This Zhou Tong was really wasting God's gift. Instead of following the path of refining weapons, he had to mess around in a field he was not good at. In weapon refining inheritance, it is clearly recorded that after reaching the realm of the 11th grade weapon saint, one can use oneself as a weapon, tempering and improving it step by step, and can also achieve the realm of immortality of the physical body. This guy is really putting the cart before the horse. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the crowd. Kid, who are you? Why are you, an outsider, asking about our Kifeng's affairs? Chapter 112. Mo Nan frowned when he heard this and looked at the other party. This person also has a golden finger in weapon refining, but it is only of the middle Dao grade. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong quickly grabbed the person who spoke and said, You are crazy. He is Mo Nan. What the hell, Mo Nan? I don't know him. What's going on is our internal affairs at Kifeng. All outsiders, leave immediately. Zhou Tong was also speechless. He didn't even know Mo Nan, and he didn't know how to explain it. This guy is not a student from Blue Star, but from Juxiao continent. Unlike other new disciples from Juxiao continent, this guy was specially recruited a year ago after passing the weapon refining talent test. It is equivalent to the specially recruited talented students of ordinary universities on Blue Star. As one of the few people specially recruited by Juxiao Holy Land in more than 30 years, this guy is very arrogant and feels like he is very great. This person is obsessed with the art of refining weapons. He has hardly left the weapon peak in the past year. It is normal that he does not know what is happening outside. The other people around changed their expressions after hearing Mo Nan's name. Mo Nan's name had been widely circulated in other places in Juxiao Holy Land in the past 2 days, so they naturally knew about it. The enthusiastic girl's eyes lit up and she asked, Mo Nan, are you the number 1 Mo Nan on the Fenjiun ranking? Mo Nan nodded at the girl, then looked at the person who spoke rudely to him. Mo Nan really didn't think that the first level of the Danhua realm was anything special, so he decided to give it a try. Just as Mo Nan was about to fight this guy, a more arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the hall. The dignified 9 Heavens Holy Land's weapon peak, don't they even have a decent weapon refiner? Have you discussed this? Mo Nan paused and looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. Senior, if they win, then so be it. It's just a few high-level weapons. Just let them take them. Juxiao Holy Land shouldn't be short of that, right? Zhou Tong shook his head. 9 Heavens Holy Land is indeed not short of weapons. However, the reason for this challenge rule is to put some pressure on the weapon refiners of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, so as to motivate them to improve. However, if the challenger wins everyone, it will prove that the weapon refiners of the 9 Heavens Holy Land are inferior to the challenger, and they will lose a large number of orders. More importantly, the Juxiao Holy Land will think that we are not qualified for the test and will fail the course. Also, from now on, the points rewards for all the weapon refining missions we accept will be reduced by 2/3. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. Is it so serious? The other things don't matter. I'm not from Kifeng, so it's none of my business whether I fail the exam or not. However, the reduction in orders and points are 2 things that Mo Nan cannot accept. Then why did you quarrel? When he mentioned this, Zhou Tong became angry again. This skill concerns the glory of our entire Kifeng. I wanted to call out those brothers who were in seclusion for training. No matter what, we absolutely cannot lose. However, this guy insisted that we can't afford to lose, that we are bullying the weak, and that even if we lose, we must lose with dignity. It really p'd me off. Is he so noble and upright? He has no idea of the consequences of losing. Hearing this, the person who had spoken just now immediately turned his attention to Zhou Tong. Humph, he's just someone who has awakened his divine power. It's embarrassing enough for us who have been awakened for over a year to lose. If we ask brother out, will we still have any dignity? As for the consequences, of course I know, but I don't want to defeat them by bullying the weak. They are just the weapon god sect. I will visit them one day and defeat them one by one. I will defend the glory of our Juxiao weapon peak again. Zhou Tong was speechless. These ancient people were just fussy about nothing. Are you FG stupid? If your points are reduced by 2/3, it will be even harder for us to improve. You're no match for them now, so how can you expect to surpass them in the future? However, Lu Ming, the person who spoke just now, remained motionless after hearing this. My senior brothers and sisters are not here, and I am the highest ranking senior brother here. If I say no, it means no. UBD, believe it or not, I will suppress you first. Zhou Tong said angrily. Humph, although your cultivation is higher than mine, just try to touch me. Zhou Tong was helpless. Lu Ming was a disciple of an elder of Qifeng, and according to the rules, Lu Ming was indeed his senior brother. He really had no way to do anything to him. Mo Nan was also speechless. Brother, how could you, the owner of a Dao-level top-grade weapon refining heritage, be defeated by a mid-grade thief-level person? You don't care about your golden finger at all. At this moment, the people outside seemed to be getting a little impatient and pushed open the door of the mission hall and walked in. Mo Nan looked up and saw a handsome young man walking in front, followed by a girl in a green dress and a white-haired old man. I say, have you guys finally agreed on this? If no one comes to fight, I'll leave. If rumors spread that Juxiao Qifeng doesn't allow us to join the Bing Shen sect, don't deny it. No one is willing to fight? Boy, you probably don't know the strength of Qifeng. Wait. After saying that, Zhou Tong walked out of the hall. However, Lu Ming stopped in front of Zhou Tong and said to the young man. Young Master Dugu, we acknowledge. Etc. A bland voice interrupted Lu Ming's words. Mo Nan walked up to a few people and said, what the hell is this? Just admit defeat. Did I agree? He said to the newcomer, I will accept the challenge. At the same time, Mo Nan stared at the young man. Name, Dugu Kaiyushan. Golden Finger, sealing monsters and refining weapons, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm 4th level. Note, the unique weapon refining technique of the ancient weapon saint can seal the soul of monsters into the weapon, making it extremely powerful. The art of sealing demons and refining weapons? This kid is good. Zhou Tong and his men did not deserve to lose. Mo Nan originally thought that Zhou Tong lost because he did not comprehend the weapon refining inheritance well, but now it seems that is not the case. Without hesitation, he chose to copy and looked at the girl. However, her golden finger is only of the middle grade of Dao level, and is a martial spirit type, 9 nether bird. Mo Nan's eyes turned, sealing the demon and refining the weapon? Sealing the demon beast soul. What would happen if I sealed my martial soul in there? Thinking of this, Mo Nan immediately spoke in his heart. Brother Tianfu, can you please copy this 9 nether bird? Don't worry, I'll use it soon. After a while, a golden light condensed in Mo Nan's mind, and the shadow of a 9 nether bird emerged. Seeing this, Mo Nan couldn't help but laugh. You seal the souls of monsters, and I seal the spirits of martial arts. What can you use to compete with me? Lu Ming looked at Mo Nan, are you also a weapon refiner? Seeing Mo Nan nodded, Lu Ming didn't say much this time, and turned to say. Then try it. If you can win, I will apologize for what I said before. Although he said this, he did not hold any hope in his heart. He knew Dugu Kaihushan's weapon refining ability very well. He did not mock or stop Mo Nan because he was afraid of losing face for Juxiao Holy Land in front of outsiders. However, it was estimated that the Divine Weapon Pavilion would lose another high-level weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. Dugu Kaihushan also looked at Mo Nan, with a disdainful smile on his face, and said lazily. How do you want to compete? Chapter 113. Seeing Dugu Kaihushan's arrogant look, Zhou Tong came to Mo Nan's side and whispered. Mo Nan, are you really good at refining weapons? The guy in front of you is very strong in refining weapons. Mo Nan smiled at Zhou Tong and said, It's okay, just a try, it won't have any impact. The worst that can happen is that we lose another high-level weapon. It's not ours anyway. Oh well. Zhou Tong nodded and stepped aside. He also wanted to see how accomplished Mo Nan, the top freshman who took first place on both lists, was in weapon refining. The old man who had been following Dugu Kaihushan suddenly had a gleam of insight in his eyes after hearing the conversation between Mo Nan and him. He looked at Mo Nan and said, Mo Nan? Are you the number 1 Mo Nan on the Fenjiun ranking? Upon hearing this, Dugu Kaihushan and the girl in green skirt also looked at Mo Nan in surprise. The disdain on Dugu Kaihushan's face faded a little, and a strange light flashed in the eyes of the girl in the green dress. Mo Nan looked at the changes in several people and sighed in his heart that reputation is sometimes really useful. That's not the point. Let's compete in weapon refining. Good. Dugu Kaihushan was a little excited. It would be great if he could defeat Mo Nan, the most famous and popular young man in the Juxiao continent. In that way, his name will spread throughout the entire Juxiao continent. Mo Nan thought for a moment and said, How about this? We each create the best weapon we can currently create. I heard that there's a weapon chart on the Juxiao continent. Whoever creates a weapon that ranks higher wins. How about this? Mo Nan originally wanted to find a weapon refining task for the two sides to compete with each other. In this way, he could earn points while competing. But Mo Nan thought again that he could refine weapons now, and the Qing Feng sword was only at the 6th level, so he might be able to take this opportunity to create a better weapon for himself. Good. Dugu Kaihushan agreed, then walked to the window to get the refining materials he needed. For challengers, Qifeng will also provide refining materials. If you win, the money will be reimbursed, and if you lose, you will pay. Seeing this, Mo Nan also walked to the window and started buying the refining materials he needed. Mo Nan originally wanted to refine an 8th grade heavenly weapon, but after thinking about it, he finally chose the refining materials for a 9th grade cosmic weapon. The material costs will be reimbursed if you win, but you will bear the cost yourself if you lose. After selecting the materials for refining the weapon, the two of them each entered a forging room. Mo Nan's choice is of course the sword. With 2 golden fingers in top-level refining, Mo Nan's current refining level can be said to be very high. Especially after copying the demon sealing and weapon refining technique, Mo Nan is very confident in refining 9th grade weapons. It took Mo Nan 3 full hours to smelt the 9th grade material, and another hour to complete all the previous steps. The next step was to give it spirit. He guided the phantom of the 9 nether bird out of his mind, and then, using the method of sealing demons and refining weapons, he sealed the 9 nether bird's martial spirit directly into the pitch-black sword body. After a cry that seemed to come from hell, the sword returned to calm. The sword is 6 feet and 7 inches long and is as black as ink. The sword body was engraved with a dark red pattern, and on the hilt were 2 small characters in seal script. Jiu. Mo Nan looked at his work with satisfaction. Yes, 9th grade, ultimate cosmic sword, 9 nether sword. From now on, you will follow me. The Juyu sword trembled, and Mo Nan seemed to hear a faint chirping sound. Mo Nan smiled, put away the Juyu sword, and walked out of the forging room. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw a large group of people waiting for me at the door. It seems that Dugukaihushan completed it earlier than himself. When Zhou Tong saw Mo Nan coming out, he said, "Who said Mo Nan failed in refining? Isn't it out now?" Then, Zhou Tong took another look at the black sword in Mo Nan's hand and continued, "Let's go directly to the appraisal department." The group soon arrived at another hall, where a middle-aged man was dozing off on a recliner, bored out of his mind. Zhou Tong stepped forward and said, "Teacher Yang, I'm sorry to bother you with another appraisal." The middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced at everyone, and with a wave of his hand, he took the weapons in the hands of Mo Nan and Dugukaihushan. He first looked at the long sword refined by Dugukaihushan and said lightly, "An 8th grade, heavenly weapon, with the soul of the Danhua realm monster Tong Bei ape as its blade spirit. Very good." Upon hearing this, Dugukaihushan quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for the compliment, senior." He could be dismissive of Kifeng's disciples, but he dared not neglect the Kifeng's top leaders in the slightest. The Juxiao Holy Land is the true ruler of the Juxiao continent. Even if it is just a weapon peak, it is not comparable to their Bingshen sect. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned his gaze to the pitch-black sword. Then, his eyes shone brightly, filled with shock and disbelief. He spoke excitedly, "A 9th-grade cosmic weapon, and its spirit is the ancient demonic beast, the 9 nether bird." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Everyone was shocked that Mo Nan was able to refine a 9th-grade weapon, and they were also shocked that Mo Nan actually regarded the ancient demon beast 9 nether bird as a sword spirit. Ancient magical beasts are almost on the same level as divine beasts, and the combat power of an adult magical beast is comparable to that of a martial arts saint. However, Mo Nan actually regarded it as a sword spirit and refined it into the sword? Where did he get the 9 nether bird's soul? Could it be that the family behind Mo Nan can easily hunt down the 9 nether bird? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked again. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not immediately return the 2 weapons to the 2 people, but looked at Mo Nan and said, "Are you a freshman?" Mo Nan nodded. "May I have your name?" "Mo Nan." "Mo Nan?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then said, "You are the Mo Nan who took first place on both lists." Mo Nan smiled bitterly. Didn't he expect his reputation to be so great? But he nodded anyway. A gleam flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. If the weapon refining genius in front of him was Mo Nan, then things would be difficult. There are many people who are eyeing this kid, and it will be difficult to snatch him away from Kifeng. Moreover, this kid seems to have reached the level of a demon in all aspects, and I don't know which aspect his golden finger belongs to. If he is good at refining equipment, he will most likely choose Kifeng. If not, there is probably no hope. Moreover, the person who can take first place on both lists is unlikely to be just a weapon refiner. Could it be that this Mo Nan reached the 9th grade weapon refining master just by his hobby? Thinking of this, everyone's heart can't help but beat faster. No, even if it means alarming the peak master, we must snatch this kid away. It would be a shame if such a genius didn't refine weapons. Chapter 114. According to the regulations, freshmen will only start choosing to join the various peaks after completing the freshman ranking battle. Only then can each peak begin to compete for the freshmen they have selected. Of course, the final choice of where to go depends on the student's own wishes. But it does not prevent the various peaks from promising benefits to poach people. Kifeng originally would not participate in such matters. Those who have the golden finger for refining equipment will come without being snatched away, and those who don't have the golden finger for refining equipment will not be able to get it even if they snatch it away. But now, with the emergence of an all-round monster like Mo Nan, the middle-aged man felt that as long as the conditions promised by Qi Feng were generous enough, there was still a chance to snatch Mo Nan away. The talent in Kifeng is too scarce. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd of less than 10 people and felt a little disappointed. Zhou Tong, the only one with some talent, was not focused on refining weapons, so the weapon peak was about to be disbanded. The middle-aged man said to Mo Nan, after the freshman ranking battle, "Are you willing to join Kifeng? Join device peak?" Mo Nan shook his head secretly in his heart. He was only refining equipment to earn points, and he had no intention of pursuing the path of refining equipment. But Mo Nan did not refuse in person, and said, "Thank you for the invitation, Teacher Yang. I will seriously consider it." Teacher Yang smiled bitterly. Since the peak master had not given any indication, the conditions he promised were limited. He could only wait for 5 days and let the peak master and those people compete for it. At this moment, Zhou Tongdao said, "Teacher Yang, these 2 weapons are going to be included in the weapon rankings. Could you please rank them for me?" Although everyone already knew the outcome, the agreed-upon ranking based on the weapons list still had to be completed. Hearing this, Teacher Yang waved his hand, and a virtual list appeared before his eyes. On the list, various weapons were shining. He threw the 2 weapons into the virtual list, and then the 2 weapons began to collide with the phantoms of the weapons in the list. During this period, Mo Nan also took the time to check out Teacher Yang's golden finger. Name, Yang Yi. Gold finger, 100% weapon enhancement, Tao level top grade. Cultivation, Qunkan realm. Note, you can strengthen the weapons you refine and increase their level. The specific increase depends on your luck. This. Another lucky cheat? This is a cheat code that can be copied. After Mo Nan chose to copy it, he looked at the Juyu sword in the virtual list with some excitement. The Juyu sword had already reached the top level of the universe grade. If it were to be strengthened, wouldn't it at least be a lower grade universe grade weapon? If I'm luckier, can I reach a higher level? Also, this Teacher Yang actually reached the Qunkan realm and became the martial emperor? It truly is one of the 4 greatest academies. As for the old man following behind Dugukai Hushan, Mo Nan had checked him before. He only had a low-grade Dao level golden finger and could not be copied. A moment later, the virtual list disappeared and the 2 weapons reappeared in Teacher Yang's hands. He said calmly, "The 9 nether sword ranks 7th on the 9 heavens weapon list, and the bloodthirsty knife ranks 109th. After saying this, Teacher Yang returned the 2 weapons to the 2 men. The Juxiao weapon list contains the top 360 magical weapons on the Juxiao continent. To be on the list, the minimum requirement is an 8th grade heavenly weapon. Compared to people on Blue Star, people on the Juxiao continent have very few options for entertainment. Therefore, interesting things like various lists have become topics of conversation among the people in the martial arts world after dinner, and are also one of the few ways for them to relax. Therefore, there are all kinds of rankings in Juxiao continent, and Juxiao Jianghu people are very concerned about them. The previous Fenjiun ranking came out of nowhere and supported countless storytellers in the world. Speculations about Fenjiun Tianjiao's identity and strength have become the only topic of conversation among the Juxiao Jianghu people when they relax in recent times. It is estimated that this update of the weapon list, especially the 9 nether swords entry into the top 10, will probably cause heated discussions among all the Juxiao Jianghu people. It is worth mentioning that this Juxiao weapon list includes weapons native to the Juxiao continent, as well as new works in the Juxiao Holy Land. It does not include the weapons refined by the big guys in the Juxiao Holy Land, otherwise, there would be no need for the Juxiao weapon list to exist. In addition, in the Divine Weapon Pavilion of Juxiao Weapon Peak, the highest grade weapon is only the 9th grade, and it is ranked on the weapon list. Naturally, higher grade weapons will not be taken out for challengers to choose. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you can go out. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed and walked out of the hall. It was not until they left the hall that Zhou Tong and other weapon refiners from the weapon peak showed excitement on their faces. Everyone looked at Dugukaiushin and burst into laughter. How arrogant this kid was before, how ugly his expression is now. After a while, Zhou Tongdao said, "All right, you won 2 games and lost 1. You can go to the Divine Weapon Pavilion and take away a weapon. Also, I'll pay you for the materials to refine the bloodthirsty blade." Upon hearing this, the expression on Dugukaiushin's face became even uglier. After looking at Mo Nan deeply, he went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion to choose weapons under the guidance of a disciple from the Weapon Peak. "Humph, you picked up a 9th grade weapon for nothing, and you're still so pretentious. What are you pretending for?" Zhou Tong curled his lips and said unhappily. The girl in the green dress stared at Mo Nan with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to say something. The girl in the green dress was very conflicted. The 9 nether sword refined by Mo Nan seemed to be tailor-made for her. If I, who possess the 9 nether bird martial soul, could obtain this 9 nether sword, it would be a perfect match. Moreover, the grade of the Juyu sword has reached the 9th grade, ranking 7th in the Juxiao weapon list. It is a weapon that can accompany her throughout her life. How can she not be moved? After hesitating for a moment, she walked up to Mo Nan and said, "Hello, can you sell me your 9 nether sword?" Mo Nan looked at the girl in the green dress in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Sorry, not for sale." The green-dressed girl's eyes darkened, and she continued, "Can you refine another one? I'm willing to pay any price." Mo Nan thought for a moment and said, "You can issue a mission to the Kifeng of the Juxiao Holy Land, but you need to deal with the soul of the Juyu bird yourself." "Is that so?" The girl in the green dress looked bitter when she heard this. The soul of the 9 nether bird is not so easy to obtain. As an ancient magical beast, the number of the 9 nether bird is pitifully small. It is even uncertain whether the 9 nether bird still exists today. There are some rumors that some people have seen the 9 nether bird, but those are just rumors. Besides, even if she found it, with the power behind her, she would not be able to hunt it down. In the entire Juxiao continent, apart from the Juxiao Holy Land, it is estimated that no force dares to say that they can hunt down the Juyu bird. A moment later, Dugukaiushin came back. After saying the classic words "I will definitely come back," he took the 2 of them away. At the same time, on the Juxiao continent, the Juxiao weapon list, which had been silent for a long time, was finally updated. Chapter 115. As soon as the Juxiao weapon list was updated, warriors and martial artists across the entire Juxiao continent began to discuss it heatedly. "The weapon list has been updated." "What? Let me see." On a huge stone tablet outside Juxiao city, 3 large characters are engraved: Weapon List. On the weapons list, the position of the 7th place has changed, and a line of text has appeared. 7th, 9 nether sword, owner, Mo Nan, refiner, Mo Nan. When everyone saw this line of text, they all opened their mouths in surprise. It's actually number 7? The weapons that can make it into the top 10 are all 9th grade cosmic level divine weapons. This 9 nether sword actually occupies a divine weapon spot. The top 10 weapons in the Juxiao weapon list, regardless of their specific levels, are called the 10 divine weapons by the Juxiao Jianghu people. Mo Nan? This name sounds familiar. Damn, he's Mo Nan, number 1 on the wind and cloud ranking. He's actually a weapon refiner? And he's even become a 9th grade weapon refiner. Isn't this too evil? He doesn't give other geniuses a chance to survive. There aren't many 9th grade weapon refining masters, even in the entire Juxiao continent, right? A hero is born young. I wonder if he will accept the task of refining weapons. No, our sect's spiritual weapon must be issued at Juxiao Weapon Peak. I hope Mo Nan can accept the task. Let's go together. The 9th grade weapon refining master of Kifeng hasn't accepted any missions for a long time. I hope Mo Nan can take it. TNG Pavilion, quickly record the changes in the weapon list and announce it to the world. On the top of Kifeng, Mo Nan received a reward of 100,000 points from Kifeng for defeating Dugukai Hushin, who came to challenge him. Adding what Mo Nan had earned before, Mo Nan now has more than 280,000 points. Mo Nan was able to gain enlightenment in the Hall of Enlightenment for nearly 50 minutes. Together with the spirit stones obtained before, they were absorbed by the God-level enlightenment system and transformed into enlightenment points. By then, with the enlightenment state of the Hall of Enlightenment, the blessing of unparalleled enlightenment, and the triple buff of God-level enlightenment system, I wonder if I can complete the deduction of sword dance? It was already approaching evening, and Mo Nan didn't plan to stay at Kifeng anymore, so he prepared to go back to practice. At this moment, Lu Ming came over and bowed deeply to Mo Nan. I apologize for what I said before. Mo Nan glanced at Lu Ming, shook his head, and because of his sincere apology, he didn't bother with him. Afterwards, Mo Nan said hello to Zhou Tong and the enthusiastic girl, then left Chi Peak and headed towards Stoli Peak. In the room, Mo Nan sat cross-legged on the bed, a vortex appeared behind him, rotating slowly. It was the devouring martial soul copied from Ye Fan. Then, Mo Nan waved his hand, and a large number of spirit stones appeared on the ground. Swallowing martial soul slowly rotated, sucking all the spirit stones in. Afterwards, Mo Nan felt an incomparably pure energy coming out from the devouring martial soul and merging into his limbs and bones. Mo Nan gathered his mind, activated the 9 Yang burning heaven art and began to practice. As the spirit stones were continuously consumed, Mo Nan's cultivation was also steadily improving. Practice overnight. The next morning, Mo Nan opened his eyes. His qi refining cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of qi condensation. This cultivation speed was extremely fast. Afterwards, Mo Nan took out the Juyu sword and used the 100% weapon strengthening copied from Teacher Yang of Kifeng. After a flash of light on the Juyu sword, calmness returned to normal. At the same time, the 9 nether bird sword spirit within the sword body let out a cheerful and pleasant chirping sound. Mo Nan quickly picked up the Juyu sword and checked it out. Upper rank? Looks like I'm a bit lucky. Mo Nan was a little excited. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. The Juyu sword actually skipped 3 small levels and reached the upper level of the U level. It seems that the Juyu sword will accompany him for a long time. After putting away the Juyu sword, Mo Nan began to think about his itinerary for the day. Should I continue to earn points, or go to the Hall of Enlightenment to deduce sword dance? After thinking for a moment, Mo Nan decided to get points. The more points he got, the further the deduction would go. Mo Nan's goal today is Danfan. So, Mo Nan earned another 220,000 points on Danfan today, and at the same time, copied a higher level alchemist inheritance. Name, Han Li. Golden Finger, Dan Sheng inheritance, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Purple Mansion Realm. Note, the legacy of the ancient 11th grade alchemy saint, with the unique alchemy techniques of the alchemy saint. It was another golden finger of the half-step immortal level, and Mo Nan of course chose to copy it without hesitation. It is worth mentioning that after Mo Nan copied the demon sealing and weapon refining technique and alchemy saint inheritance, the original weapon refining inheritance and alchemist inheritance of the same type were not eaten up by his own talents like the previous maximum level of comprehension. But it still remains. Mo Nan guessed that it was probably because unparalleled comprehension could completely replace maximum comprehension, and different inheritances, regardless of their level, had their own characteristics and strengths, and could not be completely replaced. At night, Mo Nan returned to his room and began to practice using the spirit stones he had obtained from the alchemy mission he had taken today. On Danfan, a piece of news spread that a freshman had completed the task of refining a 9th grade elixir and became a new 9th grade alchemy master. Although Danfeng has many geniuses and is not as sparsely populated as Qifeng, this incident still caused quite a stir. There are even rumors that this alchemy master is suspected to be the top freshman Mo Nan. But most people still scoffed at this rumor. A person's energy is limited. It is incredible that Mo Nan can be number one on both lists. If he can reach the 9th grade master in alchemy, it would be really unreasonable. At the same time, there are rumors that Mo Nan has also refined a 9th grade weapon, becoming a 9th grade weapon refining master. Once this rumor came out, people became even more skeptical. The others who were still watching also shook their heads. First on both lists, a master in both weapon refining and alchemy, who would believe this? Mo Nan didn't know all this, but was practicing hard in his room. The next day, all the spirit stones were used up, and Mo Nan's qi refining skill reached the 8th level of qi condensation realm. The freshman ranking battle will begin in 3 days, and then I can start harvesting golden fingers like crazy. Mo Nan gets excited just thinking about it. But before that, you still have to improve your own strength to a higher level as much as possible. It would be embarrassing if you can't get first place. Thinking of this, Mo Nan went out and walked towards the Hall of Enlightenment. Chapter 116. Walking on the road of Wuying Peak, Mo Nan heard some interesting things that happened among the freshmen in the past 2 days. First of all, there were rumors about himself. The speculation that he was a master of both refining weapons and alchemy was widely circulated. Another thing is that the battle power rankings of the body tempering realm and the qi gathering realm have been wiped out in the past 2 days. It can be said that there have been almost earth-shaking changes. This surprised Mo Nan. Could it be that the number of top geniuses in this period was the largest in the past 300 years? It can't be. Jun Yang is only a low-grade immortal level gold finger, but he is ranked second in the 3rd period. At this moment, the conversation between several people caught Mo Nan's attention. Have you heard? The 2nd place on the body tempering realm battle strength rankings has been replaced. Second, are you talking about Lang Han, who has dominated the top spot for hundreds of years? He was pushed down? Then who is second now? Hey, you may not believe this, but that guy is a freshman at our Juxiao Academy. Speaking of which, this guy is really a hidden talent. Whether it's the Fenjiun ranking or the top 100 of the 3rd round of Blue Star candidates, I've never seen his name. Who would have thought that this guy is even more powerful than Jun Yang? If it weren't for Mo Nan, this kid would have become the number 1 person in the body tempering realm in 300 years. You've said so much, but who is that person? Wang Xian, that man's name is Wang Xian. Mo Nan became a little excited when he heard this. Wang Xian? Could it be that this guy's gold finger level is higher than Jun Yang's? For Mo Nan, the more geniuses there are around him, the more excited he is. If someone can surpass him and reach the 1st place, Mo Nan will be even happier. Better than me, right? Give me the golden finger. At this time, the man continued. In addition, 2 people from our Juxiao Academy have made it into the top 10, and one of them is a great beauty. Really? Then wouldn't it mean that our Juxiao Academy has 4 people on the list at once, completely overwhelming Kailan Academy? Of course not. Among them, Mo Nan ranked 1st, Wang Xian ranked 2nd, Jun Yang ranked 4th, Chen Baichuan and Suruoxi ranked 7th and 8th. This time, our Juxiao Academy is really proud. Hey, you may not know yet, Lin Feng, who is ranked 10th, is also from our Juxiao Academy. I've never heard of Lin Feng. Could he be the same as Wang Xian? Hehe, you can't imagine that this Lin Feng is a native of Juxiao continent. What? There's such a person on the Hidden Dragon list. He wasn't on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It's said that before joining the Juxiao Academy, he had been traveling around the world with his father, telling stories everywhere. I see. You really can't underestimate anyone. Listening to the various discussions of the people around him, Mo Nan soon arrived at the Hall of Enlightenment. There are still many people gathered here, wanting to show their prowess and leave their names on the ranking stone tablet for future generations to admire. Unlike 2 days ago, when most of the people here were former students, now most of the people in front of the Hall of Enlightenment are new students. As soon as Mo Nan approached, he was recognized and some people started talking. Mo Nan chose to ignore it. After looking around, he did not find any golden fingers that could be copied. Mo Nan looked up at the ranking stele, but unexpectedly found that the name on the ranking stele had also changed. After Han Fei, a new name appeared in the third position, Li Chongsheng. However, this person was not from Juxiao Academy, but from Zhij Academy. The names behind it have also changed more or less, but for Mo Nan, there is nothing noteworthy about it. Afterwards, Mo Nan walked into the Hall of Enlightenment, ready to deduce the sword dance carefully. After entering the Enlightenment Hall, Mo Nan went straight to the Enlightenment Room. Mo Nan now has 500,000 points, which is enough to stay here for more than an hour. In addition, Mo Nan also had all the spirit stones he had obtained in the past 2 days absorbed by the God-level enlightenment system, a total of more than 20 million enlightenment points. Mo Nan is more confident in the deduction of the sword dance. It is worth mentioning that 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 enlightenment point. After entering the room, with a loud cry, the Juyu sword appeared in his hand. The scene changes and the ancient battlefield reappears. After more than an hour and 20 minutes, Mo Nan walked out of the Enlightenment Room. Mo Nan frowned deeply. This time the harvest didn't seem as big as he had imagined. In more than an hour, Mo Nan only pushed the sword dance to the 9th move. The 8th style, after answering questions with me, I feel more regretful about the times and the things happening, and my heart is in pain. With this move, the sword cultivator will form a spiritual injury field with a radius of 10 feet around his body in addition to the sword heart field. People who are in the realm of spiritual sorrow will be heartbroken and die of mental exhaustion. This is a sword move that combines the artistic conception and the soul. Its power is even greater than that of the beauty that can capture the soul. The 9th style, the former emperor had 8,000 maids, Gongsun swordsmanship was first, shocking the emperor. This move does not involve any other fancy areas, but is purely the ultimate sword technique. Concentrate all the swordsman's mind, sword intent and intention into one sword. This sword can kill the emperor. The points are still not enough. The subsequent deduction of sword dance required more and more points, and as the deduction deepened, Mo Nan felt more and more the horror of sword dance and its high upper limit. With only 9 moves, he had already reached the level of top-grade martial arts at the U level. If it can be fully deduced, it will definitely be an earth-shattering martial art. Shaking his head, Mo Nan walked out of the Hall of Enlightenment. Without staying too long, Mo Nan left Wuying Peak. Mo Nan's goal today is Zhenfeng. A day passed quickly, and a rumor also appeared on the peak. Mo Nan, the top freshman, refined a 9th grade formation disc and became a 9th grade formation master. When this rumor came out, everyone scoffed at it. It's ridiculous that they could make up such a ridiculous rumor. As for Mo Nan, he returned to his residence and began to practice using the spirit stones he had obtained on the formation peak. The next day, his Qi training level broke through to the 9th level of Qi condensation. The qualifying battle will start in 2 days, and the opportunity to reap the big prize that I have always dreamed of is getting closer and closer. Mo Nan couldn't help but look forward to it. In the next 2 days, Mo Nan plans to improve his body refining realm. All-round development is the kingly way. Where can I go to earn points and spirit stones today? Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Zhen Peak, where should I go? After thinking about it, Mo Nan chose to go to Fufeng today. What? I don't have the corresponding cheat code. Won't you have it if you go there? Chapter 117. Mo Nan arrived at Fufeng soon. As soon as he arrived at Fufeng, Mo Nan began to search. However, this time his luck seemed a bit bad. Mo Nan searched for almost 2 hours before he finally found a copyable cheat code. Name: Zhaoqunkan. Golden Finger, Ancient Talisman Clan Heritage, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Purple Mansion Realm. Note: one of the 8 ancient rune clans, the Thunder Rune clan's inheritance, the runes they refine possess the power of 9-day thunder. It was another Golden Finger of the half-step immortal level, and Mo Nan happily chose to copy it. Afterwards, Mo Nan began to accept tasks on Fufeng. The day passed quickly. Nearing evening, Mo Nan returned to his own independent courtyard and began to practice using the spirit stones he had obtained today. And in Juxiao Academy, there was another rumor about Mo Nan. Mo Nan, the first freshman to refine a 9th grade talisman, became a 9th grade talisman master. In response to this, everyone sneered and became numb. They also didn't know what had happened in recent days. The outrageous rumors about Mo Nan became more and more numerous and outrageous. Why don't you say that all of Mo Nan's secondary professions have reached the Grandmaster level? Do those who spread rumors really think Mo Nan is a god? Mo Nan naturally didn't know about this. At this moment, he was using all his strength to practice the 9-star body tempering technique to temper his body. After a night of practice, Mo Nan's body cultivation reached the 7th level of Qi condensation realm. There is still 1 day before the qualifying battle begins, and Mo Nan's target for today is Ming Feng. Inscriptions and talismans have similarities, but they are different from each other. A talisman is a rune carved and outlined on a specific talisman paper, which is then communicated with the corresponding rules of heaven and earth using a special technique, giving the talisman an unfathomable power. Inscriptions are not limited to talisman paper, nor are they drawn with a pen. Instead, special patterns are engraved on any object with an inscription knife in order to achieve the effect of communicating between heaven and earth. This day is another day full of harvest. Name: Chu Feng. Gold Finger, complete collection of inscriptions, Tao level supreme. Cultivation, Danhua realm. Note: Encyclopedia of Inscriptions. After happily choosing to copy, Mo Nan started his points earning plan again for today. In the evening, Mo Nan, who had obtained 190,000 points and more than 1 million spirit stones, returned to the room. There is another rumor about Mo Nan: he is a 9th grade inscription master. Everyone has become completely numb to this. Even if there are rumors that Mo Nan has become emperor, no one will be too surprised. It's just a rumor. You can spread it however you want. We won't believe it anyway. Mo Nan originally planned to continue to refine his body, but after thinking about it, he realized that without the help of natural resources and treasures, the speed of cultivation would be too slow. Consuming the same amount of spirit stones, the progress of Qi refining is much stronger than that of body refining. Thinking of this, Mo Nan began to use Devouring Martial Soul, activated 9 Yang Burning Heaven Art, and began to practice. The freshman ranking battle is tomorrow. I wonder if I can break through to the Danhua realm? Due to the special nature of the 9 Yang Burning Heaven Art, when Mo Nan broke through from the Qi Gathering Realm to the Qi Condensing Realm, he condensed a full 9 Scorching Sun Cyclones. Others only need to condense a cyclone of true Qi, refine and solidify it, and then they can break through to the Danhua realm. But Mo Nan needs to condense 9 martial arts true pills before he can break through to the Danhua realm, and the difficulty increases exponentially. As the spirit stones continued to be consumed, the aura on Mo Nan's body became stronger and stronger. 2 hours later, Mo Nan finally condensed the first Scorching Sun Cyclone into a martial arts true pill. After the first successful experience, the condensation of the following cyclones became smoother. The first, the second, the third, the fourth. It was not until dawn that Mo Nan finally condensed all 9 scorching sun cyclones into a martial arts elixir. Mo Nan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sword beams shot out, piercing through the window and hitting a big tree outside the yard, causing large leaves to fall. After slowly exhaling a breath of foul air, Mo Nan stood up. Today is the day when the freshman ranking battle begins, and Mo Nan can't help but feel a little excited. I don't know exactly when it will begin, nor do I know if I'll have time to go to the Hall of Enlightenment. He has earned more than 400,000 points in the past 2 days. If he has time, he would like to deduce a few more sword dances. Just when he was thinking about whether to deduce the sword dance first, a light suddenly flashed on the Juxiao token. Mo Nan quickly took out the Juxiao token and checked it. A message appeared on the token. All freshmen, gather at the Wufeng training ground. Mo Nan shook his head. It seemed that he couldn't go to the Enlightenment Hall. After a quick wash, Mo Nan went out and headed towards the place mentioned in the message. Along the way, many people were heading in the same direction as him, all of them with eager expressions on their faces. They were all geniuses, so who wouldn't want to compete for a place? Although the various rankings before have some persuasiveness, as dancers, everyone will use their current strength as the only criterion for judgment. This qualifying match is a great opportunity for those who are not ranked to prove themselves. Everyone was very concerned about this ranking battle. They practiced in seclusion for 7 days, just to make a splash in the ranking battle and get a good ranking. And in the next 4 years, the treatment each person will receive in the academy will be related to this ranking battle. Therefore, today's qualifying match is even more important. Everyone will choose to go all out and show their true strength. Mo Nan was even more eager for this qualifying match than anyone else, because any talent that showed a little bit of promise in the qualifying match would be Mo Nan's target. Mo Nan has been coveting the golden fingers of these geniuses for a long time. After today, Moana's golden fingers will reach an unprecedented number. I guess even he himself can't remember how many golden fingers he has. Mo Nan soon arrived at the foot of the mountain where he lived. He saw his friends there. Xiao Yan, Li Xiaoao, and the others were all there. After seeing Mo Nan, Xiao Yan was the first to rush up. "Boss, you've been all the rage these past few days. The rumors about you could fill a whole book." The others also looked at Mo Nan in surprise. They had also heard the rumors about Mo Nan in the past few days. But they all believed it in their hearts. They knew how perverted Mo Nan was. They thought it was normal for him to do anything earth-shattering. This was the difference between a demon and a genius. Chapter 118. Mo Nan smiled at everyone without explaining anything. Whether they believed it to be a rumor or fact, it didn't matter to Mo Nan. After all, the purpose of taking on those missions from various peaks is to earn points, not to become famous. Xiao Yan continued, "Boss, there are rumors about you recently. Are they true? What do you think?" Mo Nan did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. After hearing Mo Nan's question, several people became more convinced. Mo Nan has reached the master level in all the secondary martial arts professions, including weapon refining, alchemy, formation, talisman, and inscription. Thinking of this, even though they knew Mo Nan's evildoer, they couldn't help but take a deep breath in their hearts. "Okay, let's go check out Wufeng." The group soon arrived at Wufeng and came to an extremely huge square at the top of the mountain. This is Wufeng's training ground. 100 arenas have appeared on the martial arts field, each of them is extremely tall and wrapped in a layer of formation barrier. When everyone arrived here, they found that there were already many people here. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 OTA 0 ODQ0 AGI equals. Mo Nan looked around and saw that they were all new disciples from Juxiao continent. As the few people stood still, some familiar figures of Mo Nan began to appear on the martial arts field. Jun Yang, Han Fei, Luo Yu, Li Qi, and others came here one by one, and they all nodded to Mo Nan. Mo Nan also smiled. After all the freshmen arrived, a figure appeared in the field. She is extremely beautiful, and with a flying sword under her feet, she looks like an immortal banished from the sky. This person is Zhong Lingyun. Her sweet voice filled the room. The arena battle begins now. The rules are simple. Each of you starts with 10 challenge points. Everyone will be randomly matched up in battle. Losing a match will result in 1 challenge point deduction. Winning a match will result in 1 challenge point bonus. Those with 0 challenge points will be ranked and the arena battle will end. The final ranking will be determined by the number of challenge points. Also, if anyone is dissatisfied with the final ranking, they can use their challenge points to challenge others. If they win, their rankings will be swapped. If they lose, they will lose 10 challenge points. The arena is protected by a special formation. Injuries sustained will be restored to their original state after the battle. In addition, the arena is a special space. During the battle, regardless of life or death, you will be resurrected outside the arena. Everyone, is there anything you don't understand? At the scene, the disciples from the Juxiao continent were amazed at the Juxiao Holy Land's ability to heal and resurrect, while the Blue Star freshmen did not feel anything. After all, most of the trials that everyone had participated in before were like this. Zhong Lingyun scanned the entire room and seeing that no one spoke, she knew that everyone had understood. In that case, the ring battle begins. As Zhong Lingyun finished speaking, the formations on all the arenas lit up at the same time. Afterwards, 200 people disappeared from the crowd and were teleported to various arenas. Mo Nan felt his eyes blurred, and he found himself on the tall arena. Only 200 people are selected each time from thousands of people. How can I be selected? But it doesn't matter, it's all the same to Mo Nan anyway. Mo Nan didn't listen carefully to the previous rules. He was busy looking for a cheat code that could be copied. Unfortunately, it was not found. As for what the rules are, it doesn't matter to him. As long as he keeps winning, that's all that matters. His own cultivation has reached the Danhua realm, plus dozens of golden fingers. Mo Nan doesn't believe that there can be anyone stronger than him. Just now, Mo Nan also took the time to check Jun Yang's cultivation. He had also reached the Danhua realm, and had even reached the second level of the Danhua realm. It seems that I am not the only one who is making progress. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan looked at his opponent. In the martial arts arena, when others saw Mo Nan enter the ring, they all turned their attention to the number 8 ring. Look, Mo Nan is on the court. Come up and throw a trump card? Who can withstand this? I hope that guy can hold out for a few more moves. We have a lot of tough guys this time. I hope this guy can test Mo Nan's true strength for them, and hopefully force him to reveal 1 or 2 of his hidden cards. Force Mo Nan to reveal his trump card? Are you still asleep? If the opponent is Jun Yang, it's possible, but him? Forget it. I bet he can't even take a single blow. At the same time, some people who wanted to surpass Mo Nan in the qualifying battle also turned their attention to the number 8 ring. Although there was a high probability that they wouldn't be able to see anything, they were still curious about how Mo Nan would defeat his opponent. In the Qingming void that the freshmen could not see, figures began to appear one after another, and they all cast their eyes towards the arena below. Oh! This is Mo Nan from Jianfeng. A majestic voice sounded faintly above the sky blue sky. You're talking nonsense. What do you mean by Mo Nan from Jianfeng? That's right, it's clearly Mo Nan from our Wufeng. Get lost. I've always let you guys go before, but if anyone tries to snatch Qifeng's person from me this time, I'll fight him to the death. Above the 9 heavens, the big guys who suppressed a star field have started to tear each other apart like street shrews without anyone knowing. There is no way, these big guys are very clear about Mo Nan's performance in the past few days. Even in the entire history of human martial arts, there are only a few geniuses like Mo Nan who can be counted on one hand. And all of those people have become the most powerful ones who dominate the universe and illuminate the heavens. Alright, the ranking battle has just begun, and you're all about to start fighting. How disgraceful! A majestic voice fell, and the bosses stopped arguing. Then, they all turned their eyes to the arena below. Mo Nan looked at the opponent in front of him, and then his pupil shrank. Name, Wang Changshao, Clone. Gold Finger, Go Dao System, Low-Grade Immortal. Cultivation, Danhua Realm 3rd Level. Note, throughout the ages, I am the only one who keeps to myself. Being low-key is your byword. Let him be strong as he pleases, the breeze will caress the hills. Let him pretend as he pleases, I will secretly become stronger. What's going on with this guy? Gao Dao System? In today's blue planet where unparalleled geniuses are emerging one after another and great wars are breaking out, you actually choose to hide? Many resources need to be fought for by yourself. The competition among all warriors is actually very cruel. But this guy just sits back and watches the storm unfold, and keeps the world awake, right? I have never heard of this person's name, but his cultivation is stronger than Jun Yang's? It seems that my previous thoughts were a bit conceited. It seems that I can't underestimate anyone, especially those who look ordinary. I must check the golden fingers of such people. Also, what does the word doppelganger after his name mean? Chapter 119. It's just a harmless ranking battle, do you care? Do we need to send a clone over? Mo Nan complained in his heart, but still chose to copy without hesitation. This surprised Mo Nan a little. What was in front of him was just a clone, but he didn't expect that it could be copied. However, Mo Nan was a little curious about whether the 3rd level of the Danhua realm cultivation that appeared in the information was the cultivation level of Wang Changshao's original body or the clone in front of him. If it's the latter, that would be terrifying. Just when Mo Nan was ready to have a good fight with Wang Changshao, he was suddenly stunned the next moment. Wang Changshao suddenly spoke up and said to the crowd, I admit defeat. Mo Nan looked at Wang Changshao strangely, but didn't say much. It would be a miracle if a person who is good at Go Dao could fight with me with all his strength. Wang Changshao must have been thinking, what if he accidentally defeated the top freshman in front of him? He would be in trouble. In this regard, Mo Nan just wants to say, you think too much. However, no one at the scene was surprised by Wang Changshao's choice. Facing Mo Nan, the top freshman, 99% of people would probably choose to admit defeat. After a flash of light, Mo Nan returned to the crowd, and the challenge points on his Juxiao token became 11. Then, Mo Nan began to look at the battles on other arenas. At this time, fierce battles had begun to break out on many arenas, and all kinds of powerful martial arts burst out with brilliant light. Mo Nan first looked towards the arenas where the fighting was most intense. On one of the arenas, a tall young man took strange steps. He predicted every attack of his opponent and dodged them easily. However, each of his attacks caught his opponent off guard and left him utterly defeated. Calculate 10 times before taking any step, and make plans carefully before taking action. Mo Nan stared at the tall boy. Name, Wang Yishan. Gold Finger, Life is a chess system, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm, level 8. Note, the battlefield is like a chessboard, and your moves are like placing pieces. You must carefully consider each move and control the overall situation. The higher your chess skill, the greater your overall strength. Current strength increase, 50 times. This system is quite powerful, but it requires you to spend time to hone and improve your chess skills, which is a bit troublesome. However, Mo Nan still chose to copy it. If he has time in the future, he can put some effort into it. Then, Mo Nan looked at the person who was fighting with Wang Yishan. Although this person was in a bit of a mess and at a disadvantage, he was able to fight with Wang Yishan for such a long time without being defeated, which was enough to show how extraordinary he was. The people around also started talking at this time. Look at arena number 69. Isn't that Wang Yishan, ranked 21st on the Fenjian rankings? That's right, but who is the person he's fighting with? How could he have remained undefeated for so long? I don't know. I don't know him. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. It seems that the so-called ranking list or the ranking of the third batch of Blue Star candidates were not quite accurate. Only after a real face-to-face fight can the superiority of warriors be determined, and only such a ranking is the most accurate. No matter what your golden finger is, the truth will eventually be revealed in your own hands. If the cheat level is very high, but it cannot be reflected in your strength, it is equivalent to not having much use. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan looked towards the man. Name, Li Su. Gold finger, Earth element law, Tao level ultimate. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm 4th level. Note, the darling of the earth, soil is the mother of all things, thick, long, and everlasting. After seeing this golden finger, Mo Nan became a little excited. I already have 4 of the 5 elements laws, and now, I finally have all 5. The ancients believed that the 5 elements evolved from all things, but no one knew what effect would occur when the 5 elements gathered together. After choosing to copy, Mo Nan saw the light spots representing the other 4 laws gathered towards the light spot of the earth law. The 5 light spots formed a circular shape and began to rotate. There is no visible specific change at the moment, but what is certain is that something unusual has definitely occurred. Mo Nan regained his composure and prepared to study it carefully after returning home in the evening. Now, let's copy more cheat codes first. Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the number 100 ring again. The battle here is also fierce, and both sides are very strong. Mo Nan knew one of them, Ye Fan, who was ranked 2nd on the Juxiao continent's hidden dragon list. Ye Fan's opponent was a young man who looked quite clever. At this time, the two people were fighting fiercely. Mo Nan knew about Ye Fan's golden finger, and the clever boy was able to fight Ye Fan on equal terms. It seemed that he was another very strong genius. Mo Nan stared at it. Name, Shiziao. Gold finger, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm 9th level. Note, low-grade wild level technique, Phoenix Nirvana, immortality after 9 deaths. A cheat code for martial arts techniques? It's like giving me a pillow just when I feel sleepy. Only the ultimate universe grade 9 Yang burning heaven art is not enough for Mo Nan now. It's not that the 9 Yang burning heaven art can't continue to be practiced. On the contrary, this technique is still very powerful. But Mo Nan's current competitors are often half-step immortal and immortal level golden finger geniuses, so the 9 Yang burning heaven art has no advantage. The most powerful advantage of the 9 Yang burning heaven art is that in the 2 realms of gathering Qi and condensing Qi, it can condense 9 scorching sun cyclones and transform them into 9 scorching sun true pills. As for the later realms, 9 Yang burning heaven art seems to be quite standard. And this Phoenix Nirvana Sutra just makes up for Mo Nan's shortcomings in martial arts. Above the U level, is the Huang level. Mo Nan had long guessed that there were levels above the U level, and now he finally knew the specific level. Was it the Huang level? I wonder if there are other levels above the wilderness level? After collecting his thoughts, Mo Nan copied the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and looked towards the many arenas again. Just as Mo Nan was about to look away, the battle between Ye Fan and Shiziao finally came to an end. Shiziao's whole body was burning with rich Nanming Luo, and a loud cry resounded throughout the venue, piercing through gold and splitting rocks. Then, the entire arena instantly turned into a fire area. The eyes of the whole audience immediately gathered and looked over here. After a moment, the flames dissipated. Chapter 120. The scorching heat of the Nanming Luo swept across the entire venue, and the hot temperature penetrated the formation barrier, making everyone on the scene feel hot. A moment later, the sea of fire dissipated. On the ring, Shi Xiao was half kneeling on the ground, his face pale and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ye Fan completely disappeared. It seemed that Shi Xiao won. The next moment, Ye Fan's figure slowly appeared next to the ring. At this time, Ye Fan was looking at Shi Xiao, who was slowly getting up on the ring with a somewhat dull look, his heart filled with boundless bitterness. He had been hailed as one of the two most outstanding people in the entire Juxiao continent since he was a child, but this was the first time he was defeated face to face, and he was defeated so thoroughly. Even if he tried every possible means, he could not reverse the fate of being burned to nothingness by the Nanming Luo. If this had been a real fight, he would have been dead. A flash of light appeared on the ring, and Shi Xiao's figure disappeared and appeared next to Ye Fan. Ye Fan looked at Shi Xiao, who appeared in front of him, opened his mouth bitterly, but couldn't say a word. Shi Xiao's injuries have completely recovered. Although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. If the ring did not have the function of recovering injuries, Shi Xiao would probably have to spend a month or so to recover. Shi Xiao did not look down on Ye Fan at all. It is extremely rare for a genius of Ye Fan's level to appear in the Juxiao continent, where the total population and overall strength are only 1/1000th of that of the Blue Star. He said to Ye Fan, "My name is Shi Xiao. Well, I'm ranked 20th on the Fenjian ranking. However, I'm not satisfied with this ranking." Ye Fan didn't expect Shi Xiao to take the initiative to talk to him. It seemed that he recognized his strength. The bitterness in Ye Fan's heart lessened a bit, and he said, "My name is Ye Fan." Originally, Ye Fan planned to introduce a few more words, but suddenly found that he had nothing good to introduce. The ranking of the Hidden Dragon list? Don't be ridiculous. In Ye Fan's opinion, the Hidden Dragon list has now become a complete joke. At the same time, Ye Fan was a little self-deprecating in his heart. He was not even a match for Shi Xiao, who was ranked 20th. It was ridiculous that he had regarded Mo Nan as a rival before. That's ridiculous. Genius? Monster? It turned out to be just the threshold to meet Mo Nan. After returning to Li Qi and the others, Ye Fan looked listless and didn't say a word. Li Qi patted Ye Fan on the shoulder and said, "That man is very strong. You deserve to lose." It was meant to be words of comfort, but Ye Fan felt even more heartbroken. He said bitterly, "His name is Shi Xiao, and he ranks 20th on the list." After hearing Ye Fan's words, several people suddenly fell silent. The disciples from the Juxiao continent all looked very excited when they saw that Ye Fan, who was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list and was considered invincible in their hearts, was killed by the person ranked 20th on the Wind and Cloud list. It turns out that the Hidden Dragon list is not even worthy of being on the Wind and Cloud list. After watching the result of the battle between Ye Fan and Shi Xiao, he also shook his head. It seems that there are really a lot of geniuses in this issue. Moreover, Mo Nan also discovered a pattern, that is, the golden fingers of the same level also have different strengths. As for the specific differences, Mo Nan is not very clear, and can only analyze the specific differences with the gold finger. Afterwards, Mo Nan turned his attention to the number 30 ring again. On the stage, two people were standing opposite each other, neither of them moving. And around the two of them, the flashes of swords and the shadows of knives kept flashing. A powerful sword storm formed with the two of them as the center. People near the number 30 ring felt pain on their skin even through the barrier. These two guys are actually competing in artistic conception? Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. Only those who are extremely confident in their own abilities would compete in artistic conception right from the start. In the competition of artistic conception, if one is not careful, the foundation of Taoism will be damaged and the soul will be severely damaged. Fortunately, they were able to recover from their injuries after the battle, otherwise, at least one of them would have been disabled today. These two people, one is a sword cultivator and the other is a knife cultivator, and both have reached the realm of great success in artistic conception. Under the collision of the sword and the knife, the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Since ancient times, swordsmen and swordsmen have been arguing over who is the best of all weapons. It is no wonder that the two of them started an extremely dangerous contest of artistic conception as soon as they met. There were also discussions all around. That's Jin Dao, who's ranked 10th on the list, and Yan Shizhen, who's ranked 11th, right? That's right, I didn't expect these two to meet each other. This is going to be exciting. Oh? How do you mean? You probably don't know yet, but 3 days ago, these two met in front of the battle hall. Because of a dispute over swords, they started fighting on the spot. The scene at that time was extremely exciting. So who won in the end? It's still undecided. Is that so? It looks like there will be some fun to watch. These two people actually comprehended the realm of artistic conception in the qi condensation realm and even reached the great perfection level. It's really true that comparison is the end of the world. In the crowd, Li Qi also looked towards the number 30 ring, with a deep fear in his eyes. The other disciples of Juxiao continent opened their mouths wide in shock. Above the 9 heavens, a faint voice sounded, resounding in the endless azure sky. The sword is the most powerful of the 9 weapons, the king of all weapons. I think the golden sword will win. In response, he was met with a sharp sword light. It split open the vast blue sky and slashed towards the direction where the sound came from. In response to this, everyone else shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They were no longer surprised by such scenes. With their minds dispersed, the big guys looked towards the battle on the ring below again. Mo Nan listened to what the people around him said and became interested in these two people. Although he was a sword cultivator, he had no obsession with the sword war that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. And the two people in front of me seem to be very obsessed with this. In fact, it is not just these two people, almost most swordsmen and swordsmen have such obsession. Both sides insist on their own opinions and believe that they are the real leader of all weapons. The fight between swords and knives is also something that other warriors love to see. Every time this happens, it becomes a hot topic. After a light laugh, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the two people on the number 30 ring who were competing in artistic conception. He first looked at the swordsman named Yan Shizhen. Name, Yan Shizhen. Gold finger, sword tomb, immortal grade low. Cultivation, peak of the qi condensation realm. Note 1, the place where the sword of the ancient sword god sect was buried. After the sword god sect was destroyed, the sword tomb disappeared. By accident, it entered the body of Yan Shizhen, who failed to awaken the golden finger. Note 2, within it are countless sword god sect inheritances, as well as the remnant soul of a sword emperor to protect the Dao. Anyone who bullies the weak will be annihilated by the remnant soul of the sword emperor. Who do you think is the leader of the swords? Chapter 121. Mo Nan was a little surprised. This Yan Shizhen, is he ranked 11th? His golden finger actually reached the immortal level? Also, what type of golden finger does Yan Shizhen have? Is it a heritage type? Or a grandfather ring type? Does this need to be copied or labeled? Then, Mo Nan got the answer. Mark. It seems that my talent has determined that he is of the ring grandfather type, or in other words, the residual soul of the sword emperor is the core of this sword tomb. After decisively choosing to copy, Mo Nan continued to look at the golden knife that was confronting Jian Shizhen. Name, Kinto. Gold finger, heavenly question 9 swords, immortal grade low. Cultivation, peak of the qi condensation realm. Note, this is a top-grade sword technique at the wild level, combining all the skills and martial arts. When the 9 swords are unleashed, the world will pale in comparison. This 9 heavenly swords sounds like a pure martial arts sword technique, but Tianfu claims it's a combination of martial arts and cultivation techniques. Perhaps this sword technique has a matching breathing technique. After choosing to copy, Mo Nan looked at this 9 swords of heaven. This was the first time Mo Nan had seen a golden finger based on martial arts, so he couldn't help but feel curious. Heavenly questions, the first knife, the upper and lower parts are not yet formed, how can we examine them? Heavenly questions, second knife, yin and yang combine, how can one transform into nothingness? Heavenly questions, chapter 3, 9 places, why are they buried? Heavenly questions, fourth knife, Xingcheng has 9 layers. How many miles high is it? Heavenly questions, fifth knife, how can a cricket dragon carry a bear on its back while swimming? Heavenly questions, chapter 6, a snake swallows an elephant. How big is it? Heavenly questions, seventh sword, heavenly style horizontal and horizontal, Yang Li loves death. Heavenly questions, chapter 8, Nuwa has a body, who crafted it? Heavenly questions, ninth blade, fate is reversed, what punishment or blessing? Mo Nan read through the 9 sword techniques of Tianwen Judeo one by one, and with his powerful comprehension, he understood most of them in a short moment. Afterwards, Mo Nan was shocked by the power of 9 swords of heaven. No wonder, 9 swords of heaven was able to rank among the lower grade golden fingers of the immortal level by relying on his swordsmanship. It was indeed extraordinary. The power of 9 swords of heaven is far inferior to that of sword dance at this stage. No wonder this golden sword is comparable to Yanshizan who owns the sword tomb. It really has something special. Mo Nan looked at the 2 people who were still in a stalemate and shook his head. The strength of the 2 people was very close, and it was estimated that it would not be over for a while. Then, Mo Nan looked elsewhere. At this time, the battles in most of the arenas have ended, and new figures have appeared in the arenas where the battles have ended. Mo Nan looked again towards the arenas where the fighting was most intense. On the 20th ring, a very interesting scene is emerging. It was almost noon, and the scorching sun in the sky was spreading its warmth wantonly. On the number 20 ring, large flakes of snow were falling, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground of the ring. The biting cold wind penetrated the formation barrier, causing everyone near the number 20 ring to shiver and tighten their clothes. On the ring, large flakes of snow fell, dyeing the 2 figures on the ring white. In the snow, 2 figures, a man and a woman, stood facing each other. Their originally long black hair had been dyed white by the snow. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, this scene looks very artistic. Mo Nan suddenly remembered a sentence. If we can get wet in the snow together one day, we can grow old together in this life. But, buddy, you're going all out before the fight even starts. Do you know how to be gentle with women? While Mo Nan was thinking this, the people around him began to talk, with surprise and excitement in their tone. Oh my god, it's Suruoxi, my goddess. What? She is Suruoxi? Suruoxi, who ranks 4th on the wind and cloud ranking and 7th on the battle power ranking. Nonsense, who else could it be, Suruoxi? Hiss, if it's her, then this guy might be in trouble. Of course not. Didn't you see that he was frightened and used his ultimate move the moment they met? Speaking of which, this guy is also very strong. I hope he is not another Wang Xian. How can there be so many dark horses? Even if he is very strong, the final winner will definitely be Goddess Su. Listening to the discussions among the people around him, Mo Nan also understood a little. It turns out that the woman who remained calm and composed even in the midst of heavy snow, like a snow lotus on Tian Shan Mountain, was Suruoxi, who was on the combat power ranking list. No wonder her opponent made such a big fuss right from the start. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan looked towards the 2 people on the number 20 ring. Mo Nan first looked at the young man. Name, Ye Wujiang. Gold Finger, Frost Domain, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm, Level 8. Note, in my domain, I am the master. A golden finger for domain categories? Mo Nan was a little surprised. This special type of golden finger was not common compared to the golden fingers of system, martial soul, inheritance, etc. The number of this special type of golden fingers was very small. This was the second time Mo Nan had seen this kind of golden finger, the first time being Li Wang's illusion travel. Of course, no matter what type of cheat code it is, Mo Nan will choose to copy it without hesitation. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze to Suruoxi. Anyone who can make it onto the battle power rankings must have a gold finger of at least the lower immortal level, right? Please don't let me down. Name, Suruoxi. Gold finger, eternal talent, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note, unparalleled talent, unique throughout the ages. Even if one is ordinary, one can still overcome the barriers of heaven step by step and stand proudly among the heroes of martial arts. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. He didn't quite understand this golden finger. Even after reading the notes, Mo Nan still didn't understand the specific effect of this golden finger. It seems that it is also a special type of cheat, and a bit like a talent type of cheat. Talent is a very vague concept. In most cases, a person's comprehensive qualities are referred to as talent. For example, the combination of a warrior's talent, understanding, character, perseverance, wisdom, and other qualities is generally called a person's talent. However, no one has made a specific division, so it is said that this concept is a bit vague. It seems that Suruoxi's qualities in all aspects have reached an extremely enchanting level. As his thoughts turned, Mo Nan had a preliminary understanding and cognition of this eternal talent. As for the specific effects and functions, you can only slowly experience and understand them through future practice. While choosing to copy, Mo Nan also withdrew his thoughts. At the same time, the battle on the ring began. Although the result is unlikely to be surprising, Mo Nan still plans to watch the fight between the two. In the snow, a strong wind suddenly arose, and snowflakes flew all over the sky. Chapter 122. A white jade hand stretched out from the flying snowflakes, and with a turn of the white wrist, it slapped Ye Wujiang. An ordinary palm strike shattered the snowflakes in the sky. The lotus steps are light, leaving no trace on the snow. Ye Wujiang felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Even heavier snow fell from the sky, trying to use the endless cold to make Suruoxi retract her hand. However, he failed. The flawless white jade hand did not show any sign of stagnation and continued to slap Ye Wujiang. Ye Wujiang tapped his toes and disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. His figure appeared on the other side of the ring. This is his territory, and within this territory, he is omnipotent. However, just as he stood still, Ye Wujiang was shocked to find that the white palm was still slapping towards him slowly, getting closer and closer, as if he had been standing there without moving. Ye Wujiang, who didn't believe in evil, changed his position several times in succession. But that white jade-like palm was like a leech attached to his bones, locking onto him tightly and getting closer and closer. Ye Wujiang frowned, and then his body became ethereal, as if it had merged into the surrounding world. Snowflakes began to fly wildly, and the biting cold wind whistled across the entire arena like a sharp knife scraping against the bones. The cold wind passed through the formation barrier, and some people who were closer to it changed their expressions and retreated dozens of steps. On the ring, the cold wind was howling and the snow was flying, as if the sky was falling. Ye Wujiang merged into the frost realm, carrying with him the supreme power of heaven and earth, with countless snowflakes flying, sweeping towards the white palm. The ordinary white palm looks small and helpless, like a mortal facing an avalanche. Bang! The white palm collided with the endless snow and rain. The moment the two collided, a huge noise erupted, attracting the attention of everyone present. After a loud bang, the two separated. Suruoxi, dressed in white, still stands proudly in the snow, extremely independent. However, Ye Wujiang flew backwards, his whole body soaked in blood, and the blood he spat out was mixed with large pieces of internal organs. This woman is so cruel. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ye Wujiang, who had almost turned into a bloody man, with a sigh. I originally thought that Suruoxi would go for a light and gentle style, but unexpectedly, she would go for a violent style. On the ring, Suruoxi took one step at a time, and as her footsteps landed, golden lotuses bloomed under her feet. As the golden lotus bloomed, the snow on the ground began to dissipate, and a warm breeze blew past, and large flakes of snow began to melt. It is as if the spring breeze blows across the earth in the cold winter, bringing infinite vitality to it. By the time Suruoxi walked in front of Ye Wujiang, who was covered in blood, there was no more snowflakes on the ring and everything returned to calm. Then, Suruoxi raised her palm and hit Ye Wujiang. The next moment, Ye Wujiang's body was smashed into pieces. A moment later, Ye Wujiang's figure slowly gathered next to the ring. He looked at Suruoxi on the stage, then turned and returned to the crowd. Is this the gap between me and the top-tier geniuses? It's indeed huge. With Ye Wujiang's departure, the battle came to an end. As expected, Suruoxi won. There was a burst of excited cheers at the scene. As expected of my goddess, she's truly awesome. Goddess! You're the best! Step on Jun Yang, punch Wang Xian, and wink at Mo Nan with a wink. Goddess, the first place belongs to you. Hey? Wait, why do you have to wink at Mo Nan? Hey, you don't know yet, do you? Our top freshman is a romantic and affectionate person. On his first day, he hooked up with a beautiful lady from the 9th heavens. No. Don't disbelieve me, I'm telling you, that night, Wang Dong from Lingyun Peak. This person's expression was just right and what he said was so vivid. Mo Nan, who was not far away, suddenly turned pale, as if water was about to drip out of his face. Damn, who the hell is making up rumors about himself? He looked at the person who spoke. If he met this kid on the ring, he would beat him so hard that his mother wouldn't even recognize him. The man seemed to sense something and shuddered all over. Then, he was met with a murderous gaze. The man quickly shrank his neck, touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and then disappeared into the crowd as if his feet were greased. Mo Nan looked at the disappearing figure and raised his eyebrows. Name, Duan Lang. Goldfinger, Troublemaker System, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Qi Condensation Realm 9th Level. Note 1, you are a cunning troublemaker who makes people feel negative and can receive different levels of rewards. Note 2, are you angry? Come and hit me. You can't hit me, right? There's no way, I'm just that strong. This golden finger is so FG cheap, it really deserves a beating. After silently choosing to copy, Mo Nan looked at Duan Lang's back. Duan Lang, right? Hey, boy, don't let me run into you in the ring. Otherwise, I'll have to let you know why the flowers are so red. Xiao Yan and the others on the side also heard the conversation in the distance. They looked at Mo Nan with strange eyes, especially Lan Ling, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Xiao Yan chuckled and said, Boss, is this true? That's bullshit. Get out. Mo Nan angrily kicked Xiao Yan away when he came up to him. After adjusting his mood, Mo Nan continued to look for a copyable golden finger. His luck didn't seem to be very good afterwards. Mo Nan searched for a long time but couldn't find a cheat code that he could copy. Yes, including the people from Juxiao continent, there are at least more than 10,000 people in the square, and only 200 people go on stage to fight each time. It is impossible that there will be top talents every time. Even someone with a spiritual level golden finger like Lu Wei can enter the Juxiao Academy. It can be seen that the average golden finger level of the Juxiao Academy is actually not as high as imagined. In fact, someone like Li Xiaoao, who possesses a top-grade Taoist golden finger, is already considered a top genius. At this time, the results of the battle between Yan Shizhen and Jin Dao had also come out. Both men died in the ring, so it was considered a draw. Mo Nan was speechless. These two people were really persistent. They were really enemies who loved and hated each other. It seemed that these two people would have a complete fight in the future. At this moment, a young man slowly walked onto the 9th stage. He carried a longbow on his back and walked with great stability. The moment Mo Nan saw the young man again, he froze in place, his heart filled with shock. Guess what it is? Chapter 123. Name, Chu Sun. Cheat code, none. Hidden cheat code, luck is yours. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note 1, he is a man who is both unfortunate and very lucky. He can avoid misfortune and turn disaster into good fortune. Note 2, coming from an ordinary background, every step he took was extremely difficult, but every step he took was extremely stable. Note 3, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will first test his mind and temper his character. Note 4, one day the heaven and earth will no longer be able to cover my eyes. After Mo Nan finished reading this person's message, he was stunned. What is going on? Wow, there are 4 notes at once? Well, this is not the point. The point is, this Chu Sun didn't even awaken the golden finger? Also, what the hell is the hidden cheat code? What does it mean when someone is destined to be lucky? Mo Nan frowned and asked in his heart, Brother Tianfu, what is the situation with this luck? What level is it? As you can see, those favored by heaven and earth have no hierarchy. When they are strong, they surpass the best immortals, but when they are weak, they are useless. Hiss! Could this Chu Sun be the legendary son of destiny? Mo Nan has also read quite a few online novels. The sons of fortune in the novels all have all kinds of awesome golden fingers, but this Chu Sun is the opposite. Others have golden fingers, but he doesn't. Well, whether Chu Sun is the son of destiny of this era or not, it has nothing to do with him. What Mo Nan cares about now is whether he can copy this destiny. If it can be copied, doesn't it prove that Brother Tianfu can plunder luck from heaven and earth? The next moment, a familiar font appeared. Copy. Mo Nan exhaled slowly and grinned. Brother Tianfu, you really didn't let me down. Mo Nan chose to copy without hesitation. Strangely, no light appeared in his mind, and he didn't even feel the slightest change. Mo Nan couldn't help but wonder if he had been deceived by Brother Tianfu. Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked at Chu Sun. As expected of someone who has cultivated himself step by step without any help from a golden finger, his sharp eyes alone are not comparable to those of ordinary people. His appearance could only be described as delicate, but his resolute expression and steady, powerful strides gave him a unique aura, and it was clear at first glance that this boy was no ordinary creature. His eyes were like those of an eagle, and an invisible aura spread out from him. The opponent standing opposite him subconsciously took a step back. Is this the aura he cultivated through his hard work? It is indeed extraordinary. Mo Nan said to the people around him, do you know the man on the 9th stage? Which one? Xiao Yan asked curiously. The guy with the longbow. Him? I don't know him. Xiao Yan and the others shook their heads. Mo Nan frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. With Chu Sun's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be on the list. Lan Ling glanced at Chu Sun and said uncertainly, his name seems to be Chu Sun, and he ranks 55th on the Fenjian ranking. Only 55? It seems that Chu Sun is the type who is not amazing among his peers, but eventually surpasses everyone. However, it is estimated that when the candidates were taking the trial, Chu Sun's strength should not have caught up with the first echelon, but now he has broken through to the Danhua realm. Could it be that this guy has gotten some opportunity in the past few days? There is also a combat power ranking list. Is Chu Sun not on the list, or has he never been there at all? Mo Nan developed a strong interest in Chu Sun. Mo Nan made up his mind that after the ranking battle was over, he would get to know him better, so that he could explore the role and effect of Qun Suo Zhong through Chu Sun. Mo Nan continued to look at the number 9 ring. Mo Nan also knew Chu Sun's opponent, Shen Dao. Shen Dao was still wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan, looking like a handsome young man. He found himself taking a step back under Chu Sun's aura, and his expression instantly turned ugly. This kind of cowardly behavior before the battle made Shen Dao very angry. He swore that he would teach this kid a lesson later. There were also some discussions about the good arena among the crowd. Isn't that Shen Dao, ranked 49th on the Fenjian ranking, and Chu Sun, ranked 55th? That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, Shen Dao will probably win. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see Shen Dao took a step back in fear? Their rankings are very close, let's take a look. Mo Nan took the time to check Shen Dao's cultivation level, which was the 8th level of Qi condensation realm. Mo Nan was also somewhat curious about Chu Sun's fighting ability. This favored by luck should not have any bonus to combat power, but Shen Dao has the blood of Sun Wu in his body, which greatly increases his combat power. As for Chu Sun, theoretically speaking, he doesn't have a golden finger, so it's unknown how strong he is in combat. According to previous official experiments, a warrior with a golden finger can easily defeat a warrior without a golden finger. But it's not entirely accurate to say that Chu Sun doesn't have a golden finger. It depends on whether he has other cards and means. The battle between the two sides started soon. When Chu Sun showed his cultivation level of the first level of the Danhua realm, everyone was shocked. You know, even the golden sword that was ranked 10th on the previous list had only reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. Could this Chu Sun be another hidden dark horse? Other top geniuses like Jun Yang also turned their gazes towards the number 9 arena, with a strange look on their faces. However, just when everyone thought the battle would end soon, the battle between the two sides entered a stalemate stage. Chu Sun, whose cultivation had reached the first level of the Danhua realm, did not have much of an advantage. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Hiding his weakness? Wasn't that necessary? At the scene, only Mo Nan knew the specific situation. He finally understood what the phrase "it's been a difficult journey" meant in the remarks. I also understood the meaning of the principal's words during the awakening ceremony. Those without the golden finger are not worthy of practicing. In a world where everyone has a golden finger, people without a golden finger will still find it difficult to move forward even if they manage to enter the Wudao realm. The battle between the two sides gradually entered a white-hot stage. After a roar like a dragon or a tiger, a phantom of a black tortoise appeared behind Shen Dao, and Shen Dao also punched Chu Sun and sent him flying. Shen Dao was furious. This guy clearly had a higher level of cultivation than him, yet he pretended to fight him on equal terms. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to trick him? If you don't use your full strength, you'll die. After Shen Dao snorted coldly, the shadow of Sun Wu turned into a clear light, wrapped around his fist, and punched towards Chu Sun. Chu Sun exhaled slowly. All his strength? I have gone through many ups and downs along the way and have reached this point with great difficulty. The effort and hardship I have put in are thousands of times greater than those of these geniuses. Today, let these geniuses know that if you are determined, God will not let you down, and ordinary people can also become immortals. He took off the longbow from his back and calmed himself down. Bend the bow and pull the string. Chapter 124. As Chu Sun bent the bow and pulled the string, a dark red energy gathered and formed a dark red arrow. A dark red arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the attacking Shen Dao at lightning speed. The arrow broke through the air, penetrated Shen Dao's protective true qi, and passed through his body. Shen Dao widened his eyes unwillingly and fell to the ground on his back. Chu Xuan put the longbow behind him again. Exhaling slowly, he murmured, "You are the first genius I defeated, but not the last." After saying that, Chu Xuan glanced at Shen Dao who was regrouping under the ring, then turned around and walked down the ring. Everyone in the audience sighed when they saw that Shen Dao, who was ranked high, was defeated by Chu Xuan. It seems that the rankings on the Fenjian list cannot be fully trusted. I wonder if there's any truth to Mo Nan's ranking as the top freshman? Is there any controversy surrounding the top freshman? However, when everyone thought of the rankings on the combat power rankings and the comprehension rankings, they immediately shook their heads. Moisture? Controversy? Does not exist. However, some top talents looked at Chu Xuan with some doubts and confusion in their eyes. The combat power displayed by Chu Xuan is not consistent with his cultivation level. It would be fine if he hit his strength, but if his real combat power was just this, then it would be a bit lame. However, he was able to cultivate to the first level of the Danhua realm, so it was likely that he was hiding his strength. After watching Chu Xuan's battle, Mo Nan searched the various arenas again. At this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly broke out from the crowd. Holy crap! Another big guy shows up. Who is it? Chen Baixuan, the one on the 50th ring. Who is Chen Baixuan? FK. Have you even been out of the house these past few days? You don't even recognize Chen Baixuan, who's ranked 3rd on the wind and cloud rankings and 6th on the combat power rankings. So cool. Of course not. If Wang Xian hadn't shown up midway, he would definitely be the 3rd freshman. Oh, after saying so much, I thought he was stronger than Mo Nan. UFG. Mo Nan listened to the discussions in the crowd and looked towards the number 50 ring with some curiosity. This Chen Baixuan ranks higher than Suruoxi, so he shouldn't disappoint me, right? Chen Baixuan was dressed in a blue shirt, with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Mo Nan stared at him. Name, Chen Baixuan. Gold finger, immortal artifact Dingtian bead fragment, immortal grade low. Cultivation, 2nd level of Danhua realm. Note 1. Contains a special space that can perform many special effects such as time acceleration. Note 2. Collect all the fragments to reach the top grade of immortal level. Note 3. Has the ability to suppress time and space. Fragments of Dingji beads? Item cheat codes? It is said that there are many cheat codes of this type, but this is the first time Mo Nan has encountered one. Immortal artifact fragments? It actually reached the lower grade of immortal level. Most importantly, this thing can actually be upgraded? Doesn't this mean that if I collect all the fragments, this golden finger can be promoted to the upper grade of the immortal level? However, although this is true in theory, it is almost impossible. For items, do they need to be copied or marked? My talent quickly gave the answer. Copy. Mo Nan was a little excited. Brother Tianfu is awesome. You are worthy of being able to create a magical weapon out of thin air. In addition, Mo Nan also received another message from Chen Baixuan. Immortal weapon? Immortal? Do they really exist? Is it a realm above the Great Emperor? Although there were rumors before that there was still a realm belonging to immortals and gods above the Emperor, those were just rumors among warriors and had not been officially verified. Now it seems that above the Emperor, there is a realm of immortals and gods. This Chen Baixuan's theoretical upper limit seems a bit high. Putting his thoughts away, Mo Nan looked at a purple light spot that appeared in his mind. Inside it, an unknown fragment was slowly floating up and down. Mo Nan casually glanced at the countless spots of light in his mind, and his heart gradually became excited. I can't wait to go back to my own yard and start counting the harvest. However, the harvest is not over yet, so Mo Nan withdrew his thoughts. He looked at the number 50 ring where Chen Baixuan was. He wanted to see Chen Baichuan's fighting style and background. After all, these geniuses would meet him in the ring soon, and it was always good to know more about his opponents. At this time, Chen Baichuan's opponent had also walked to the center of the ring. She was a woman in a black dress, with a beautiful face and unique temperament. Her black dress was dotted with red threads, like a dark elf surrounded by blood, giving people an extremely weird feeling. His skin was pale, but his lips were exceptionally bright red. He looked like a demon from hell, except that this demon had an angelic face. When Mo Nan saw this girl, he suddenly thought of Suruoxi. One of them is like a banished fairy from heaven, and the other is like an elf from the underworld, which really forms a sharp contrast. The crowd at the scene burst into exclamations the moment they saw the girl. FK, there's actually such a beautiful girl among the freshmen. Why haven't I seen her before? Wow, so beautiful and cool. This dark style outfit is simply so charming. Ruoxi, I'm sorry, I need to change the goddess. If anyone knows her, please report her information immediately. Hey, her name is Yu Hongxiu, and she's ranked 16th on the Fenjiun ranking. What do you think? Isn't my wife beautiful? Roll. Yu Hongxiu also looked at the crowd below the stage at this time, curled her lips, and revealed a strange and charming smile. Then, the crowd exploded. For a moment, whistles and shouts filled the entire square. Hongxiu, my wife, I love you. Ho ho ho. Marry me. The disciples on the Juxiao continent all had red cheeks as they secretly looked at Yu Hongxiu on the stage, their hearts beating fast. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? The previous Suruoxi and this Yu Hongxiu, neither of them looked like human beings, they were simply like fairies. In addition, the people from these secluded families were simply beauties like clouds. Listening to the straightforward confession of the Blue Star freshman, they cursed inwardly. How shameless! It's totally disgraceful. Mo Nan was also shocked by the reactions of the people around him. I just smiled, why are you so angry? And those disciples from the Nine Heavens continent, you're blushing like crazy. Do you know there's a magical item called cosmetics? Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked towards Yu Hongxiu, who looked like a spirit from hell. Rank 16th, I wonder if it is the immortal level golden finger or the half-step immortal level. With anticipation in his heart, Mo Nan's gaze fell on Yu Hongxiu. After staring for a moment, lines of information appeared in front of Mo Nan. Chapter 125. Name, Yu Hongxiu. Gold Finger, Netherworld Karma Fire, Immortal Level Lower Grade. Cultivation, Peak of the Qi Condensation Realm. Note, using evil thoughts and karma such as greed, anger, ignorance, and desire as fuel can burn the mind and soul. The more fuel, the stronger the power and the greater the improvement to the host. Mo Nan frowned and looked deeply at Yu Hongxiu. This golden finger looks a bit evil. With such a golden finger, does Yu Hongxiu still retain her kind heart? Her golden finger increases its power by absorbing evil thoughts, and the best way to obtain evil thoughts is to do evil yourself and bring pain and torture to others. In this way, you can absorb evil thoughts faster. If Yu Hongxiu were to take the path of evil cultivation, she would definitely make rapid progress. But Yu Hongxiu was able to successfully join Juxiao Academy, so it is very likely that she did not embark on the path of evil cultivation. Mo Nan didn't believe that Juxiao Academy had no defenses or inspections in this regard. From this perspective, the reason why Yu Hongxiu ranks 16th is not because her golden finger is not strong enough, but because she has not used it to its full potential. However, Yu Hongxiu is also very dangerous. Just because she is not an evil cultivator now does not mean she will not become an evil cultivator in the future. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of quickly improving their strength. At the same time, Mo Nan also felt a little admiration for Yu Hongxiu for being able to stick to her original intention for so long. Do you want to copy it? Mo Nan hesitated for less than a second before making up his mind. Copy. Of course you have to copy. There is no such thing as evil or not in the golden finger itself. Only the host can be divided into good and evil. Besides, I have so many golden fingers, and they are not aimed at this netherworld karma fire. If I encounter evil thoughts, demons, and other karma in the future, I will absorb them. It doesn't matter if I don't encounter them. As Mo Nan chose to copy, a purple light spot appeared in Mo Nan's mind, and inside it, a cluster of bright red flames burned faintly. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the ring number 50. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Baichuan will most likely win. Looking at Yu Hongxiu, who looked like a spirit from hell, Mo Nan sighed in his heart. If the netherworld fire had sufficient fuel from the beginning and could be used to its full potential, I guess she might not be worse than Chen Baichuan. On the stage, Chen Baichuan and Yu Hongxiu stood facing each other. Chen Baichuan said calmly, "Just admit defeat. Give up." The corners of Yu Hongxiu's mouth curved up again, and her voice was full of charm. "Haha, if you want me to admit defeat, you need to show enough strength." The voice full of temptation spread throughout the venue, so sweet and soft that it seemed as if one's bones would melt. At the scene, there was an even louder scream, and everyone began to support Yu Hongxiu. "Chen Baichuan, why are you pretending? Show us your true strength." "Exactly. People who don't know would think you're even better than Mo Nan. I almost thought you, Chen Baichuan, were the top freshman. Hongxiu's wife, FK him." Everyone at the scene was immediately excited and began to denounce Chen Baichuan one by one. At the same time, Mo Nan suddenly felt a stream of weak energy entering his mind and merging into the netherworld karma fire. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. "So, this is the reason why Yu Hongxiu chose to go the seductive route? It's really not easy." At this moment, Chen Baichuan felt so bitter in his heart. When did he start pretending? "I am ranked 3rd, and of course I am most likely the 4th now. Is it too much to ask a person ranked 16th to admit defeat? Do you really want to destroy the flower yourself?" Thinking of this, Chen Baichuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Hongxiu. "Then, let's do it." Yu Hongxiu still had a smile on her face, but she didn't dare to be negligent in her heart. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The Chen Baichuan in front of us is definitely not an ordinary person. The figure flashed, and Yu Hongxiu was like a jumping fire elf, with a layer of faint red flame covering her whole body. Chen Baichuan shook his head. He planned to end the battle as soon as possible and didn't want to get entangled. As his mind moved, the surrounding time and space seemed to freeze, and Yu Hongxiu's flying figure suddenly became stagnant and slowed to the extreme. Just when he was about to take action to deal with Yu Hongxiu, he suddenly saw the red flames on Yu Hongxiu's body grow stronger, and then her figure flew towards him again. Chen Baichuan was surprised. Could this nameless flame actually break through his time and space blockade? There is something here. Could it be a fairy-level flame? Although he was a little confused, Chen Baichuan did not stop moving. His speed was incredibly fast, as if time was speeding up for him. He rushed towards Yu Hongxiu like a ghost. For a moment, the two men fought each other. After a while, the fight stopped and the two men decided the winner. The result was not surprising, Chen Baichuan won. Although there is no difference in the level of their golden fingers, there is a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Yu Hongxiu was eventually defeated by Chen Baichuan. So, Chen Baichuan was scolded again. "Damn Chen Baichuan, you're so cruel to kill a beauty like this, are you even human? You deserve to be single forever. Wow, I want to avenge my wife." Mo Nan listened to the words in the crowd and shook his head with a bit of amusement. Feeling the faint energy entering the netherworld fire and turning into nutrients, Mo Nan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Just as Mo Nan was about to continue looking for a target to copy, he suddenly felt a flash of light, and then his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared on the number 1 ring. Is it my turn again? Mo Nan was speechless. Could you please not do things so suddenly every time? At least give some hints. Shaking his head, Mo Nan raised his eyes and looked at his opponent. However, when Mo Nan saw his opponent, the corners of his mouth curled up and he couldn't help laughing. When that person saw that his opponent was Mo Nan, his expression suddenly changed. I admit. Bang! Before he could utter the words I surrender, a huge fist hit his handsome face and the man was knocked away. Then, fists rained down on the man. I'm a playboy, right? Bang! I hook up with women, right? Bang! I'm a sentimental person, right? Bang! I'm famous, right? Bang! I party every night, right? Bang, bang, bang! Duan Lang almost cried in his heart, brother, those words behind were not said by me. However, he didn't even have a chance to speak now. At this time, everyone at the scene also noticed that Mo Nan had entered the arena, and they all turned their eyes to the number 1 ring. However, when they saw what happened on the ring, everyone's expressions became strange. Chapter 126. Someone asked doubtfully. Isn't this Duan Lang, who ranks 44th on the Fengyun ranking? Does he have a grudge against Mo Nan? That shouldn't be possible. One of them is from Qisha province and the other is from Muhang province. They shouldn't know each other. Could it be that there was a conflict between the two of them in the past few days? I don't know. I know Duan Lang. He's quite smart. I don't think he would provoke Mo Nan. So what's going on now? Don't tell me Mo Nan has violent tendencies. I remember that the rumor about Mo Nan being a playboy was spread by Duan Lang, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally understood why Duan Lang was beaten, and they all looked at Duan Lang who was being tortured on the ring with sympathy. You are such a bad mouth, now you know that trouble comes from the mouth, right? Duan Lang has been making trouble and playing tricks on people these days, and spreading gossip and rumors about some famous people among the freshmen. Therefore, this guy is not very popular, and many people hate him to death, but Duan Lang is very strong himself, and ordinary people are really no match for him, and those top geniuses don't have time to pay attention to him. Therefore, many people are very unhappy with Duan Lang's arrogant look of I just like to see you dislike me, but can't get rid of me. Now, watching Mo Nan beat up Duan Lang, many people felt happy. But then again, Duan Lang is at least the 44th ranked Tianjiao on the Fengyun ranking, and he's a young supreme who has passed the 7th floor of the Fengyun Tower. How could he be completely powerless in Mo Nan's hands? Nonsense! Didn't you see that Ye Wujiang had no power to resist Suruoxi? It would be strange if Duan Lang had the ability to resist. That's right, Mo Nan is a bit of a hiatus among this batch of freshmen. Is he the first person in 800 years to joke with you? If I were to say, even Wang Xian and Jun Yang wouldn't be able to resist Mo Nan at full power. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Wang Xian and Jun Yang are both ranked 2nd and 4th on the 300 years battle power ranking. They can't be that far behind, right? If you don't believe me, why not just wait and see them meet? Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to this freshman ranking match even more. On stage number 1. Duan Lang was still being beaten like a sandbag by Mo Nan. Brother, I was wrong. Duan Lang finally had the chance to beg for mercy and quickly spoke. Wrong? What's wrong with you? Ouch, big brother, please don't do anything yet, hiss. Let you spread rumors about me. As Mo Nan spoke, his fists continued to fall on Duan Lang's handsome face. Just when Mo Nan was about to stop after a few more hits, Duan Lang in front of him suddenly burst into a violent aura, and then... bang! Mo Nan stared at Duan Lang who had disappeared from his sight in a daze, speechless. This kid actually blew himself up? Mo Nan was really speechless. Although he was a little unhappy and angry with Duan Lang, he did not have any great resentment, let alone hatred. I was originally planning to just give him a beating, but I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel that he chose to protect himself and escape. Under the ring, Duan Lang's figure slowly gathered. He glanced at Mo Nan on the stage with lingering fear, and disappeared into the crowd as fast as he could run. When everyone at the scene saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. While they were shocked by Duan Lang's ruthlessness, they couldn't help but think. Mo Nan actually forced someone to self-destruct? How cruel is that? Everyone secretly made up their minds that they would never provoke this evil god again. With Duan Lang's self-explosion, the result on the number 1 ring also came out. Mo Nan's figure appeared in the crowd, and his challenge point also became 12 o'clock. Seeing that a battle that they had been looking forward to ended so abruptly, everyone turned their attention to other arenas with some regret. At the same time, everyone understood one thing: the battle with Mo Nan did not seem as exciting as they had imagined. The opponent either surrenders or is crushed, there is no point in watching it. I don't know which genius needs to come on the court to make Mo Nan take a serious shot. Like everyone else, Mo Nan's eyes began to wander around the various arenas. Li Xiaoao, Su Fei, Chu Ming, and others also went on the stage one after another during this period. Everyone was lucky enough not to encounter any geniuses on the list. Except for Lu Wei, everyone else won. In addition, the appearance of the blue-haired beauty Lan Ling also caused a small sensation at the scene. In addition, Lan Ling ranked 71st on the list, and also gained a group of admirers. About a quarter of an hour later, exclamations erupted from the crowd again. Look at stage number 72. Is that Hong Xing, the 7th-ranked player on the Fenjian rankings? Oh, it's really him. This Hong Xing is said to be a peculiar person. What makes him different? Hehe, you'll know when you see it. Hearing the name of a top prodigy again, Mo Nan looked towards the number 72 ring with some curiosity. On the ring, a young man with long hair was lying in the middle of the ring, snoring soundly, oblivious to the people around him. The snoring was deafening. After seeing this scene, Mo Nan finally understood why others said that Hong Xing was weird. Looking at how soundly he was sleeping, he probably didn't even know that he had been randomly matched to the ring. However, Hong Xing is ranked 7th on the list, so he is definitely not a simple character. Mo Nan suddenly raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Why is Hong Xing the only one on the number 72 ring? What about his opponent? Due to the special matching mechanism, there will be 2 people selected to the ring each time, and both of them will appear at the same time. And now, Hong Xing is the only one on the ring. What is going on? Is there a bug? Others also noticed this problem and began to speculate with doubts. What's going on? Where's Hong Xing's opponent? Is there a bug in the matching mechanism? Yeah, there's only one Hong Xing in the ring, and he's sleeping like a dead pig. What's the point of fighting? Hehe, why don't you pull me up? While Hong Xing is sleeping, I can pick up some challenge points for free. You're overthinking it. Even if someone is sleeping, I can still crush you to death. Dude, this hurts. Mo Nan looked at the scene on the number 72 ring, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the ring. After a moment, the corners of Mo Nan's mouth curled up. Found you. Chapter 127. Although Mo Nan didn't see anyone, he saw a line of eye-catching words at the edge of the ring. Name, Chen Feng. Gold Finger, God-level assassination technique, Immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note, the King of Shadows, the Master of Darkness, those targeted by him will die without a doubt. Mo Nan was a little surprised. He looked at the reactions of the people around him. These people seemed to be unaware of the existence of such a person. It seems that this person is hidden very deeply. Mo Nan listened for a long time, but didn't hear a single word about this dusty thing. Could it be that this dust has been invisible from the very beginning? Even the candidates who were in the same state as him didn't even notice the existence of such a person around them? If that's the case, then this dust is a bit scary. Mo Nan was still very interested in this god-level assassination technique and copied it decisively. Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked at Hong Xing, who was sleeping soundly on the ground. Name, Hong Xing. Gold finger, trashing system, immortal grade low. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note, the flatter you lie, the faster you practice and the richer the rewards. Mo Nan was no longer surprised by such system cheats. This bad system could be considered a relatively common and normal system cheat. After choosing to copy, Mo Nan looked at the number 72 ring. The cultivation and golden finger levels of these two people are very close. I wonder if Hong Xing will fail. A long while passed, and there was still no movement on the ring. It was still Hong Xing's sleeping show. Just when everyone was puzzled, a breeze suddenly blew across the arena. Hong Xing, who was sleeping, suddenly jumped up and quickly moved to the side. However, the next scene made everyone present open their eyes wide. Hong Xing was retreating rapidly, and suddenly a streak of bright red blood spurted out from his neck. Hong Xing also opened his eyes, which had been closed, widened them slightly, and then quickly closed them again. This time, I guess I can't open my eyes even if I want to. Everyone at the scene opened their mouths in surprise as they watched Hong Xing's body slowly disappear. What happened? How could Hong Xing, who was ranked 7th on the list, disappear inexplicably? Killed? Who did it? Instant kill? Who has the ability to do this? Some top talents such as Jun Yang also looked at the number 72 arena with serious eyes. They searched for a long time and found nothing unusual, and the solemnity on their faces deepened. It seems that there is another dangerous opponent. Mo Nan glanced at Chen Feng, who was hiding in the center of the ring, with some surprise. Is this the power of a god-level assassin? If he doesn't strike, it's fine. But if he strikes, it's a sure kill. Mo Nan had no doubt that even someone with a higher cultivation level than Chen Feng would be assassinated by him if they were not on guard at all times. This assassin hiding in the dark is really dangerous. The battle on the number 72 ring ended, and two new people appeared on the ring. However, the doubts in the hearts of the people present did not decrease at all, but became even more intense. Some people wanted to ask Hong Xing what had just happened, but when they saw Hong Xing sleeping soundly next to the ring, they reluctantly gave up the idea. Everyone could only continue to watch the exciting battle on the scene with a lot of doubts in their minds. From the 9 heavens, a somewhat cold voice rang out. Mo Nan, each of us relies on our own abilities. No one will compete with my dark peak for this dust seal, right? Bullshit, if you say that, then Jun Yang will belong to Wu Feng. Everyone, let's rely on our own abilities and see who offers the most generous conditions. Extremely. Then, a flash of swords and sabers appeared above the sky again. As time goes by, battles continue to unfold. It was soon noon. During this period, Mo Nan did not find a copy of the golden finger, which made Mo Nan sigh that the lucky fortune he copied from Chu Sun was really useless. During this period, Mo Nan also went on stage several times, and his challenge points reached 18 points. At this time, some people's challenge points have been reset to 0, and their ranking battles have ended. As the number of people decreased, the progress of the ring battle became slower and slower. Mo Nan was bored and looking for a cheat code that he could copy. Just then, Mo Nan saw a familiar figure come on stage. Li Qi. Some of the new students on Blue Star also knew about Li Qi, the number 1 on the hidden dragon list of the Juxiao continent. Therefore, when he came on stage, some people recognized him immediately. Compared to the slight attention paid to the freshman from Blue Star, the disciples from the Juxiao continent suddenly became excited. This morning was the darkest moment for the disciples of Juxiao continent. They have been called geniuses since childhood, but when they met the candidates from Blue Star, they were crushed in all aspects. It would be okay if they met their own people, but if they met the freshmen from Blue Star, 99% of them would find it difficult to win. Most of those whose challenge points were reset to 0 were from the Juxiao continent. They are all holding their breath now, hoping that someone can stand up and teach these people from the hidden forces a lesson. Let them know that not all the current forces in the Juxiao continent are vegetarians. Having said that, although Lin Feng appeared in Juxiao continent and made it into the combat power rankings, ranking 10th. However, there was no news about Lin Feng in Juxiao continent before, so many disciples of Juxiao continent also regarded him as a member of the hidden forces. After a whole morning, they finally waited for Li Qi to appear, and excitement appeared on everyone's face. Mo Nan looked towards arena number 22 where Li Qi was, wanting to see who Li Qi's opponent was. However, when Mo Nan saw Li Qi's opponent, he secretly shook his head. Li Qi's luck doesn't seem to be very good. Looking at the excited disciples of Juxiao continent, Mo Nan sighed in his heart. I guess the result will disappoint those who are looking forward to it. Of course, if they knew who Li Qi's opponent was, they wouldn't be completely disappointed. Li Qi's opponent was a young man who looked a little shy. He looked like a kid from the countryside who had just moved to the city, and a hint of restraint flashed across his face from time to time. This young man was Lin Feng. His golden finger is. Chapter 128. Name, Lin Feng. Gold finger, heavenly holy body, immortal grade lower. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note, the great saint body can challenge the great emperor and suppress all forces. Mo Nan was a little surprised. A physical cheat? And it was a physical cheat that had reached the lower level of the immortal level. This time, it should be possible to copy it, right? Sure enough, the next moment, a familiar font appeared. Copy. Finally, he could copy it, and Mo Nan chose to copy it without hesitation. However, it seems that he can only possess one physical golden finger at a time, which means that he must give up the 9 absolute sword body. This made Mo Nan feel a little reluctant, as his achievements today were inseparable from the 9 absolute sword body. Even in the deduction of the sword dance, the 9 absolute sword body played a significant role. Now that he is suddenly going to lose the 9 absolute sword body, Mo Nan is really not used to it. But the lower grade immortal level holy body of heaven was placed right in front of him, and it was impossible for Mo Nan not to integrate it. It's really a happy choice. Mo Nan did not fuse the Kangtian holy body on the spot. He planned to go back at night and use the 9 absolute sword body to deduce the sword dance before replacing it. Damn it! Why can I only fuse one type of physical cheat at a time? At this time, the battle on the ring has begun. Lin Feng, who originally looked a little shy, was extremely wild when fighting. Golden light burst out from his body, and a bright moon slowly rose from behind him, illuminating Lin Feng with a mysterious and otherworldly look. However, his fighting style was not at all extraordinary. His fists were like mountains, and every time they landed, Li Qi was knocked back and coughed up blood. No matter how many tricks Li Qi used, no matter how many martial arts he used, they were all smashed away by the mountain-like fist. Even the spiritual weapon in Li Qi's hand was smashed into pieces by Lin Feng's fist. In the end, Lin Feng even rode directly on Li Qi's body and punched Li Qi under him. In the end, Li Qi's body was smashed to pieces by Lin Feng. Looking at his opponent who had turned into a bloody mist, Lin Feng slowly stood up. He touched the back of his head awkwardly, gave a shy smile to the stunned crowd, and then quickly walked off the stage. Everyone at the scene watched the entire process of Lin Feng beating Li Qi to pieces. Seeing this ferocious god actually reveal a harmless and shy expression, everyone's mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this the 10th place combat power? Damn strong! Because the previous battles between Chen Baichuan, Suruoxi and others ended quickly, and their fighting styles were also very gentle. But Lin Feng is different. His fist-to-flesh fighting style perfectly interprets the word violence. The scene of smashing the spiritual weapon and turning the person into a bloody mist was so brutal. After Mo Nan, another brutal man appeared. Different from the exclamations of ordinary freshmen, the eyes of some top talents were filled with solemnity. This Lin Feng really deserves to be ranked 10th in the combat power rankings. His strength is indeed impressive. However, the expressions on the faces of the disciples from Juxiao continent became ugly. After much anticipation, he finally appeared, only to be beaten to pieces by just a few punches. This was a little difficult for them to accept for a while. On the other side, under stage number 22, Li Qi's figure slowly condensed, and his expression was more bitter than ever before. He looked at Lin Feng who was walking down the stage, and finally asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Where on earth are you guys from? Hidden forces? Are there really so many hidden forces? After hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then spoke shyly. Ah, me? I'm from Tianyu City. Tianyu City? Li Qi raised his eyebrows. Tianyu City, one of the 10,000 cities in the eastern region. Yes. You are not from a hidden power. What is a hidden force? Hearing this, Li Qi fell silent. The young man in front of him who had beaten him to death was actually a living person from the Juxiao continent. When the other disciples of Juxiao continent heard this, the expressions on their faces finally looked better. It turned out that Lin Feng was one of them. Then everything would be fine. On the contrary, when they thought that they also had such a genius and had entered the combat power rankings, they immediately became excited. Who dares to say there are no geniuses in this world? Lin Feng will be their idol from now on. After thinking for a moment, Li Qi asked, then why aren't you on the 9 heavens hidden dragon list? Lin Feng touched the back of his head and said shyly, my father said that the hidden dragon list is not my goal, and those on the hidden dragon list are not my real opponents. He told me to just focus on cultivation and not worry about the hidden dragon list. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Qi suddenly felt a pain in his heart, as if he had received tens of thousands of critical hits in an instant. Li Qi was not the only one injured. All the geniuses on the potential dragon list, and even all the disciples of the Juxiao continent, felt uncomfortable after hearing Lin Feng's words. It turns out that the hidden dragon list that he and others care so much about is completely worthless in the eyes of others. They wanted to refute it, but the facts were right in front of them and they had to admit this cruel reality. Li Qi took a few deep breaths before finally speaking, Brother Lin, can we talk? Okay. Afterwards, Lin Feng followed Li Qi away. Mo Nan also looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. His father seems to be a little unusual. Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked away and looked elsewhere. Mo Nan discovered that some people were constantly gathering towards the number 99 arena. Mo Nan was a little curious. Could it be that another top prodigy appeared? Mo Nan was delighted and quickly looked towards the number 99 ring. Hey, isn't this Jun Yang? Mo Nan was a little disappointed. Jun Yang's golden finger was indeed good, but he had already copied it. Just as Mo Nan was about to look away, excited discussions suddenly broke out from the crowd. Damn, these two actually met in advance. I'm really looking forward to it. One is ranked second on the battle power list, and the other is ranked fourth. Now they're meeting head-on. If nothing unexpected happens, the second freshman should be one of these two. I wonder who it will be. It's hard to say. Although Wang Xian ranks higher on the battle strength list, no one can say for sure whether there is any luck involved. Jun Yang, on the other hand, fought Mo Nan head-on. We'll know who is stronger between the two after we see them. Mo Nan's movement of turning his head suddenly froze. Jun Yang's opponent turned out to be Wang Xian. Good boy, I've been waiting for you for the whole morning.